Welcome into the Splatoon 3 North American League 2026 playoffs. Day 2, we are thrilled to get started here. Jordan Kent alongside Falco. And who do we have next to us? Big Money's in the house. Great to see you. We are so excited. We had some unbelievable games and matches yesterday. We are ready to find a champion here today. And let's start with this. Milana, what did you take away from yesterday? Because those matches that we saw were going down to the wire. A lot of drama.
Yeah, I think what we can take away from this is that really no win is safe for any team. All victories are up in the air, and I'm looking forward to seeing what these teams have to bring. Just, you know, it's just been such a surprise after surprise, and wow, it's just prime Splatoon right here.
Falco, you were up and ready to roll this morning, excited to see what we're going to have taking place. What are you looking forward to as we finally make our way towards the end of the bracket?
Right, I'm looking forward to see who's coming out of that loser's bracket. We have 4 very strong teams that we're going to be starting off today. Moonlight, Enemy, Duck Motif, Content Cat. Any of those 4 teams have the potential to move on. I can't wait to see who does.
Well, let's go ahead and check out our rules as always, just to make sure you are well educated on the action that will take place. It's top 8, best of 5. The higher seed will choose the mode. The lower seed will choose the stage after the first game. It's the winning team that will choose the mode and the losing team that will choose the stage. Your game modes, you know them. You love them. Turf War, Clan Blitz, Splat Zones, Tower Control, and Rainmaker. Each mode can only be played once during the match. There's your stage list. Keep in mind, stages can only be played once during the match. Now the bracket, as we said before, there weren't too many upsets, but some surprising finishes highlighted by a winner semifinals. Milky Way and Moonlight went to Game 5, but how about Duck Motif and what they did against Heelbook and losers top 8? We have set the stage for just some incredible action here later today. And we look at the highlights, obviously, from what we saw yesterday. And we're going to get started here with Enemy and Content Cat. And Falco, I want you to take us with what we see with Enemy, because this is really a team that has high highs and low lows, and a team that can surprise anybody. They have some individuals that can really go off at any moment, but when we look back at what they did yesterday, there's a lot to be happy about.
Right, we'll start off looking at their match against Heelbook. It was really, really impressive with how they performed there. You know, they played so well, but of course this was before when they played in the winter semis against Cream Soda, really trying to get some good wins in here in Splat Zones, and so close. You can take a look, taking it all the way down to 2, and thankfully capping it 75. That is the maximum penalty points they can award. But then later on, Enemy had an unstoppable match, getting the wipeout as they approached the end, and really did such a good job getting that 3-0 win against Heelbook. Then in the first round of the losers bracket, they are ready to rock and roll.
Listen, we have called Dad Kid highlights all throughout the season on the Splatoon 3 North American League 2026 show. We expect more highlights from them later today. But then we shift over to Content Cat. There's some curious little kitties here as they have continued to make some progress through the bracket here. And Milana, a team that really came together right before the start of the league, they're really starting to find their footing.
Yeah, no, they totally are. We saw some incredible highlights coming out from yesterday's play. We know that this team specifically is made up of a lot of players who are very confident in the weapons that they play, especially some of these off-kilter weapons like the the Tri-Stringer, and we see all these players just playing together so well, and it really is a little bit odd because we never expected these weapons to come together in such a cohesive manner. And we see Hawaiian on that Inkjet, all of them playing together so well. And I think that is what's going to make or break their run in this losers bracket.
Well, we have our stage and we have our mode all set to go here. It will be Splat Zones on Mahi Mahi. And before we even break down what the strategy is going to be here, tell us a little bit more about Splat Zones here, Falco, because this is one of the more popular modes, of course, but there's a lot more to it than this, the simplicity of making sure that you cover the zone.
Right, a lot of different strategies going into Splat Zones, but of course the big part is to control the area of the zone with your ink. You want to make sure that you have that control, so you tick down that timer all the way. And if you lose the zone, you get some penalty points. Those penalty points, you don't want to have those. It makes it much more difficult. But you want to try and get down from 100 to 0 to get the win. But if nobody does that in the 5 minutes, we go into overtime, and if that ends out, the team who gets closest to 0 is the winner.
And Mahi Mahi Resort, one of your favorite stages, I must say here, Big Money. What's unique about this when you get to Splat Zones? What do these teams have to keep in mind?
Yeah, I mean, the thing about Mahi Mahi is that there is a stage terrain change in the middle of the game, and at a certain point, the water level will drop, and that will allow teams to be able to navigate more area and have access to more terrain as they are going into the game. So I think that's definitely something to keep an eye out for, and I'm probably sure that that's why this stage was selected to begin with.
And Falco, it's interesting. Both these teams are very aggressive. Now, Enemy had a lot of success during the league on Splat Zones, going 7-4 in their matches. They're very comfortable in this type of game mode. But both these teams, they are not shy. They will go and try and start this initiation of who will be most aggressive. And it's going to be fascinating. Is this a race to see who can get to the zone first, or is this still something you want to be measured with?
Yeah, not necessarily a race to see who wants to get in the middle first, but more of we want to make sure that we are aware of where our opponents are. Bonus points if they don't know where we are, because we want to try and maximize and leverage those opportunities, get some picks along the way, and as soon as we have a player advantage, we want to take control of that zone. We want to make sure we can start our lockout as soon as possible.
And then it also comes down to, again, the timing of all these specials. And Milana, we've seen these teams oftentimes use them to get the zone, but it feels, though, once you get it, timing that one offensive push when you have the zone, and then you can start to force that lockout with those specials. That timing is going to be key.
Yeah, totally. I think that's something we're going to be looking out for a lot, especially as we're moving forward towards these, high-profile games that we're going to be watching. Because I think what they're going to need to do is they're going to want to try to lock out the opponents, and we'll see if that happens.
Well, they say it all leads up to this day 2 of the Splatoon 3 North American League 2026 playoffs. We are off and rolling. Splat Zones, Mahi Mahi Resort, Enemy versus Content Cat. Falco, what can you tell us about the loadouts here in the beginning?
Well, the thing that jumps out to me is that Menace with the Paintbrush, with the Trizuka as well, going to try and use that to get some splats, and well, 2 already down on Content Cat, so that's a great way, of course. That Menace, not a shy player, to try and figure out where they want to go, but Pika, look at this on a tear. Can they get 3 already in that flow over state? This is what a way to start off day 2 here, Jordan.
Pika not wasting any time to help Content Cat secure the zone. They're going to start their push here, and now you see them formulate. What are they looking to try and do here, Milana?
Yeah, they want to make sure that they lock the members of Enemy out of that center of the stage, because when they can do that, they are able to kind of build a lot of dominance and control over this area right here. And as we see, the water level has dropped, which allows for a little bit more terrain, but 2 down on the side of Enemy. It is not looking good for them to get back into the zone.
Chrono's going to work with the Trizuka. Here come a couple of members of Enemy, though, Falco. And here's Enemy's opportunity to wrestle away the zone.
Yeah, they need to take away the zone. They finally do, again, giving 51 penalty points. And this is better late than never. Now, the floor has already dropped here as it got down to 34. And Enemy needs to utilize that extra space to try and get around. And, of course, they're doing a really good job with this, but also trying to avoid some specials. And it's not easy to break back in, but Content Cat knows exactly what they need to do. Use some of these specials as a leverage and get in different areas on flanks.
What a sequence from 3Z we just saw. Picking up the splat, avoiding the special, and down goes Pika. So Enemy has a chance to get right back into this here, Milana.
Yeah, they do. They know exactly the member of Content Cat that was giving them trouble initially, and they knew, sometimes it just matters about who you get as the pick. And we see here Pika getting a nice trade, but they're going to need a little bit more than a trade to be able to get back into the zone here. Enemy holding steadfastly onto that zone, and they are just about to get the lead. 3 down on Content Cat. I think the lead is going to flop.
Hawaiian gets grounded, Falco, and Dat Menace continues to lurk forward. Enemy has completely flipped this game over, and they now have a sizable lead.
Right, and this happens in Splat Zones more often than not, where one team will start off hot and strong, and the other team will come back even hotter to try and break in, and Content Cat needs to find a way. They have to decide, do we want to go for players that go for the zone? But it is going to be too late for that, Jordan. Enemy is going to be taking this one.
Enemy trailed early, but they are able to regroup, and just some unbelievable one-on-one plays there, highlighted from what we saw from 3Z as well as Dat Menace. allows Enemy to get the come-from-behind victory, and what a statement from Enemy that goes to show you, yes, these are two aggressive teams, obviously, Milana, but I think Enemy did a wonderful job of just waiting for their opening. They weren't stressing about going down early, and then they finally got into those situations where they thrive, where it's 1v1.
I think it is kind of an Enemy special where they will maybe lose the objective or they'll lose the lead, but they always make sure that they come back, but they come back in a way that is so strong that it makes it very difficult for their opponents to even kind of step back into the vicinity of the objective. And I think that is just the key thing that we saw just now, and we've seen it throughout this whole series, this whole league, and you know, they're just showing us what they do best.
We saw Hawaiian go down when they were in the Inkjet, and we know that Hawaiian is such a critical part of really getting a lot of turf covered for Content Cat, and it felt like Enemy did a wonderful job of just keeping Hawaiian in check.
Right, and I think Enemy just knew that we can give Content Cat a little bit of space. We will have an opportunity to break in. We want to make sure that we have our specials, but again, it's about controlling where the backline player like Hawaiian is going to be, and if we can take them out, we can work our way backwards to take control of the zone.
We have tower control on ship-shape cargo coming up next here. And listen, tower control, Milana, not really the mode that either one of these teams is particularly strong at, so this could be a toss-up. But tell us a little bit more about tower control and what these teams are going to be trying to achieve.
Yeah, so the purpose of tower control is that you grab your teammates and you stand on this tower objective. As you are moving through these checkpoint areas, you want to push the tower as close to the enemy base where that final checkpoint is. If neither team makes it to that final checkpoint, then the team that makes it closest to that area will be deemed the winner.
I gotta ask you, Falco, do you like to be on the tower or do you like to cover the tower?
I like to splat who's ever on the tower, Jordan, but that doesn't mean I'm on offense. So in general, I try to be in front of the tower. A lot of these players are going to try and have some of their frontline players in front so they can provide some ink in front of the tower. It just makes it a little bit easier, but you know, it's not uncommon the backline player is going to be on that tower. So Hawaiian, for example, from Content Cat might be one of those players who's going to do that.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see what Hawaiian does. We mentioned it earlier, Milana, such a key piece to just being able to control a lot of the stage for Content Cat, and if they're busy riding the tower, that is a major turfing opportunity that they don't have anymore. But let's look at ship-shape cargo for a moment. Is there a particular part of this stage that stands out to you when we get to tower control?
Yeah, I think that, you know, we really have to keep an eye on those checkpoints because those are going to be key areas for either team to be able to hold on to. But as we see these loadouts coming out, we do see the bulbs, tri-stringer in Hawaiian's hands with that inkjet. I think it's going to be key weapon for specifically this stage because of all the altitudinal changes, and I think using that, and if they can use that in a way that is going to be beneficial to their team, it could be huge.
They get tacticoolered up early on, and you see Hawaiian Falco dropping back. Dark trying to apply a little bit of pressure as Enemy will ride the tower early on, encroaching on that first checkpoint. Dap Menace is going to push them back, and already Dap Menace being a disruptor, Falco.
Yeah, that's something I wanted to bring up right when this match started. Switching from the Pain Bush to the Octobrush with the Zip Caster. That is exactly what Dap Menace does. Gets it early, tries to catch players from Enemy off guard or from Content Cat off guard to push forward, and so far it's paying off.
Hawaiian can only retreat, can't get a clear look on the tower right now as specials trade back and forth. So far, Enemy up one game already. They've gotten it already to 30 points. What an opening salvo from them. 3Z trying to push Gimme back. Gimme gets a little help and says, "Gimme that splat, Milana."
And that's exactly what they're going to need to be even make that tower go back into the center of the stage, but Zero holding steadfast to the tower says, no thank you. Actually, we will be making it to that last checkpoint right here. But you know, Content Cat is doing their best. They're working with those specials to try and make it so that they are moving Enemy back into their side of the stage, but it's becoming very difficult to do so because they just don't have the amount of turf. Dark getting that nice pick on Kronos, and Dark being propped up here as the anchor player is giving an opportunity for Enemy to even move back straight up to the center of the stage without having to walk all the way back there and waste time.
Nice retreat from Zero. Pika will go down, and all of a sudden, two members members of Content Cat are eliminated, and Enemy does a wonderful job there, Falco, of picking and choosing their spots and when to retreat and when to be aggressive.
Right, that was very wise of Enemy to give Content Cat some space. The tower reset back in mid, but Content Cat did a great job on not giving up too much area. But speaking of area, the triple ink strikes are going to deploy Content Cat to one of the sides here, and is going to allow Zero to get some splats and allow this tower to push forward even more. But a few of their players are going to go down. Content Cat has to be careful not to lose a second checkpoint.
Down goes Zero, as we saw there. Here comes the final checkpoint. Enemy trying to bust through that. Hawaiian's going to provide a little bit of cover in that inkjet. And can Content Cat start to push this tower? But more importantly, Milana, there's a lot of orange ink on the stage right now.
Yeah, so what Content Cat is going to have to focus on is turfing more of the stage, because without turf, you don't have mobility, and without mobility, you don't have an ability to move forward into even enemy's territory right here. But, you know, with 2 down on Enemy, this could be the opportunity that Content Cat is looking for right here. Gimme hoping to get a nice pick on some members of Enemy right here. Getting one, unfortunately going down before getting another, but causing a little bit of chaos, allowing Content Cat to get into that first checkpoint.
To your point, Milana, Falco, there were 3 members of Enemy there, all bunched up, and Hawaiian's going to pick up a couple of splats. Content Cat ready to scratch back here. They finally get a little momentum, and is this their push with under 2 minutes left here, Falco?
Yeah, this definitely should be the push that at least gets them by this checkpoint, but they have to watch for Dark and potentially 3Z on that flank here. They're going to try and take control, especially with the help of the Killer Whale. Pico and Gimme are going to be pushing forward, but this tower is going to be stopped by some triple ink strikes coming out from Zero. They finally get past it, and importantly, they had 2 specials online, but 2 of their members are going to go down, so this might be the end of the push for Content Cat.
Pika gets trapped. Hawaiian has to all but retreat at this moment, and Content Cat still trailing by 32 points. They weren't able to sustain that push. We're just over 1 minute left. All 4 members on the stage for both these teams. Tacticooler will come out as Content Cat will try to regroup and make one more push, but it's up for Enemy now to protect this lead, Milana.
They do, and that Manus going into that Float Aura state with that Zipcaster is going to make it very difficult. Gimme getting a nice pick on the Zipcaster, preventing them from making any more damage. And Gimme now also entering Float Aura state is going to be the key player that Content Cat is going to be needing to be able to make this push happen, forcing all members of Enemy to kind of move back at least a little bit. Dat Manus also going down. This is going to be the opportunity that Content Cat needs.
30 seconds left. Content Cat has the tower. They've got all 4 members up and at 'em. Kronos trying to provide a little pressure with that Trizuka, and here comes Pika moving forward. At this moment, Content Cat, they just have to make sure they take care of their 1v1s. They're increasing their score. They're getting closer, but down go 2 members as Enemy stonewalls them, Falco.
Yeah, and it's going to be Kronos on the tower, but is going to be forced to go off on because of the triple ink strikes, and they were so close and riding alone. Pico was in the back trying to support, but at the end of the day, it's going to be Enemy who prevents Content Cat from getting close enough to taking the lead. Enemy's leading this set 2-0.
Content Cat got oh so close, but it was too much Enemy down the stretch. We mentioned 2 members of Content Cat going down. They tried to stay on the tower for as long as they possibly could, but it just wasn't enough. And you have to give a lot of credit to Enemy for their initial push. Remember, they scored and got to 30 and then a slight little push to 24. They didn't clear the final checkpoint, but that was enough to get them the win.
Listen, I think especially for a stage like Shipshape Cargo Yard, if you can make it past at least 2 of those checkpoints, it really is kind of a safe push. And like we've always mentioned, there's no push that really is 100% fail proof, safe proof. What is the word?
Foolproof.
Foolproof.
There you go.
That's
I say that because I'm a fool.
But we know we have to kind of consider that, you know, a push to 20 something is honestly nothing to scoff at.
Yeah, it was really impressive, though. You have to give some credit to Content Cat for regrouping a couple of times, but when you're down that much, Falco, that late in the game, it changes the way that Enemy is going to play defense. They can afford to burn all their specials in that moment rather than saving them for an offensive push.
They can, and Enemy's been in this situation against Content Cat plenty of times, and actually this was the 8th head-to-head match between these 2 teams, and it's followed the same sequence of modes that have all been chosen by Enemy. Splat zones, tower control, and now
Rainmaker. And since you set the table for that, my good friend, please give us an explanation for Rainmaker.
All right.
We can see.
Yeah, so Rainmaker, the goal of Rainmaker is to pop the Rainmaker shield and carry the Rainmaker to the end of the stage. But before that, you're going to have to bring it to some checkpoints. There could be one of two checkpoints that you bring it along the way. You dunk it, you got to repop it, and then you take it back. And again, the goal is to bring it to the enemy's end, or the checkpoint. But if nobody does that at the end of 5 minutes, the team who gets the closest is the winner.
And this is one of those modes, Milana, that can be over in a blink if you are not prepared, if you get knocked on your heels here. And I oftentimes feel if you can get to that second checkpoint, that's when you can feel really comfortable for the most part. But it's going to be fascinating to see what happens here, and especially with these two teams as we're getting set for Undertow Spillway. And as we know, things start to get a little bit more narrow there.
Yeah, something that we want to keep an eye out for is that, as you know, Zach so warmly coined, the horseshoe of doom. As we get to that area, I think if the team who is holding on to the Rainmaker, if the momentum is moving in their favor, it could definitely really be a steamroll from that point.
Yeah, and this is one, again, for Enemy, for how fast and aggressive they play. We saw how disruptive Dat Menace was. This is another situation where, yes, you're going to get the Rainmaker, you're going to push it forward, but you know you've got Dat Menace in your back pocket to interrupt any potential push you're going to see. Will it be a sweep for Enemy? Can they get Game 3 Rainmaker, or will Content Cat force a Game 4? It comes down to this with their backs up against the wall, facing elimination. Falco, what do we see as these teams usher themselves into the middle of the stage?
Yeah, the thing that jumps out to me, to really no surprise, is the double gal. Both teams going with the 52 gal and the 96. The 96 gal is going to provide the ink vac that we've seen so popular here on Rainmaker. Also notable that Zero is switching over to the end zap to provide their team some tactic cooler.
Pika will have the Rainmaker first. Content Cat approaching the checkpoint. They get set to dunk it. They break through it finally, and that's an early push that Content Cat can feel really good about, Milana.
Yes, they certainly can, and what an that was a very, very lucky shot to have dodged by Kronos, but it seems like many members of Enemy have now caused a wipeout on the side of Content Cat, giving them an opportunity to move forward. While they don't have the Rainmaker quite yet, they allowed the Rainmaker to reset there. They are moving forward and creating space so that when they do take the Rainmaker, it will be an easier push. The Zipcaster coming out, Kronos getting a nice pick on that Zipcaster, allowing for, you know, oh my goodness!
What a timely vacuum! Are you kidding me? Right before ink goes everywhere, Kronos busts out the vacuum.
I've never seen anything like that before. I was completely, I was so caught off guard. Oh my goodness! But you know, Kronos grabbing that Rainmaker and trying to move it a little bit farther from that checkpoint. That was just an insane play right there.
And I think going back to Kronos picking off Dat Menace, Falco, what a play that was. And Content Cat able to survive the wipeout. And here they are back in control for a moment. But no, it's going to be Enemy that gets so close to the checkpoint. And now Gimme able to pick up a splat there, Falco.
No, Content Cat has done this before where they start off very strong on Undertow Spillway. And this is the third time they've played this stage on this mode. Every time they've played Rainmaker, it has been Content Cat choosing Undertow Spillway. So this is the stage that they're hoping they can finally get the job done. And so far they have the lead, but the lead is not quite what you want it to be so far.
Dat Menace again rising up, picking up splats left and right, finally goes down, but does enough right there to disrupt anything Content Cat was trying to do. Kronos retreating momentarily, has Dark in their sights. All of a sudden Kronos gets cornered, and Enemy will have a 4-2 advantage on the stage here, Milana.
They do, but you know, just because it is a numbers advantage currently, that doesn't mean that, you know, Content Cat isn't going to be fighting back right here. Gimme getting a nice pick over here on 3Z, trying to stop this push from happening, but really it is kind of an ink bath out here in this battlefield. Gimme trying to get that Rainmaker Zero, holding steadfast, able to make it to that first checkpoint, but are they able to break it? Not quite. The Ultra Stamp coming in clutch for Content Cat, and 3 down on the side of Enemy. This is going to be, and now a wipeout is going to be great for Content Cat.
This is the opportunity Content Cat was hoping for. They finally keep Enemy at bay, and now they have an opportunity to expand on their lead. They've gone through the checkpoint already. Enemy hasn't. That's where Enemy has been hung up so far. Under 2 minutes left. Down goes 3Z. Kronos moving forward. They're taking care of a opponents left and right. Falco, this is a solid push from Content Cat.
Yeah, and it's interesting they're choosing to go on the right side. You rarely ever see this, but when you have the Inkvac at the ready, you might as well do what you need to do. That's going to be 3Z getting a nice 2-pick, but Content Cat getting to 27, that could be what the difference is in these next minute and 30 seconds. Enemy still has to get through this checkpoint, but that is a much safer lead for Content
And
Cat.
Milana, they have to do everything they can just to prevent them from clearing this checkpoint, because enemy could do the exact same thing and move to the right. 3Z picks up a splat. Here comes Zero. They get through the checkpoint. Just over 110 remaining. They're waiting for the shield to bust open. Oh, look at all the blue ink. An ocean of opportunity in front of them. Pika will drop down. Pika able to slow things down, but it's now a 1-point lead for enemy. They're able to push it just enough, Milana.
They were, and it was just like what you said. We had to be really careful about this, this ability to push, and it really is so dependent on the momentum of the game, right? That in that moment, the momentum was shifting in enemy's favor, and now Content Cat is going to have to play a careful but risky game to be able to push that Rainmaker past that 26-point mark. But, we see enemy here just camping out in the center of the stage. It's going to be very difficult for Content Cat.
Is Content Cat on their 9th live right now? Can they mount some sort of comeback? Rainmaker's up for grabs. 4-4 on the stage. It resets. Down goes 3Z. Kronos and Gimme encroaching in right now. Kronos will have to help Content Cat with possibly their last push of these playoffs. Dark picks up 2 splats, though. That'll slow things down. And the wipeout comes from enemy at a timely opportunity. 5 seconds left. Enemy with the Rainmaker. They're going to close this out with a sweep, and they do. Another tight defensive stop. Falco, and how about enemy? They're able to make that final push offensively. They take the lead by 1, and then they hold the fort down.
Yeah, they knew exactly what they needed to do in that last minute, and that forced Content Cat to push towards the Rainmaker, and it was really wise of enemy to take out all the beacons that were being placed down to make sure that there weren't any flanks that were going to happen. So, and at the end, I love the Inkvac protecting the Rainmaker, saying, I'm doing everything, nobody's near you, but just in case, let's back you up into this corner to make sure you win and then fall off the stage in style.
What a couple of games we had there. And for Content Cat, Milana, obviously we really enjoyed having them. They were a lot of fun all throughout the entire season. It's just so close. It goes to show you how narrow the margin is when you get to the playoffs, and it was right there, just a couple of points in the last 2 games.
Yeah, I was after that whole play by Kronos, I was just kind of shell shocked for the rest of the game. But so even though that it turned out just the score wise, it was a 3-0 sweep. It was played so closely together, like it was so much back and forth, and the numbers don't really dictate how good those games were, because those games were really good.
Well, for a replay on this one, let's toss it to the man that crushed it with the commentary yesterday. He's now at the replay board. We've got our good friend Shiny Hunter Zach.
Thank you, Jordan, and thank you, Nine, for this wonderful outfit that you're letting me keep permanently. I will cherish it forever. The theming of this one is going to be diamonds. Pressure makes diamonds. Everybody on the field was shining like a diamond with that flow aura state. And, of course, as we play this first clip here, Pika was instantly getting out there like a diamond. You wondered about their play on day 1. They made no mistake about it in day 2 as they're going to get started here, playing forward, getting multiple splats in a row. But it's the story of how NME structured themselves, and we'll get a great look at that here in game number 1 as they're going to send themselves over this way. So they're going to move as a group to the right-hand side, and then 3Z will counter that and make sure that there's protection. They ran that double splash wall composition going back over to the left-hand side to make sure that both of the possible drop downs were guarded. And of course, that continued on in game number 2. You'll see here, we're going to focus on something interesting. It's a zip cast, but it's not one of those flashy zip casts that gets a ton of splats. It's for displacement. So as you see the clip play here, you obviously have Dark on the tower to make sure that it's rode by one of the individuals that has that long range, but they are camping sort of behind this pillow or this cushion here to ensure that nobody from Content Cat can encroach. We saw some moments of brilliance from Content Cat, yes, but it's plays like this from NME that are not always the most flashy, but are going to give you the most value that you need, and that's why they're moving on to our loser semifinals.
Well said, Zach, and great highlights there. And you see the difference with Enemy as they continue to improve. It's not always the flashy stuff with them. It's those winning plays that are sometimes subtle, and Enemy certainly had more of those than Content Cat. Let's go ahead and check out the updated bracket as we continue to march along towards our finale here. Enemy, the 3-0 sweep over Content Cat. They will await the winners of our next match. And this one, no offense to the other matches, could be a banger. Moonlight versus Duck Motif. Duck Motif, one of the hottest teams yesterday. Moonlight also giving Milky Way quite the scare. And we start with Moonlight, Milana. And as you look at their highlights from yesterday, this is a team that has a high ceiling, and they are capable of possibly one of the biggest upsets here today.
Yeah, I mean, Moonlight has a huge fan base, and not for no reason. They are just such a measured team. They play so well together. They are one of the most longest established teams in competitive Splatoon at the moment. And, you know, some of these players, when they are really on, they are on. And we've seen time and time again plays made by Basil with that E-leader. We've seen plays made by Omega as opening opportunities for the rest of their team to kind of work through. So I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of Moonlight we're going to see today.
And then, Falco, we go to Duck Motif. They certainly fit the bill of an underdog that could make some noise here, and they were one of those teams that really surprised folks, especially with that sweep over Heelbook. What did we see from them yesterday?
Yeah, well, coming in at the 7 seed, well, don't let that surprise you because they took Cream Soda to a Game 5. We're going to take a look at some of those matches again, but it was an incredible showing from them. You know, a lot of us didn't really think that they were going to get to a Game 5 against a team like Cream Soda, but they were able to do so and showed us what they are capable of, especially Vexen here saving the game and then getting some really key picks here in Clamblitz. Later on, they're able to face Heelbook, get that 3-0 victory to get the win. This team is not a rusty team. They've got to be happy with how they performed yesterday and are ready to take on a tough Moonlight team.
And that's one of the questions coming into today, Milana. We had very high-level play across the board. When you look at the spectrum that these teams can play within, I think every team can look in the mirror and say, we played some of our best Splatoon 3 that we possibly could yesterday. Who can carry that over to day 2? Because we know that these playoffs, they're a marathon. You've got to be better than just one particular match. You have to bring it for several matches. Do you think Duck Motif can carry that momentum from yesterday as they start off against a very good Moonlight team?
Listen, I saw the way that Duck Motif played yesterday, and you can count me as just one more notch of a fan as I was before, right? Like, I have high hopes for them to be able to bring their best game, and I'm hoping that this match is going to be a good one. Regardless of who wins, I know that Duck Motif is going to bring their best game.
And it really feels like for Duck Motif, Kaden on the 52 gal, you've got to take care of those 1v1s, Falcos. And listen, this is a team that had 3 new members basically join. They're still formulating things, but they also have a lot of room to improve versus Moonlight where they have that consistency. They sort of are what they are. It's very good, but there's a wild card factor here with Duck Motif, and you also look at the difference in specials as well, too. Duck Motif, second amongst the 8 teams coming in with specials. Moonlight last. How does that play into things?
Yeah, you know, some of those stats, it's really tricky to figure out how is this going to translate into what we're playing today, especially in a head-to-head style. But speaking of head-to-head, both of these teams 5-5 against each other in a top 8, 3-2 in all game modes. So there's not a specific game mode that one team dominates over the other. So there's really going to be no best choice. We're facing Moonlight, we're facing Duck Motif. What do we want to choose? Again, this is as close as you can possibly get, Jordan.
And when you look at the modes that these teams excel at, for Duck Motif, there really isn't anything that stands out to them. Tower control, they struggle during league play at times. And when you look at Moonlight, this is a team that went undefeated in Clamblitz as well, too. And, you know, you go back to Moonlight and what makes a great, consistent team here, Milana. It really, there is a chemistry and communication factor, I imagine, that comes into play when you've been so familiar with your teammates.
Yeah, I think a lot of it has to do with even having the experience of playing together as an established team. Splatoon is just such a fast game, right? So by the time you make a comm to your friend or your teammate, like 30 seconds has gone by if you can't concisely express your point. And I think when you are starting to play with the same players regularly, you kind of don't need to take that much time to be able to express the same point. You can do everything in a very concise manner, or you just kind of get a good vibe about where your teammates will be and what you can trust your teammates to do. And I think that is what Moonlight brings to this specific field, because I think many of the teams that are playing today are picking up new players, or they are pickups themselves. And I think that experience is what Moonlight is going to bring. And I think that's what the say Duck Motif with their new roster is going to have to figure out.
It's always about the vibes. That's one thing you've got to always put into consideration. We have Turf War coming up, Falco. My good friend, would you like to walk us through Turf War and what to expect? Because this is how all of us were introduced to Splatoon back in the day.
Right, and it's fun to see it here on Game 1, but Turf War, if you've ever played Splatoon, you have played Turf War, you have 3 minutes to get as much ink as you possibly can on the stage, and you need to keep re-inking and inking to try and make sure that you have more than the opponent. At the end of that 3 minutes, Judd and Little Judd will be deciding the winner based on who has more.
And Milana, tell me about the final 30 seconds and how vital that is in Turf War every single time.
Yeah, I think one of the things that we have to consider about Splatoon is because each game happens so quickly, and especially for Turf War, which is only a 3-minute game, we have to consider that when you are down for the count, you have to spend maybe like 5-10 seconds to be able to respawn. So at that last 30 seconds, we want to really kind of consider that, you know, you have to be up to be able to provide ink for your teammates, right? So we want to make sure that tactic coolers are up. We want to make sure our specials are up at the last, like, say 5 seconds. We want to make sure that you are alive to be able to help your team out.
Moonlight took Milky Way to 5 games yesterday as well, too, and that could have flipped this entire bracket on its head here, Falco. Anything that you saw from Moonlight during that particular match, or what was really a highlight for you as far as the way they played? Because we know there's sometimes a little bit more of a measured place, trying to control the tempo of every single game to their liking.
Yeah, and they seemed more composed this time around. You know, during this season, they haven't won any of the top 8 leagues. It's really been dominated by Milky Way and then a +1. Cream Soda's won 2 of those. So Moonlight's a team, they've been pretty consistent, but dropped off a little bit towards the later half of the qualifiers, but have done really well. Again, going to a Game 5 against Milky Way, that wasn't on any of our brackets, I don't think, at least.
No, by the way, all of our brackets are completely just busted at this point.
But they're such a fun team to watch, too. And for Turf War in particular, we're going to see a lot of weapon changes. I'm thinking Shadowwind in particular, who's been going with the NZAP lately. But for Turf War, they stick with the Reflux. A lot of players have been using the Reflux to try and get some ink on areas of the stage that aren't as accessible, and then maybe throwing a Booyah Bomb in another area that they don't want to go to. So really seeing these weapon changes are going to be a lot of fun to see.
We're still getting things lined up and calibrated. It's going to be Moonlight versus Duck Motif. We mentioned Duck Motif, one of the surprise teams from yesterday. They've taken a match from everybody except Milky Way and Cream Soda. So while they may be the 7 seed here, Milana, they've essentially beaten everybody except the top 2 teams in this bracket so far.
Yeah, I mean, what we saw from them yesterday has just been, it was kind of flipped all of our opinions on our head, right? We were able to kind of see them dominate in a lot of the sets, the matches that we saw, and I think that is something that we have to consider, that maybe throughout the ladder season, right, we didn't see maybe the best Duck Motif, but what we saw yesterday, that was the best Duck Motif that I've seen so far.
And we continue to talk about consistency here, Falco. For these players and for these teams, what's going through their mind between day 1 to day 2, and are there adjustments that they're making? Are they focused on just sticking to their game plan, or do they sort of take in the information they had from day 1 and make some changes as they go into day 2 potentially?
Right. I think what's difficult here for day 2, they didn't know who they were going to face until less than 24 hours in advance, whereas for day 1, they knew for 2 weeks who they were going to face. So there's a lot of studying material you can do. There's a lot of, we call it VOD reviewing, where you just look back at the videos and see how well that you performed against a team, what types of weapons are they using on certain stages. And I think, too, for day 2, they knew kind of where they might position themselves here. You know, Moonlight, of course, they didn't want to see themselves in the losers bracket this early, but it's not to be unexpected, and probably the same for Duck Motif as well. So again, even after they stopped playing yesterday, I'm sure all these teams had some conversations about how they want to prepare for today.
As we continue to wait for Moonlight and Deck Motif to get going here in just a little bit, this league, it's the second season we've done here, Milana, and we've had so much fun, but you always have your pulse on the Splatoon community. What's been their take, their feedback to really see all these new teams kind of rise at the top, and it's not just one team dominating. We've got several threats and maybe the most balanced bracket we've seen in a while.
Yeah, I think what's really interesting is that as I kind of have been, observing what's going on in the community, I think a lot of these players have not been really in the spotlight, and now that they are competing at the top of the North American League in the playoffs, a lot of these teams and especially a lot of these players have gotten a lot more respect as competitive players, and I think that is really cool because it gives them that spotlight. It gives them the respect that they deserve for all of the effort that they put in, which I think is awesome.
And Falco, what advice would you give to anybody that has watched maybe this season or last season as well too, and they want to dip their toe into the competitive pool? Where do they get started? How do they get going as far as this really fun, exciting journey of eventually getting to this point someday?
Yeah, the best starting point is to just play the game. Play the game however you want to play, whether it is Turf War, whether it's one of the competitive modes. Hopping into Anarchy Open with your friends is one of my favorite things to do when we're just hanging out playing the game. It's a lot of fun, and there's these opportunities, especially with the Splatoon 3 North American League that's been happening. These are great opportunities. We talk about the Sunday scrims too. I know it's Salmon Run, but hey, just as fun.
I love Salmon Run, so you got me.
Yeah.
Well, that's a really good question real quick. We haven't given a lot of love to Salmon Run over the last couple of opportunities we've had because it's just been action, action, action in games and matches. But with Salmon Run, let me ask you, Milana, because you're so adept with it, how does that translate to then when you get into some of these games and matches, the skills you develop in Salmon Run?
Yeah, so as you kind of rank up in Salmon Run, we have that EVP level, right? Our EVP level. It will allow for more salmonids to spawn, which kind of adds a lot of chaos into the game. And I think what kind of skills I've transferred from Salmon Run into, say, when I used to be a competitive player a long time ago, was that it helps you to think on your feet, and it helps you to build your mechanical skill, because sometimes your teammate is all the way on the far side of the pier, and you're like, oh, I gotta go help my teammate, and you're like dodging and weaving, and you're trying to like get through all of the obstacles. So that is something that I thought was super invaluable when I was a competitive player, but also like a competitive Salmon Run player too.
I completely agree with you, Falco. I don't know if you feel this way, but the processing speed that you have to develop when you're getting to some of those moments in Salmon Run where it's just overwhelming. You don't get to really pick and choose your spots. It just keeps coming and
spots
coming.
choose you.
Yeah, the spots choose you, but then you still have to build that mechanical skills, Milana said, of not just being able to attack, but to avoid as well too. And then you find yourself, when you finally get to these games and matches, oh wait, there's only 4 specials I'm dealing with. I'm not dealing with a bunch of other things like that.
Yeah, and I think too what I like about Salmon Run in that regards is it forces me to learn different types of weapons that I might not be playing otherwise. In a traditional run of Salmon Run, you have 4 weapons that you're just given to, so you don't necessarily get to choose what you're going to be playing. And again, that's just such a fun way to experiment with the weapons that you think you might enjoy but aren't quite ready to bring into Anarchy Open or Anarchy Series. So that's where I find a lot of the joy.
And I want to talk a little bit more about this meta that has evolved over the last several updates and iterations. I mean, it has changed from so many different things that we saw when Splatoon 3 first came out to here we are now. And what have you seen from sort of the current meta here, Milana, for folks that are still getting into the competitive scene that want to learn, all right, things sort of narrow into this focus? How would you best describe that right now?
Yeah, I would say that a lot of the meta is focused, again, I think Tacticooler is just something that is so invaluable on a team. But what is interesting about the Tacticooler meta is that there are so many different weapons that are now available for you to use. You can decide to bring a slaying type weapon, say like a Dapple Doolies or like an Anzap, and you can play it in a different style. Or you can opt to have your anchor player bring that Tacticooler, and they can stand a little bit farther back, things like the Snipe Rider. So I think that is probably the most major thing, because we see so much variety in what teams now bring into the competitive Splatoon scene, and I think that's just so fun to see.
And I think that's a great word, variety, Falco. I mean, you've talked about this before. That's one of the highlights that you see with the competitive scene right now is that there's so many different ways to be effective for your team.
Yeah, you know, whether you want to be a backline player or the assist player who can help build specials, as Milana pointed out with the Tacticooler, there's a lot of weapons that have changed how this game has been played. You know, a few years ago, leading up to a few months ago, it was pretty much just the Snipe Rider that we would see as the Tacticooler weapon. And we had seen the heavy edit Splatling come out a few times to kind of take charge, but now we're seeing more weapons like the Dapple Dualies, and especially on certain stages like Urchin Underpass, a lot of these players don't want to choose long backline weapons when they choose it, so it's really starting with that weapon and working backwards beyond that. So I think too, there's just a lot of different strategies that we can bring into this, but a lot of the specials still have stayed. We still see Trizukas, we still see triple Ink Strikes, but now too, the Ink Vacs, especially on Rainmaker, we've been seeing that a lot more this time around.
We're still waiting on Moonlight and Duck Motif to get going here. It is going to be a very exciting match. We do know it'll be Turf War on Mako Mart. And what do you make about this stage? Because this is one of the most popular combinations we've seen.
Yeah, I think Turf War on Mako Mart is pretty vanilla, right? We have to consider that there are a lot of avenues to the center of the stage. There are a lot of, alleyways towards the side. I think what teams want to kind of focus on is control of those stacks in the center of the stage, and especially if you can prop your anchor player on one of those stacks in order to prevent the other team from being able to move forward into the center of the stage. I think that is going to be invaluable and something that a key strategy that we're going to have to keep our eyes on.
But there's also not a lot of space in this stage, to be honest, Falco. And with that, you have an opportunity to find every nook and cranny, especially in those final 30 seconds.
Right, and if there's any mode you need to capitalize on nook and crannies, it's going to be Turf War, because it's very rare that we look at a stage, especially at the overhead map, where there's not a drop of ink anywhere. They're pretty much going to be covered all over the stage too, and I think too, you utilize different types of routes and paths for Turf War than you would for any other conventional competitive mode, where you're just pushing into mid and then you just see what happens from there. But here, a lot of these players are going to be spread out, and then if they happen to run into a player, they're going to try and make sure they take him out.
And to follow up on that, Falco, I was just going to ask you, how do you be judicious and when to turf and when to splat when you get to Turf War? Because yes, obviously a splat's going to help you out, but the objective is still to turf the stage.
Yeah, you're always just going to want to be turfing the whole time, pretty much. And if you happen to find somebody to splat, yes, that's good. But I always find it enjoyable in we talk about the last 30 seconds a lot too, but it really gets down more and more. I believe it was week 8 that 9, Popgun, and I were commentating, and the lead swapped from danger to danger in 8 seconds at the very end. And that kept us on our toes. We had no idea what was going to happen, but it's those moments where, you know, I might not be in a good position. I'm probably risking where I am, but I need to make sure I'm in the enemy ink because I need to capitalize every opportunity I can to get ink on the field.
Yeah, it's well said, and for that, Milana, I think it's just the decision-making is really critical in Turf War, because you have that option at any point. Is it objective or is it the opponent? And it's also one of those things where you are spread out, but what about trying to create those 2v1 opportunities to make sure that you're always in an advantageous state?
Yeah, numbers advantage is the name of the game, right? You can take on your 1v1s and maybe you have a 50-50 shot of winning, but your odds are always going to be better if you bring a friend to the party, right? So having that numbers advantage, the 2v1s, the 3v1s, I think then your strategy might opt to, hey, let's get this splat and then continue turfing, like Falco said. You never want to stop turfing, but let's maybe take a detour.
The teams are almost set to go here. We've got Turf War on Mako Mart. It's going to be Duck Motif versus Moonlight. Duck Motif, one of the hottest teams yesterday, surprising a lot of folks. Moonlight taking the #1 seed Milky Way to 5 games. Here we go. We're off and running, and let's go ahead and check out these loadouts. I'm going to pass the honors to you, Falco.
All right, yeah, taking a look. I see the Splatana Wiper Deco coming out. I believe that's from A on the side of Duck Motif. So yeah, a lot of different weapon changes that we've seen, and then the Claws 96 Gal coming out from Nolan with the angle and the Tacticooler as well. So and we also have the the reflux coming out too from Shadowin, as we were going to point out before. But again, this is starting exactly how we thought it would, Jordan.
Here's Caden picking up the Tacticooler, encroaches a little bit closer, sees Basil in their sights, has to retreat throw. And so far, both teams being somewhat measured, but Duck Motif with the 4-3 advantage on the stage. Red Shell comes in, but all of a sudden, Red Shell gets cracked right there, Milana.
Yeah, that was a really unfortunate bomb that ended that Zipcaster just a little bit early. We see Omega on that Decavitator, a weapon that I personally love to see Omega on, but Omega not escaping the watchful eye of Red Shell and going down, 2 down on Moonlight. But again, still 2 minutes left on the clock. There is still a lot of time in this game. Kai, as I mentioned before, is going to prop themselves up on that stack and allow the rest of Duck Motif to kind of move forward here. But Basil on that heavy splatling is going to not allow that to happen so easily. Red Shell again with another Zipcaster and hoping to get another pick here. And it really is kind of like a 1v1 Red Shell versus Omega right here.
Red Shell avoids the bubble trouble when all of a sudden move forward. Red Shell's been probably the most active member of Duck Motif so far. Hard to tell who's got the advantage at this moment. Back and forth they go here, Falco. But let's check in on Shadow, as Shadow is starting to cover a little bit more of the store with some turf. But down they go as Kai continues to hold the fort down.
Yeah, Kai's probably going to stay here as long as they can and not move, but it's going to be players like Basil who might force them out as the only weapon who can try and get the range, unless Basil jumps out themselves, then maybe that won't be the case. But that allows Duck Motif to push a little bit forward. Again, we don't know who's winning right now, but based on the positioning of these players, Duck Motif seems to be in the advantageous position.
Caden will retreat. Caden in that floor state here momentarily, was close to it. Caden still hiding behind the splash wall, and now we check in with A just covering more turf left and right. We haven't seen a lot of aggressive play. Both these teams being somewhat measured at the moment here, Milana.
I mean, there is a lot at stake here, Jordan, so they might have to go a little bit more measured until this last 30-second mark right here. The Tacticooler coming out from Duck Motif. Now they're preparing to be able to build their specials and move forward as they go forward. That Booyah Bomb coming out from Moonlight, hoping to get a little bit of space right here. Red Shell not quite being able to grab into that wall and getting punished for it right here. Nolan with the claws, 96 Gal trying to move forward as they're painting up. Only 10 seconds left. Now the danger marker has come up for Duck Motif. This game is screaming Moonlight.
Moonlight making a considerable push at the end. This is going to be all Moonlight shining bright over Mako Mart. They're able to do what they need to do in the final 30 seconds, and that was simply a coordinated push here. We'll get the official result from Judd and Little Judd. And the Furry Paws point in favor of Moonlight. A resounding victory for them, and that was just a very tactical, measured game that we always see from Moonlight. That is exactly what they do, Falco.
Yeah, and that was the mode that Moonlight picked. They were the higher seed going into this, so they wanted to start off with Turf War, and well, it paid off. They had a really good showing there, and again, we had a lot of back and forth for the first 2 minutes, and it wasn't until the very end where Moonlight really started to excelling. We saw all 4 of their players push up. Poor Kai on Duck Motif on the other end was still in mid, but Moonlight didn't have a reason to go back and splat the Snipe Rider player who's just trying to paint as much as they can. So Duck Motif had a very strong first game, and that's gonna set them up in their momentum to win this match.
Moonlight getting the job done, as we saw there, getting the victory. And again, it was the final 30 seconds. We talked about it. There's not a whole lot more to it other than that, but it goes to show you the way that Moonlight's going to play. It's not flashy a lot of times, Milana, but if you really have a game plan for a particular game, Moonlight, maybe more so than any other team in this entire bracket, can execute their game plan consistently game after game.
Yeah, and I just kind of wanted to mention that I believe that A is a player that we don't really see too often playing with Duck Motif, and we mentioned earlier that, you know, established teams tend to have that synergy, that ability to play with each other more fluidly, and I think maybe this could have thrown a little bit of a wrench into Duck Motif's plans right here. So I think maybe we might not see the same Duck Motif coming out that we did yesterday, but it could be different. So I'm hoping to see what kind of changes they're going to be making as they're moving forward in this match.
You are correct. A joined the party a little late there for Duck Motif, and sometimes you do have that substitute ready to go, but depending on what their role is, Falco, Does it complement, or is it maybe replacing somebody that's irreplaceable?
It really depends, because most teams will have their core 4 that they want to start with. Of course, they're allowed to have 5 members, and that's, just for a safety measure as well. So when you do have a player who maybe you didn't expect to play or doesn't play as much, it really does change the dynamics around of what weapons we want to play. And for Turf War, it's kind of interesting how that works, because again, a lot of these players are choosing different weapons to begin with anyways. So maybe there's not as much that goes into how that's going to work out. But again, for Duck Motif, they were pretty close for a majority of the game, but we talk about how close it comes at the end, and when you go 3 down, especially a wipeout towards the end, that is really hard on Turf War.
Well, this is what's interesting for Duck Motif. No Vexen for Turf War for them. Vexen is second on their team for the most turf inked per game. They don't have them for Turf War, so sometimes that might be the difference right there. We'll see how it goes moving forward. We're going to have Rainmaker coming up next year, and listen, when we get to Rainmaker and you're missing maybe that support player in Vexen, that's going to put a little bit more pressure on your engagers and your skirmishers to really make sure they're winning those fights up ahead.
Yeah, I think it really is important to be able to create distance between yourself and your opponents, and especially for a mode like Rainmaker, because you are holding on to that objective, right? We want to make sure that we are moving up with our path with the objective, that it is a safe path, as safe as it could be, which means that there is a lot of pressure on these skirmishers, on these Slayer type players to be able to kind of perform in order for the Rainmaker to move forward appropriately.
And for Rainmaker, it's interesting here, Falco. Moonlight was just 3-7 during league play. This was not one of their strongest modes at all. And it's interesting because it's kind of the one mode it's hard to pace. It is quick. It is frenetic. You can't really have time to slow down and come up with a tactical plan. I wonder if that's going to be something they have to be mindful of, or if they possibly change and make an adjustment to that.
Right, and I think they know how well they perform against Duck Motif. Again, we mentioned both of these teams head-to-head, 5-5 in top 8, 3-2 in all of the different types of game modes. So again, there's not one specific game mode that Moonlight excels against Duck Motif, and same with Duck Motif against Moonlight. So a lot of these are up in the air, and for Moonlight, again, going to Rainmaker, I think they just want to get this out early, and Rainmaker can end very quick. It can end.
Oh, yes.
It can end very quick.
Some of us have been on the wrong side of that quick game here. Guilty as charged.
We're all guilty of that, I agree. But, for Moonlight's pace of game, Rainmaker is always such a fun mode to watch them play.
So no Vexen again for Duck Motif. A checks in. A still very capable, but we'll see how Duck Motif can adjust. We've got Rainmaker and Scorched Gorge, by the way, Milana. Okay. So tell us a little bit more about what we can expect with this mode on this stage.
Yeah, I think that the interesting thing about Scorched Gorge is that first checkpoint is pretty easy to break. It really doesn't, cause too many problems for teams to be able to make it to that point. But what comes after is it could be a little bit of a snowball. So there's this little ditch area where you're going to try to take that Rainmaker and move it up a path into that final checkpoint, and those points can go super fast, and especially if you have the right plays, the right momentum, it could really it usually doesn't scream knockout, but it screams pretty close to knockout.
And Falco, how do you like that balance when you have the lead? And we saw this in our previous match. When you've got the lead, maybe it's not a knockout. Does that change the way you're going to focus your offense versus defensive balance?
I think it does, depending on how large your lead is. If it's just a checkpoint versus checkpoint, not at all. But if you have a solid lead, you might want to be able to play a little bit more conservatively.
Rainmaker on Scorched Gorge, bringing a little precipitation to an otherwise dry stage. We get set to go here, Milana, our loadouts, as we see Game 2 between Moonlight and Duck Motif.
And again, we do see Omega bringing out that Luna Blaster Neo with the Ultra Stamp, and the Ultra Stamp, a popular special pick for Rainmaker, especially as of late. And on the other side from Duck Motif, we do see that L3D coming out again, and I think that is also going to be something to keep an eye out for, because I do believe it's Red Shell who has that weapon, and he was playing it pretty well yesterday, so we'll see if that works out. But unfortunately, that ink vac, getting caught in an ink vac is not going to help you. Omega, helping to create a little bit of space for the rest of their team. They are grabbing that Rainmaker and hoping to make it to that first checkpoint, and let's see.
Basil moves to the first checkpoint. Moonlight is right through it, and now Kaden has ended the battle. And listen, we've all seen that before. It happens very rarely, of course, because the servers are incredible and everybody's always on top of things. But listen, you get interruptions, you get delays sometimes, and as far as just that mental edge here, Falco, whether you're up one game in your Moonlight or your Duck Motif and you're down one, this is part of the league. We mentioned it's a marathon. You got to be ready for anything.
Yeah, and well, anything, and we just saw anything too. So again, but these aren't things that players aren't unaware of what could happen. Sure, it can throw off the flow of what's going on, but especially when it happens earlier on in a game, then it's typically okay. It doesn't hinder as much, but it's gonna, it just happens when it's hard when it happens, So, moving forward though for Moonlight and Duck Motif, that's what's going to be figuring out what we want to do. Again, these players probably aren't going to be changing any of their weapons or anything, but again, it's just kind of okay, we got a good glimpse at what we saw, and we just need to take a seat back and reset.
And as far as the glimpse that we did see there, Milana, we saw Moonlight quickly get to that first checkpoint, and they were really utilizing 2v1s in that situation. We saw Red Shell go down, had no chance whatsoever against an Inkfac and another teammate for Moonlight.
Yeah, I mean, they were, eyeing out the key players on Duck Motif that to be careful of, and we did see kind of a deadly L3D coming out from Red Shell yesterday, so I can imagine that Moonlight had that team meeting and they were like, hey, maybe we should kind of keep an eye out for these players that maybe were playing especially well yesterday, and getting caught in an Inkfac, sometimes it just is a little bit hopeless at that point. You just gotta cut your losses and go back to spawn.
Yeah, it's hard. Red Shell had no opportunity to retreat right there. But for Moonlight, we mentioned, hey, measured and pace of play. They were very aggressive out the gate there. They really stepped on the gas, Falco.
Yeah, sometimes players will want to do that on a Rainmaker to kind of set the pace and set the tone and really catch the other team off guard, because you play chicken. I know we have Duck Motif, but it's a game of chicken.
Chicken
as
motif,
we
right?
chicken motif there to get into mid, because there are sometimes you look at your opponent's composition and you think, no, they don't want to pop it first. They're going to let us pop, and they want to position themselves to try and splat us, but other times you can get caught off guard where that's not always the case. And I looked at players like Omega, who was using the Luna Blaster Neo. That is a powerful weapon if they get right in your face, and especially on a stage like Scorch Gorge. If Omega can get under some ledges and get some splats, that's going to be really key.
Yeah, it's interesting. For Duck Motif, they really can't duck out of there. And I'm sorry, it's Father's Day. You're going to get these puns here coming for sure.
They can't chicken their way out of there, right?
Well, too. We're getting ready again for Rainmaker on Scorch Gorge. Between Moonlight and Duck Motif, we're going to get right back into the action. It was a really quick game last time before we had to reset things here in just a moment. But Falco, you said it again. You got to be ready whenever it happens, and these are things that you deal with. And overall, for an experienced team like Moonlight, and it's sort of the antithesis with Duck Motif, 3 new members this year. This is where that experience truly comes in. You've been in these situations before. You've gone the distance in these leagues.
Yeah, and again, remember, Moonlight got 2nd place in the Splatoon 3 North American League last year, too. So they were very strong going to Game 5s against Milky Way, the winner. And again, they have the experience. They've been around for a long time. They've been to a lot of Splatoon events, too, and have gotten some championships. But for Duck Motif, again, we mentioned how it's a newer team with this roster, but not a roster that you're going to push to the side by any means. They're all very strong players.
And we are getting back into the game. It's Rainmaker on Scorch Gorge. Same teams lining up against one another. It was Moonlight that was racing out to the early lead by getting to the first checkpoint within the first 90 seconds. Will they be able to do the same thing as the 2 teams scurry to the middle of the stage here, Milana?
Yeah, so we see that same loadout coming out again. I wanted to just take a special mention of that Inkfac on Moonlight as well, something that we see a lot of as we kind of observe more Rainmaker games here. Kaden throwing out that splash wall, trying to get a little bit of space, going for a trade, and Nolan again with that Inkfac coming out in the same position as well, but Red Shell said, no, not this time. Oh, but then they came out with a trade anyway, so, even though Red Shell might have been anticipating that, it still did not really work in their favor yet. 2 down on both teams right here, and they're still trying to figure out when is the right time to pick up that Rainmaker.
Izzle provides the safe super jump landing point, and now Shadow lurking there behind behind a couple of obstacles, will leap down, and now Moonlight has got the 4-3 advantage. Can they push? And we're seeing a little bit more fight from Duck Motif this second time around, Falco.
Yeah, and this is a really good start. It started with Shadow throwing that suction bomb against the ink wall, which can net a lot of damage on Duck Motif. And here, Basil taking the catwalk here, getting that dunk. We don't see a lot of players take this route, but with the support of the ink bag, that is definitely the route you want to take it. So getting a quick 68 and even more here as Omega's pushing forward as much as he can, squid rolling their way. Jordan, we talked about what happens after this checkpoint. This is exactly what Moonlight needs to do. Just grab the Rainmaker and go as far as you can.
Omega was breaking ankles left and right. Moonlight an opening push to take the lead. They're sitting at 18, still plenty of time left. But Duck Motif, they're going to face a lot of pressure at this moment. They just need to try and regroup here, Milana, because right now they're just trying to simply fend off Moonlight. They can't even focus on the objective at this moment.
Right, they're just right here, kind of a little bit trapped in their spawn area, and Moonlight grabbing that Rainmaker again. And I'm not sure if the strategy is to camp this Rainmaker over here on this left side of the stage or not, but really a push to 18 on a stage like Scorched Gorge is going to be really strong for Moonlight, but it still is just a little under 3 minutes left in the game, which means that there is a lot of time that Moonlight is going to have to waste if this is the strategy that they're going for.
Nolan has that patented ink vac ready to go, gets a splat against Red Shell and move along into their territory. Just under 3 minutes left, 4-3 on the stage for Moonlight. They're in full control right now. They don't look rattled at all, and this is where they thrive here, Falco. You give Moonlight a lead and this much time, they're going to have all the opportunity to sit back and pick and choose their spots.
Right, and I think they purposely wanted the Rainmaker back there because it was going to be so hard for Duck Motif to try and grab it. So they had to force Duck Motif to pop the Rainmaker barrier, pick it up, and then let it reset. So that's only going to take about a minute and a half off the clock. I say only a minute and a half. That is huge for Moonlight that they don't have to worry about. And after all that happened, they are back in control with Shadowwind here up on the ledge. Basil is also to their left, identifying where some of the members are. And Omega, again, doesn't need to push it very far. They just want to catch out and watch for some flanks here. And that's why Moonlight's really been successful. They just don't need to push this Rainmaker. They don't need to panic quite yet.
Shadow goes down, but Omega continues to control the Rainmaker. Triple Link Strike comes down. Kaden goes down as Omega continues to man it, but all of a sudden, Omega's going to have to retreat, and down goes Omega, but they're keeping the Rainmaker right in that tricky spot for Duck Motif every time, Milana.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have to really dig that Rainmaker out of that ditch over there, but now entering Flow or Estate, this could be the opportunity that they need to be able to kind of grab that Rainmaker, but many members of Moonlight are really just camping this ledge up here and making sure that Duck Motif can't even make it to the Rainmaker, and I think it's going to be really difficult in this last minute of the game for even Duck Motif to get close to it.
And look at the positioning for Basil right now, exactly where they want to be. Kai's going to do all that they can possibly, but has to be patient, and that's the thing. Time is the enemy of Duck Motif. They're going to have to force their hand here very soon, Falco.
Yeah, they really need to figure out what they need to do because they haven't had control of this Rainmaker in a spot they've wanted it really since the beginning of this game has started. And again, as more time ticks off, that's less chances they'll get to grab the Rainmaker. And remember, they need to get to the podium and then repop the Rainmaker and carry it even further. So Moonlight is fine to play this keep away game for the 3.5 minutes that they've been doing so far. And you know, it might not be a win where you get the knockout, but it's a win that might go the 5 minutes.
It feels like a knockout though. Duck Motif hasn't even been able to score a point. It's been all Moonlight. Omega controls the goal in hand for Duck Motif. Is there anything they can do to wrestle it out of their hands? They finally get a chance to pop the shield, but there's only 10 seconds remaining. You see a couple of members of Moonlight surrounding Duck Motif, waiting to pounce. Duck Motif, can they fly in there and get the Rainmaker? It's going to be Kai retreating. Down goes Kai with 2 seconds left, and that will do it. Moonlight takes a 2-0 lead in this match, and that right there was just a dominant performance, Milana. And that game, Moonlight showing you what they can do when they play at a very high level.
I think it's just strategy, right? If they were able to make a push to 18, I believe, and in such strong manner and with so much time left, the strategy then is to, hey, we have to just tick down this clock as much as possible because, you know, like I mentioned, Scorched Gorge is not the stage you typically get to be able to get a knockout. But a push to 18 is going to be very, very hard to counter. So I'm sure Moonlight had a team meeting and they were like, if we get to this point, hey, let's just keep it back away from the opponents, because if the opponents can't get to the objective, they obviously can't get points.
And really what the highlight was, Falco, was the fact that Omega immediately took the Rainmaker after the checkpoint and solo ran it, essentially. And that's something that Moonlight doesn't typically do. They want to be very careful. They want to make sure there's backup, or it's a 2v1. But I think to Milana's point, they had a conversation and said, listen, we're going to push it immediately. And that was the difference, because now you just feel that weight if you're Duck Motif. We got to get to 18. We got to get to 18. That's going to force you to play way more aggressive than you normally would.
Yeah, and that's a Scorch Gorge thing, too, in particular, where because it's so narrow, and Omega did such a good job just squid rolling their way back and forth, making sure that they had places to land. And, you know, every time they get more and more points, Duck Motif is it's gonna be stressful for them to try and get the splat. And they knew exactly their back was against the wall in that situation. And what Moonlight, again, did really well was once they pick up the Rainmaker, once it reset, put it in a very difficult spot for Duck Motif. They didn't know how long it was going to stay there. But again, anytime they can take a minute off the clock essentially for free, they're going to take advantage of it.
And so Moonlight doing all that they can in the second game. They make it look really easy. They take a 2-0 lead against Duck Motif, and now you're feeling the pressure if you're Duck Motif, which might be something new for 3 of these new members as part of Duck Motif. We're getting set for Splat Zones coming up here, and this is a mode in particular where for Duck Motif, they're just 3-7 in league play coming in versus 5-5 for Moonlight. And from Duck Motif, it just feels like something is a little off with them. It's not the same team we saw yesterday, and I know there's a substitution, but they just have yet to control any one of these games.
Yeah, I think it's kind of a tough spot to be in, right? If you are missing out on your main roster, you're having a substitute play. Not saying anything is wrong with having a substitute play, but the dynamic is just going to be different, right? But on the flip side, we did see a very dominant Moonlight yesterday, which means that, you know, this discrepancy just kind of feels a little bit magnified. But this is the kind of Moonlight that we have seen time and time again, and especially when they make those incredible losers brackets runs that we have seen throughout the season. And I think that this dominant Moonlight is going to be what we're going to see as if they come out victorious in this match moving forward as well.
And this is what they're comfortable with, Falco. They did this last year, as we mentioned, as they were able to make it all the way to the finals. And this is just what they do. They don't panic. They don't press. They stay within. You could say they have good tactics. More on that later. But so far, this Moonlight team has shown you they are going to be a force throughout the rest of this bracket.
They've showed that so far. And again, we talk about how well they performed against Milky Way, but Duck Motif is actually making a substitution for this game. Vexen is now in. Ooh. So that could bring another dynamic. Again, Moonlight is up 2-0, bringing Vexen in place of A. How will that change here especially on Crab Lake Capital here for Splat Zones? If Duck Motif can get a game win off of this, they're going to be in control of the 2 remaining game modes. At this point, it's not as important, but it at least gives them the momentum that they want.
Well, to your point, you get this one, right? It's only one game at a time. That, to me, makes Game 4, Milana, very interesting if Duck Motif gets this. The fact that they'll then have the opportunity to choose Clan Blitz or one of the other modes, you get to Game 4, all of a sudden, all that pressure shifts to Moonlight.
Yeah.
And that's what you're trying to do if you're Duck Motif, is how much pressure can you just alleviate game by game right now?
Yeah, I mean, it is just a lot of pressure, and especially on a stage this big, I think both teams are going to have to feel it. But, you know, it is a lot riding on Duck Motif's just ability to stay in this tournament at this point.
Splat Zones, Crab Lake Capital, Moonlight versus Duck Motif. Will the goose be cooked for Duck Motif, or can they force a Game 4? Vexen re-enters the lineup. Falco, what do you see from the loadouts?
Well, I'm taking a look at Caden there with the Dually Squelchers. We don't see it very often, but if there's a player we see it from, it is Caden. That is going to have the Wavebreaker and Splat Bomb to help support. And Wavebreaker, great on a stage like this, a mode like Splat Zones. You always want to identify where your opponents are.
Within 15 seconds, Moonlight has taken the zone, and they are already pressing forward. And listen, Moonlight continues to show that aggressive early game play. Red Shell trying to get behind on the Zipcaster. One more opportunity here. Can Red Shell go in and disrupt things? No, they don't. The zone's still in control for Moonlight, Milana.
Yeah, the zone is in control, and I just kind of wanted to point out that Moonlight just plopped a big bubbler down on the zone, which I think can be an interesting strategy to be able to prevent your opponents from turfing that zone area. Now, for now, Moonlight's still in control, and you know, the time is ticking down. Red Shell now being one of the only ones here at the zone, unfortunately going down as well. This is a dominant performance so far from Moonlight.
Falco, this is flying by. Moonlight has had no opposition whatsoever against Duck Motif. Finally, Duck Motif takes the zone, and that's a huge penalty they tack on to Moonlight.
Yeah, that's going to allow a little bit more time for Duck Motif to breathe. It wasn't necessarily how much time's remaining. It's we just need to stop this so we can regroup and get control. And now Moonlight's back in control. Again, a lot of penalty points for them, but more importantly, they set themselves up in the best position they have so far. No specials online yet for Moonlight, but they are working on it. But more importantly, they are taking down members of Duck Motif one by one.
3 members of the flock go down for Duck Motif, and Moonlight appears to be in full control. Basil just hiding behind the wall, trying to apply a little bit of pressure from afar. Goes back and forth with the back line for Duck Motif. Under 7 seconds left in this penalty before Moonlight can get ever closer to their goal. Kai, anything that they can do to try and take the zone. Tacticooler comes in. Moonlight loses control. Can Duck Motif get it back? Here comes the killer whale. Will it take down a couple of members? It threatens one. Duck Motif loses control of the zone, and Duck Motif takes control of the zone here, Milana, and we are back in action.
Yeah, this is the strongest that we've seen Duck Motif so far. They are positioning themselves well to be able to hold on to this zone. Kai propping themselves over here on that right side, and I think this is going to be exactly the kind of opportunity that they need. Nolan popping that ink bag, protecting Omega while Omega is turfing that zone, and I think they might have done that behind Duck Motif's watchful eye, which allows them to kind of get behind Duck Motif as they are moving towards the zone. Now Moonlight in a great position to hold this lead.
Third push of the game for Moonlight. Will it be the KO punch in round 3? Shadow, Tacticooler's up. You've got opportunities left and right here from Moonlight. This penalty is dwindling down. Anything Duck Motif, here's their opportunity to take it back here, Falco.
Yeah, that was really wise of Red Shell to just hold on to their Zipcaster. They had it for a solid 15-20 seconds, and a lot of these players, as soon as they get their special, they want to use it. So Red Shell knew to be patient, knew when to use a Zipcaster to help support their team, and that is why they took over the zone.
Duck Motif, the second most specials per game in the final top 8 that we have here. Omega ducking behind the wall, waiting to get that ink vac, and Nolan has got it ready to go. When will Nolan deploy the ink vac? They're going to Tacticooler up, and here they go, marching forward, Milana. But the lead is still to Duck Motif. They're threatening to take this back. All of a sudden, it's 4-1. This game is turning around, Milana.
This game certainly is. I think they got it. Duck Motif was able to get that key pick on Omega because Omega had that big bubbler. I'm hoping to kind of paint, turf that zone up. But now the lead flips in favor of Duck Motif. Duck Motif just has a couple of seconds left. A double coming out from Red Shell as well. 3 down on
that'll
Moonlight.
do it. The quack attack is back, baby. Duck Motif picks up game 3, and all of a sudden they're back in business. And they were at the brink there, Falco, but all of a sudden they just regathered in their ability to combat the specials of Moonlight right there. Listen, Vexen makes the substitution, and all of a sudden, things change a little bit. You just wonder if that was the right puzzle piece they needed.
Well, speaking of Vexen, it was pretty hard to tell there, and we didn't even call it out, but there was one moment where Vexen had a flank and was able to take out the Ink Vac user from Moonlight and worked backwards one by one to take him out. Duck Motif had control of the zone, but we'd seen how Duck Motif, they would take control of the zone, they'd have it for 10 seconds and then lose it. It would go back to Moonlight's way, but this was the move that Vexen did, able to get around. I believe it was Nolan who had it with the 96 gal and take them out. And again, Moonlight wasn't able to get anywhere close. So that substitution, that eye of we need to make a big move. I know it's not the move on the objective that we want to do, but we need to take out these players, and it worked out for Duck Motif.
And I think that was the turning point, Milana. We had mentioned the fact that Nolan had that ink vac ready to go. Nolan drops down and then gets taken out, and that was such a key instrument that Moonlight no longer had, and at that point, Duck Motif was just able to steamroll them for the final 20-30 seconds. What a performance from Duck Motif. With the tournament on the brink, they're able to rise up right there.
I just wanted to reiterate that one of the strategies that Moonlight was coming into this game with was, let's pop the ink vac from Nolan, let's get Omega onto the zone to be able to, turf up the zone and plop that big bubbler down afterward to prevent Duck Motif from getting that zone back into their control. And at that moment, at the moment that you mentioned, Falco, Omega was taken down. Nolan still had the ink vac, which means when you have the ink vac out, you cannot defend yourself.
Yeah, you can't paint.
Right, you can't paint anything, right? You can't defend yourself from opponents. And having Vexen come around to take out the ink vac in addition to the other members of Moonlight, that was just such a key play.
things just got a little bit more interesting between Moonlight and Duck Motif as we get set for Game 4. And Falco, you called it out. Duck Motif will have a chance to choose the mode. It will be tower control on Inkblot Art Academy. Here we go again.
Yeah, the classic of all classics. We say it's the counter pick that they choose for Game 2. Well, it's happening here in Game 4, so really no difference. But this is the first mode pick for Duck Motif that they're going to be choosing. And this is, I mean, they had between this and Clam Blitz. And we haven't seen Clam Blitz yet today, by the way. But for tower control, they're relying on players like Vexen, who they're now bringing in. We talk about flanks and how important they are. They're just as important for tower control.
And it's interesting because this was a mode that Duck Motif was last coming in, 3-7 in tower control. The problem is, if you look at Clam Blitz, Moonlight 8-0 in league play there. So you really are between a rock and a hard place here if you're Duck Motif as far as the mode. But I feel like Milana, they have their best chance in tower control right now. All of a sudden, that pressure, Game 5, maybe it's enough to get to Moonlight. But here we go. Game 4. Can Duck Motif do it again and force a Game 5, or will Moonlight move on in our bracket to take on enemy? We'll find out. But first, Milana, our loadouts as we get set.
Yeah, we see an interesting pick coming out from Nolan, that a variant of the L3 with the Inkjet. I think that is going to kind of shake things up a little bit for Moonlight for this match right here. And we see Omega opting to kind of work with that roller as well. But remember, for a roller player, in order to do their job, they're going to need a lot of turf. So they're going to have to depend a lot on their teammates. And on the side of Duck Motif, we see a pretty standard comp coming out from their side as well.
Tower hasn't moved an inch, and we're about 30 seconds into this game, but down goes Red Shell as Nolan takes to the sky, and now Moonlight will take the tower for the first time. Basil comes over to provide a little bit of cover. Shadow is the one that'll guide it to the first checkpoint, stays on top of the tower. They are mowing through the first checkpoint. Shadow plows through it. Specials come out left and right for Moonlight, and here comes the critical part of this stage with the tower, Falco.
Yeah, going up this ramp is where really things can take a turn, and it might be Red Shell getting some picks to help stop that, but no, not quite yet. Tower's going to get to 63. Nolan's going to be going up for that Inkjet too. So again, a pretty good start for Moonlight, and I don't know if they meant to have Shadow on the tower. I know Shadow was trying to get as much pain as they could to get a Tacticooler going, and that helped them out. So again, now it's just a battle of mid. Tower is going to be neutralized once again, so Duck Motif trying to get their footing again here, but Moonlight seems to be one step ahead of them, but I don't know. This is really going back and forth, Jordan.
Well, Duck Motif responded there. We saw two of their members go down. Omega was trying to pick up a third, wasn't able to. Duck Motif stabilizes. Duck Motif trying to get on the tower. They Tacticooler up, and they're ready to possibly make a push, but nothing but suction bombs raining down on the tower, preventing them from that. But then a double splat coming out from Vexen. Welcome back to the party, and Milana. Vexen is helping Duck Motif inch closer and closer.
Oh my gosh. I think right now there's only one member of each side up, and we have the members of Duck Motif jumping straight to the tower. Vexen immediately going into that crab tank as they land, and providing a little bit of support as the rest of their teammates are jumping in as well. And really, there is just so much fighting happening in this left side of the stage. Omega now entering Flow Aura state. They are going to be camping out this drop, and just, oh my gosh, I don't even know how that worked out logistically, but you know, I think it just takes an expert of your craft to know exactly how wide your swings are, especially for something like a roller.
Here comes Moonlight trying to build upon their slim 1-point lead. They're unable to do it. Nolan going to work on the backside here, avoid a little bit of green ink coming down. Going to go toe-to-toe, gets a little bit of help from a teammate. That's going to be Omega that helps get the splat. And then down goes Omega, Falco, as Red Shell's ready to go on the Zipcaster.
Yeah, that was really wise of Red Shell to take out Omega, because Omega's been getting these crazy picks that just seemingly look impossible for them to do. So again, for Moonlight to try and push forward, they need to be able to figure out what the next step is beyond this first checkpoint. It's such a close game at this point, and Duck Motif seems to not be shy about how they want to play, but for Moonlight right now, if they can approach the second checkpoint, it looks like they might net a few more points, but that big bubbler could help them. I don't know. Duck Motif was very quick to take it out, and again, there's a reason why this point in the game is so difficult to progress forward.
Red Shell hunting down Basil, takes care of the seasoning. Red Shell wants to try and get one more. They'll retreat. Caden mowing ahead forward, has to avoid the splat bomb, does an excellent job of that. Caden still ducking and weaving, looking for their spots, avoiding every type of bomb possible coming out. Finally gets Tacticoolered up, will hide behind the splash wall, can't make a play there, and a trade back and forth as Duck Motif lets the tower go back to the center. center. Under 130 left here in Milana. Now for Duck Motif, you got to start doing something. You're facing elimination down 2-1 as they take Nolan out of the sky.
And with 2 down from Moonlight, thanks to Red Shell, this could be an opportunity that Duck Motif has been looking for. Remember, the score right now is 63-64, which means that Duck Motif only has to move that tower just an inch forward past that first checkpoint area. And, you know, I think this is a lot riding on the line for Duck Motif right here. Duck Motif getting a trade here, but unfortunately now a wipe out. Moonlight riding the tower, Basil putting out that wave breaker on the tower, and Nolan moving forward and getting a couple of picks. Inkjet coming out, getting another right here, entering Flow or Estate. This is going to be an uphill battle for Duck Motif.
And this is Moonlight's opportunity, Falco, to really put this game away. They're getting through the second checkpoint, under 30 seconds left. They just have to hang on now.
Right, the strategy for Moonlight before was, do we want to just play defense or do we want to try and extend our lead? Well, the answer is pretty obvious. When you get a wipeout on the other team, you want to try and push forward, and that's why they got the 47. So a slightly more comfortable lead approaching that second checkpoint this time. Again, they didn't clear that second checkpoint, so if Moonlight gets to it, they're going to have to go through that cycle once again, but that 47 is safe. Duck Motif now approaching overtime. 2 of their players on the tower. Red Shell going up for the Zipcaster, able to get one, but is anyone on the tower? It is just going to be Red Shell. That is the wipeout and the save!
Moonlight eclipses Duck Motif in overtime, and they're able to close things out. It was a valiant effort from Duck Motif, but it was the final push from Moonlight to go from 63 past the checkpoint to get in the 40s. That was enough, and what a game that was, Milana. We were going back and forth the entire time, but it was just too much Moonlight at the perfect time.
I think what ended up happening in those last like 10 seconds of the game, we saw kind of Omega moving forward towards the tower from the back. We had members of, you know, Moonlight coming in from the front. So having that attention diverted, I think really kind of messed up Duck Motif in their push. And, you know, I think it was just that you know, pincer tactic was just so well played by Moonlight.
What a match between Moonlight and Duck Motif. Duck Motif was this close to forcing a Game 5, but it's time to revisit some of the highlights from this one. We go back to our main man, Zach, who's standing by at the replay board.
Thank you, Jordan. So funny that we had no Hexen at one point and no Vexen at one point. There was a no Exen sign on the playoffs, apparently, but they were missing Vexen's offense, and it showed in that Game 3 and Game 4. But I want to start with that Turf War game. This is a perfect example of why those last 30 seconds are important, and Moonlight is so patient at this point. You can see how they're grouping up. So you have some members here at the top, and then you have others kind of circling around in this back spawn area, and literally at the 30-second mark, they are going to activate. So as we play this clip through, they are just kind of ensuring that their spawn area is going to be well inked, and then it all takes off here. They mark Red Shell, and the Booyah Bomb's going to come in, and then there's an attempt with the Zipcaster. We really saw a tale of 2 Red Shells here between Game 1 and 2 and Game 3 and 4 on the Zipcast. It was not working out for them, and look at this Rainmaker push. You so rarely see teams take this left-hand side first checkpoint, but Nolan, who's babysitting the Rainmaker with the Inkvac, by the way, all 3 mains with swim speed to ensure that they can keep up. Red Shell trying the flank there. It does not work out again. Game 1 and 2 was just not working. That allows them to get all the way to Game 3, but we have to show off this Game 3 performance by Red Shell, saving it for Duck Motif. Finally, the Zipcasters are paying off. You know they're an expert with the Octobrush. We could not send Duck Motif into that good night without highlighting it, but Moonlight moves on.
Thank you so much, Zach, and just incredible right there. Duck Motif, as we mentioned, a valiant effort down the stretch, but Moonlight, their consistency very hard to overcome. Let's go ahead and check out the updated bracket because we are going to get set for our next match here, and just around the corner, it'll be the number 3 seed. Enemy taking on the number 5 seed. Moonlight should be a terrific match, but before we get to that, we got something special coming your way. We have the Splatoon 3 and Splatoon Raiders collaboration Splatfest. What's your fighting style? Speed, power, or tactics? And I ask you guys, what is your fighting style as we get set for July 10th through July 12th for this special Splatoon 3 and Splatoon Raiders collaboration Splatfest?
You know, we talked a little bit about this yesterday. I slept on it. I'm thinking, I do love Fry a lot, but I think if I was to go with vibes, I think maybe Tactics might be the best.
Well, you're a
option.
tutor, right? That's right up in your alley, right?
Yeah, okay, yeah, you know, education is power, knowledge is power, you know what it is.
I think Milan is going Tactics because that's what Zach and I said we were going to play. So you just really want to play Splatfest with us, right?
I do.
That's the answer?
Sorry, I didn't. I can't believe you had to expose me like this.
See, I'm Speed because I do not have the tactics, let's be honest, nor the aim to make advantage of the power. So Speed, let me just zip in and out of there for the most part. But choose your fighting style. Should be a lot of fun from July 10th through July 12th. All right, we're getting set for our next match here. Enemy versus Moonlight. Both these teams have looked really, really strong. Enemy had the sweep earlier on. Moonlight almost pushed to a Game 5. Let's get your early thoughts on this particular matchup here, Falco, between these two, the 3 and the 5 seed.
Well, I'll start with our head-to-head record for these two teams in the top 8 of the playoffs. Moonlight is 6-2 against Enemy. No clean sweeps on the modes. They've been pretty consistent, evenly split there, but Enemy, I mean, we've just seen how strong that they are. I know we just looked at Moonlight and how they were able to play, but our first set against Enemy, they seem very fresh and a very tough team to face.
And as far as your thoughts here, Milana, I mean, this is going to be probably one of our most exciting matchups we're going to have the entire day.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Moonlight play a different kind of Moonlight. We've seen different versions of Moonlight throughout this whole season, and what we've seen so far in the playoffs has been just peak Moonlight. So I think it's going to be very difficult for me to predict which team is going to come out on top because both teams have really been playing so well.
To me, it is a battle of speed versus tactics here. You've got the speed of Enemy and the tactics of Moonlight that'll go toe-to-toe here. And we're going to have tower control on Mako, Mart, to get started here. And thoughts on that particular combination here?
Yeah, again, it's that second checkpoint. I feel like a lot of the times it's always the second checkpoint of determining what's going to happen beyond that. But again, with how defensively these two teams have been playing, I think it's going to be really hard to find what is going to push us forward. Again, a lot of these players are going to utilize some of those specials that will help at these checkpoints too. And, you know, I'm looking at a team like Enemy and how strong and how fast they are. Zero in particular has been playing Octoshot more and more. Hasn't really been playing it recently. They played that back in Splatoon 2. So it's great to see them play it again, but those triple ink strings are going to be really key on a mode like tower control.
And as far as Moonlight, we've seen what they were able to do just recently in that last game against Duck Motif. It went back and forth, but they are going to always make sure they're on the same page when they push that tower. There's going to be no rogue efforts there.
Right. I think having that kind of cohesiveness between their teammates, I think, is going to be invaluable, especially when going against a team like Enemy, who also, you know, they have been playing for a while together, but in the end, they are still, they don't have as much experience working as an established team as Moonlight does. So I think, again, they're going to have to pull from that experience and pull from that ability to kind of work together just a little bit more to give themselves an edge over Enemy.
Well, Falco, what's interesting is if we go back to last year's playoffs, this was essentially the 2 versus 3 seed. A lot of members from that third place team last year make up Enemy coming into this season as well too. So this is a high level matchup. Don't let the 3 and 5 fool you. These are two teams certainly capable of winning it all if they get on the right streak. Moonlight versus Enemy as we get set for losers semifinals, and off they go. Falco, what do you see here?
Well, Moonlight not changing their composition from the previous game, and again, we mentioned Zero is going to be playing that Octoshot. A lot of the other weapons from Enemy, weapons they are very familiar with, so really no surprises, but Moonlight's starting off hot.
15 seconds in, Basil up top, just trying to cover a couple of things as Shadow also will drop down. And so far you see Moonlight, they approach the tower, only 3 points there. And again, it goes back to the measure take here, Milana. It wasn't there, no need to push it.
Yeah, totally. They're really just kind of playing this in a measured kind of way. They do take out Dat Kid right here on that Octo Brush, and the tower still not really quite moving any farther than it has towards that center of the stage. 3Z getting a nice pick, but unfortunately getting taken out by Omega there. Omega is, again, on that roller, which means that they are going to need a lot of turf to be able to work with, to be able to kind of make these plays happen. Tacticooler coming out from Enemy. Tacticooler also coming out from Moonlight. We know that something big is about to happen.
It's like a Costco on a Saturday. Nobody's going anywhere right now. There is just nothing happening. And so far, these teams are trading spots back and forth. They hop on the tower for a beat, then they hop off. This is just stalled in the middle of the stage right near Falco. Who will give first? Finally, it's 4-2 for a moment, and that allows Moonlight to encroach on the first checkpoint.
Yeah, I kind of wish Moonlight would have taken the tower a little bit earlier. It's hard to really call out when we have a 3-player advantage, and at that point, the person who's closest to the tower just needs to hop on that, and then you can regroup and, you know, rearrange your players as soon as you get to that first checkpoint. It seems like they did that, and that's still setting up their momentum very well. Nolan's able to go up there with the Inkjet, and Zero's trying to strike them out. Still not really working out because Moonlight still seems to be in control, but that tower is now being left alone.
Shadow drops down, and all of a sudden, Shadow and Nolan are being cornered right now. Shadow has to retreat, but it's still a sizable lead for Moonlight. But here comes Enemy, Milana, and it feels like this might be their first solid push of the game.
Yeah, they're going to have to really focus on creating a little bit of space between the tower and the rest of the Moonlight members. And, you know, we see here Moonlight members kind of propping themselves up, trying to take Enemy for a loop, but unfortunately these flanks are not really quite working in Moonlight's favor, which means that there's a lot of opportunity here for Enemy to kind of move back into the center of the stage. Now Moonlight has allowed that tower to move back towards the center of the stage, but this stage is still majority yellow, which means that Enemy still has a lot of turf to work with.
Enemy unable to take the lead back. Moonlight did an excellent job of defense, and now Moonlight, you wonder here, Falco, do they shift to offense here, or do they feel comfortable with this lead?
I don't really know, because it seems like Enemy's been getting the upper edge, especially as far as stage control goes. Milana pointed out there's a lot of yellow ink on the stage, and again, that's great for Enemy for maneuverability, but it's what are they going to do? And well, the answer is they need to really regroup, because Moonlight has taken control, looking to extend their lead, in a lot of purple ink here on the stage now as Moonlight tries to get to the second checkpoint, seeing what they want to do. But this is a whole new Moonlight that we've seen since the beginning of the game.
Enemy only yielded one additional point, and all of that right there, so give them credit. But here comes Moonlight once again. Omega drops down, tries to flank from the backside, no luck there. Omega takes down Zero, and Omega will help push the tower forward. Here comes Moonlight, building upon this lead. They get to the second checkpoint. Omega dancing left and right. Finally, they go down. Basil sitting right there, can hop on the tower if they want to. They do to keep it alive. Nolan in the skies, patrolling things, trying to pick off members of Enemy, as Moonlight still is camping in their half of the stage, and in Moonlight in full control, Milana.
They are, and even if Moonlight decides not to push this tower any farther, keeping this tower here is going to be the smart thing to do, because it does take the tower some time to move back to the center of the stage. Zero here trying to create a little bit more space for the rest of his teammates here. Basil, and fortunately getting a pick here, and yet another one, 3 down, however, on the side of Enemy, and Moonlight is still looking good.
Basil continues to just hold things down in that anchor spot. Here comes Nolan rolling into the action. Under 40 seconds left. Sizable lead for Moonlight. Key 1v1. Down goes Nolan. 3Z can advance for Enemy as the tower returns back to neutral. 3Z hunting for a couple of members of Moonlight. Will drop down here to the left, go down the narrow alley, pursuing, and Falco. Enemy's going to have time for one more push here.
Yeah, they need to make sure that it's going to be a good one, too. 3Z was really getting a feel for where Moonlight players are and going out and trying to extend against Shadow. Shadow's going to be jumping out, which is very wise. They have some time that they can sacrifice. They have points they can sacrifice as well, and that's why Moonlight has backed up and retreated. Again, Enemy needs to do everything they can to get to this tower. Throwing suction bombs is going to be great, especially against players like Dark. And now Zero's going to try and throw some triple ink strikes on, but it's not going to be enough.
And you made such a good point there, Falco, as Moonlight will go ahead and take game one. We saw 3Z for about 10 seconds swim everywhere. We didn't see a single member from Moonlight, and that tells me, Milana, they were dropping back and getting set to hold things down defensively, building those specials, and that was a really wise, executed game plan for them down the stretch.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of strategic gameplay actually coming out from Moonlight, where they will push the tower to a certain degree. They're like, okay, this is a safe push. We only have a couple seconds left. Let's fall back, because playing a, what is that? What did I say? A defense is the strong offense, something like that. Yeah,
Sometimes the best offense is a great.
That's right. That's right. Thank you, Jordan.
We're going to write that up on the locker room somewhere. Someone's going to put that above the locker.
Please put it on the fridge at home. Thank you. Frame that. Yeah, so sometimes, playing that defense is going to be an easier battle to kind of pick than having to pick an offense and trying to push the tower just a little bit farther. Because if you have the lead, you have the lead.
Yeah, and I think Milana said it so well there, Falco. Moonlight wasn't happy with that 16-point lead. They wanted to make sure we're going to control the tempo, whether that's defensively and we're falling back or offensively where we're pushing forward. They continue to apply that pressure, and you never got the sense that enemy could gather everything together and get coordinated for a solid push.
Right, and that's always a game time decision. We have to see when we want to make these moves, who's still on the stage and who is away. Where are they positioned at, too? Because if they don't seem to be close to the tower, then we know that we can get on the tower and extend this lead. And we mentioned Moonlight going back, building up their specials. It really helps them be comfortable in these last moments of the game, just building up. We call them GG specials, good game specials that they can just throw on the tower and prevent enemy from winning. And that's what's really hard for enemy. And we mentioned 3Z2 with all of the flanks. They were trying to figure out, okay, where are members of Moonlight, because we want to make sure that they aren't flanking to get to the tower. But yeah, they were backed up building those specials.
And so the first game goes to Moonlight. They get the victory there. And so for enemy, listen, you had your opportunities there, but you still feel like you can be the aggressor. There were moments there where they had the push. They couldn't just quite get over the hump there for the most part. As we get set for game 2 here shortly, there's really not a whole lot enemy needs to adjust here for the most part. They just need to continue to stick to their aggressive play style.
Yeah, I mean, you got to stick with, at this point, you got to stick with what you know the best. And we know enemy to be very aggressive, very Slayer-oriented, which means that sometimes they don't have range as much as, their opponents do. Sometimes they don't even run an anchor player. They have, just enough range to be able to work with what they got. And but they are able to get the picks, and those are the things that they want to do, and the strategies that they want to kind of rely on.
We have Turf War on Museum del Foncino coming up here. Falco, your thoughts on this combination?
That's an interesting Turf War pick, and that was enemy choosing the stage of Museum del Foncino. A lot of the times that's reserved for Clan Blitz. That's where a lot of teams like to go, but for enemy, they're thinking we don't want to face potentially Moonlight Clan Blitz team on Museum del Foncino. Let's get it out of the way for Turf War. We sometimes see it on Rainmaker as well, not as common as it is for Clan Blitz, but I like this choice for enemy, and it's a fairly large stage too, and it can allow your backliners to succeed. There's a lot of higher grounds that you can get up on, and it's going to be interesting to see how they work as a unit to push forward, because again, we don't see Turf War here often.
We really don't, and so it will be fascinating to see who is able to go into the other team's half of the stage. They want to go near their spawn. Those are tough areas to get to, and there is some valuable turf if you can get to that area and be comfortable, but that's a lot to do in the final 30 seconds.
Yeah, I think what we're going to see is a little bit more measured gameplay when it comes to this specific stage and mode, just because it is kind of a lot of effort to be able to get onto your opponent's side into that spawn area. You need to basically utilize that spinner in the middle of the stage to be able to even access that area. So we'll probably see most of the gameplay happening in the center of the stage, and perhaps at the end of that 30 seconds we might see a little bit more of an aggressive push.
Here we go, game 2 between Moonlight and enemy. Turf War Museum del Foncino. Is Moonlight gonna take advantage of this opportunity, go up 2-0, or will enemy get the chance to balance things out? Milana, let's give you the opportunity to chat about the loadout here.
Yeah, we do see a reflux coming out from both sides, both teams right here, and I think it is important to note that a reflux is probably one of the most popular picks, especially for Turf War, just given its turfing power, and especially since it is Turf War, we have to make sure that we cover every single inch of turf in order to make the most of it. And as you can see, both Shadow and Dat Kid right here kind of working really hard towards that.
Yeah, Falco, it's funny to see two aggressive players just coloring in between the lines here, just being very careful. But now the action intensifies here. Under 2.5 minutes left, still plenty of time. Nolan trying to avoid that burst bomb. Zero sharking in the ink will pop out for a moment and cover a little bit more turf here, and you get the sense both teams are just sort of towing the line at this moment here, Falco.
They are, and what's interesting is these teams, again, they're not eager to use their specials, because a lot of the times when they're using their specials, they can't ink like they normally would, so they want to wait for the perfect spot to do this. Speaking of perfect spot, look where Omega is getting the pick there, dropping down and getting another. I didn't even see that player that they spotted there, but getting that menace as well. But again, whenever you're using a special, you can't really ink pick as well. So you want to use it when you know you can try and at least get 1 or 2 splats, because those splats will go a long way to help your team push forward.
We saw Omega go to work. Can Zero return the favor for Enemy? Zero has the special ready to go. Crab Tank at the opportunity does deploy it. Triple splashdown, able to take care and crack some crab here.
Yes, they certainly do, with just a little bit less than a minute 30 on the clock. Omega looking for a pick, still in that flow or a state. And really, we just see a lot of action happening in the center of this stage here. It is very difficult, like I mentioned earlier, to be able to access the opponent's spawn area, but we might see that as we move forward into this minute mark here.
Basil peppering the stage with a little bit of ink here and there. We're down to the final minute, and now you see Enemy here, Falco, start to push forward towards Moonlight territory.
Yeah, if they can get 1 or 2 picks again on Moonlight, that is going to be really good. And we see 3Z here making an elite for it, getting it, going for Omega. Omega sees him, but it's too late. 3Z now going behind. Can they take out Nolan? Yes, they can. A jump out again from Moonlight. So that is a huge succession there for Enemy to try and go, and 3Z seems unstoppable. They are all over the stage.
3Z, the great disruptor in the final minute, but with 30 seconds left, Milana, that's still enough time for Moonlight to possibly make some noise.
It wouldn't be the first time that we've seen Moonlight break out of this danger area, but you know, Enemy is placing themselves so well in a way that it's very difficult for Moonlight to even drop into the center of the stage. We do see Omega trying to kind of go around the back here, but with that triple splashdown, hoping to get a little bit of space, but unfortunately not really able to do too much for the rest of their team. You know, Snipe Rider going down on Moonlight, and this stage is looking particularly green? Yellow?
We'll see, yeah.
Yellow-green?
Yeah, we'll go with yellow-green here. Either way, it's not purple, that's for sure. And that's going to be Enemy that picks up the game. And I think it was just the efforts, Falco, of 3Z that we saw there. 2 splats, able to get deep into the territory for Moonlight, and was able to create all sorts of havoc.
Yeah, and I feel like getting flanks on this stage is hard. It's almost like a square, so there's really not many ways you can do it. But for Turf War, remember, you're taking advantage of the entire stage. There's not one objective you're focusing on that make a flank that easy, but 3Z is such a flexible player. We could see them dipping and diving and swimming in the ink, and again, just how well that they play, but they knew to work backwards. I'm going to go for the players who aren't paying attention to me. Again, Omega saw them for a second, missed their swing, 3Z took them out, but then could take out Nolan as well. You take out 2 of those players in a row with about a minute remaining, you are set up for success.
But then Milana, they also surrounded that upper platform, and it felt like there was nowhere for Moonlight to drop down to, even if they wanted to scurry over into Enemy territory.
Yeah, I think what's really important to notice about Museum del Foncino, and especially on Turf War, is if you can position yourself on that platform near the enemy spawn, you are in a great position to be able to lock them out, because really the only way that they can kind of escape this area is this one little alleyway on the side, but you're basically funneling your opponents into where you're expecting them to kind of drop from, where we saw Omega dropping from, trying to use that triple splashdown to create a little bit of space. So I think if you can do that, and if you can have that kind of control and that force to be able to prevent your opponents from moving back into the center of the stage, Museum del Foncino was obviously a great pick for Enemy, and I'm sure that's what they were thinking.
That's the exciting thing. We're headed to Game 3, tied at 1 apiece after Enemy gets splat zones, and we have Rainmaker coming up next here, Falco. And Moonlight, as we mentioned, Falco, they're not the greatest at Rainmaker, and Enemy 7-3 on the other hand in Rainmaker. This is one of their stronger modes.
Right, and remember, this is Enemy's first chance to pick a game mode against Moonlight, so it makes sense they're going to Rainmaker. They're not going to go to their 0-3 record of Clan Blitz, so I like that choice for Enemy. So it's really going to be a matter of what is Moonlight going to choose, because again, Turf War's played very differently than the other 4 modes that come out, and we mentioned Moonlight not really the strongest on Turf War as it happens, and so it's going to be really important to win this one, obviously, but going up 2-1 in a loser's bracket match, that is so important.
It really is for Enemy and for Moonlight, a team that, listen, they've navigated this half of the bracket before, but as you said, that pressure can start to intensify when you know that if you drop this match, you're done. And so we'll see what stage Moonlight decides to go to, but I think for Enemy, that was a great way for them to regroup and to show a lot of poise. Despite their aggressive play style, they executed a well-coordinated plan late in that game, and now can they carry that over to Rainmaker?
Yeah, and I think that really speaks to, I know we mentioned a lot about established teams, and we talked a lot about pickups and a lot about playing together as maybe a team that does not have so much experience playing together. But individually, these players are so well seasoned. Like they just are such good players, and I think utilizing that and utilizing what they know best, and especially like a team as aggressive as Enemy, having that Rainmaker, I think is going to be kind of invaluable for them.
We're still awaiting the stage selection coming here from Moonlight. This is something they certainly want to think about. I mean, any guesses that you could have here, Falco, if you had to be a guessing man in this situation?
I do want to say Scorched Gorge, and I will also cheat and say it's Scorched Gorge. But I swear I was thinking that before it came up. I promise. Sure.
That one.
Yeah, you just believe me, It's Father's Day, believe me.
Okay,
Yeah.
got it.
But, so I like this choice. And, of course, this is one of the only stages we'd seen Rainmaker on so far today. And we mentioned how, easy it is, quote-unquote, easy to get to that first checkpoint. But then what happens after that? And Moonlight is a very strong defensive team. I think they can stop those points like that. But they're also so strong on offense, leading the charge with, I'm thinking of Nolan's using a 96 scout with the Ink Vac to push forward. That's going to be really hard to face.
Yeah, and also keep in mind that once you get past that first checkpoint, Milana, if you want to sprint and be a hero, you can quickly get your score to under 20 in a hurry if you're able to pounce soon enough.
Listen, we saw that happen in that last match, right? We saw, Moonlight being able to push it to 18 and then basically stall out the clock for the remainder of the game. So I'm wondering if that's the kind of strategy they hope to bring with this next game against Enemy, or is Enemy not going to allow that to happen? Because I think Enemy maybe is now aware of this strategy and will do anything they can to prevent it from happening.
Yeah, and if you're watching as well, too, I'm sure if you're trying to keep an eye on things, you can see that Moonlight loves to get to that first checkpoint, then to quickly get back on it while you're trying to maybe build back up special. So this could be a situation where Enemy's fast, aggressive play style will really help them out.
Right, and if we saw anything like the last game with 3Z and how maneuverable they are, I wouldn't be surprised if Enemy just makes a break for it and tries to do everything they can. And again, that's what you're going to be doing on Scorched Gorge for these moments anyways. So I think Enemy can do it, Moonlight can do it, but we'll see, Jordan.
Game 3, Rainmaker at Scorched Gorge. We're tied at 1 apiece here between Moonlight and Enemy, who will move one game closer to advancing to losers finals. As we get set, both teams will make that typical sprint to the middle of the stage. Here comes Zero, Dark, Dat Menace, and 3Z. Shadow, Omega, SS, Nolan, and Basil on the other side. And so far, loadout-wise, anything stand out to you, Milana?
Yeah, I think something that we have to keep an eye out for is that E-Leader coming out from Moonlight with the Kraken Royale, because what I notice about Enemy's comp right here is that they are a little bit short range, which means that E-Leader could prove to be difficult to deal with. But perhaps I am just speaking a little bit too early, because it seems like a lot of these specials that are coming out from Enemy are really giving Moonlight a lot of trouble right now.
And you see a member of Moonlight retreat immediately, and it's going to be Zero with the Rainmaker as Enemy has quickly established themselves as the aggressor in this one. A couple of teammates ahead of Zero, helping to blaze a trail. Dat Menace will hide carefully there. Poke and try and find a spot. Down goes Dat Menace, and Zero has the checkpoint right in front of them, but not a whole lot they can do as Nolan comes closer with that Ink Vac, unable to escape it as Zero, as Nolan takes out the Rainmaker, Falco.
Yeah, Zero did exactly what they were supposed to do. It's hard when you're facing 3 members of Moonlight who are just right in front of you and you have nowhere to go. You don't really want to retreat. And I think for Enemy, they knew they probably weren't going to extend this push from where it was unless they were able to get 2 players down. So that Rainmaker is going to reset. Again, for Enemy, they really wanted to break that checkpoint, and they still have a little bit control of mid, but I think they wanted to push it a little further than they did.
Yeah, and you have to give a lot of credit, Milana, to Moonlight for just staying composed in that moment and waiting for Nolan to use that Ink Vac, who's on the Ink Vac again, mind you, but it's Ink Vac versus Ink Vac. Who will give first, as Omega will retreat with that Ultra Stamp, can't do much with that as well, too. And so far, the Rainmaker remains in mid as both these teams just continue to clash in the middle of the stage, Milana.
Yeah, they are clashing. Basil hoping to get a nice pick with that E-Leader before they opt to move forward. Dat Menace holding steadfast here. Tacticooler coming out from NME. We'll see if this is going to be the play that they need, but 2 down on Enemy. This could be an opportunity here for Moonlight. Unfortunately, a member of Enemy grabbing that Rainmaker and allowing them to kind of build a couple more seconds for the rest of their team to get into that Horseshoe of Doom-like area over there in that right side. which, I think is a smart thing to do because, again, Rainmaker is a game of time, and if you can waste a little bit of time, especially when you have the lead, it can be very, very invaluable.
Omega took out 3Z moments ago. Would this be enough for Moonlight to move forward? For the first time, they finally advance the Rainmaker here, Falco, and they're going to try and use the Ultra Stamp. And how about Dat Menace avoiding danger? Unbelievable display there. But Shadow's so close here to getting to the first checkpoint and giving Moonlight the lead with just over 2 minutes left, Falco.
Yeah, all things considered, that was pretty good for Moonlight. So that worked out too. And Basil's still leading this charge using that Kraken Royale to try and displace. They're going to opt to jump back while it goes back to neutral here. And they want to keep this push. This is actually really good for Moonlight here. They have a few players going down, but it wasn't a I'm going to dunk and then we have to retreat. They could keep up this pressure, and they have the lead right now. Again, not a lead that they really want, but they have it, and it's under 2 minutes. They can't complain with that.
3Z able to pick up the splat there. Can 3Z get another one here? Rainmaker in control for Enemy. Keep in mind, the lead isn't that large for Moonlight. We're nearly 90 seconds left in this one. Dark advances. They get through the first checkpoint. They trail by 1. Can they take the lead here? They do. They sprinted forward, and they have a 12-point lead with 1:20 left here, Milana. How about the courageous effort from Enemy?
I mean, sometimes all you need is just a little bit more than your opponent, because a lead is a lead, and while a lead to 56 is really not the safest, especially for a stage like Scorch Gorge, and especially as we see Moonlight kind of preparing for another push right here. 3Z getting a double on that Ultra Stamp is going to be huge.
Shadow retreating. Shadow, can they do anything, or will they be brought to the light? They're able to stay on the stage right now and provide a little backup, but we're under 50 seconds left here, Falco. This might be the final push for Moonlight as they trail here in Game 3.
Yeah, and once again, Enemy knows exactly what's happening here. Moonlight's been in this position where they could play some defense. Enemy's going to try and replicate that right now, and again, that's why the Rainmaker is exactly where it is. Enemy knew we're going to put it here. It's going to be hard for Moonlight to pop it and progress forward because we have so much height advantage if you do grab it. So Mega's trying to find the perfect place that they can use this Ultra Stamp, but they don't want to, well, they're going to use it now to try and take one out. Not going to work out. That's the wipeout, and Jordan, that might seal the deal.
Enemy able to wipe out Moonlight with 13 seconds left. Can they hang on and pick up Game 3 to take 2 in a row and a 2-1 lead? Here's Zero with the Rainmaker, just trying to avoid all sorts of trouble. 3 seconds left. Can Zero take it all the way down to 0? They do, and Enemy picks up Game 3 and the 2-1 lead. Milana, how about Enemy and their ability to strike back in this one?
I thought it was especially interesting seeing Moonlight's strategy from the last match used against them in this match right here, and I think it's just it goes to show you that the strategies that these teams develop are so it's just so down to the wire, right? It really just requires just one good push or one good play by somebody on your team to be able to kind of implement these things.
Yeah, it was really just the cohesiveness of Enemy, and again, we talk about Moonlight. They were able to get that first checkpoint to get the lead, but there was no follow-up push after that, and credit Enemy for being able to stop them right there.
Right, and that's what I was going to bring up. There wasn't this back and forth type of game. It was Moonlight got to the checkpoint first. Enemy had it first, but Moonlight got to the checkpoint, then Enemy just had one good push, and that's really all that needed to be done. And I think as important as your push is, it's the timing of your push as well. Getting that lead with about a minute left, you completely change how you play the game. You immediately go back to defense, then say, okay, we just want to build our specials. If we can get the Rainmaker in a spot that's tricky for Moonlight to pick up, that's great, but we need to focus on what is going to get us the win, and that is going to be playing defense.
So now Enemy is up 2-1 over Moonlight. Moonlight, the second place finishers last season on the brink of elimination. Enemy goes with Clam Blitz. And so let's get to the Clam Blitz rules here. Milana, why don't you let us know about it?
It's so funny that it took us this long to get to Clam Blitz, but, you know, Clam Blitz, my favorite mode. What you have to do is you have to collect 8 singular clams spread out across the stage. When you collect the 8 clams, you will develop a power clam. You take this power clam and you go into the enemy base to pop their basket. When the basket is open, then you can start throwing little clams in, you can start throwing power clams in. Your goal is to get your score down to 0. If neither team makes it to 0, the team that makes it closest will be deemed the winner.
Falco, the Clam Blitz pick here.
Yeah, so
Please.
So something tells me Enemy didn't do the stats homework about this with facing a Moonlight team.
I'm looking at the data in front of me. It does not scream choose Clam Blitz.
No, again, your only choices here are Splat Zones and Clam Blitz. So if we do see Splat Zones, like Game 5 Splat Zones, that's crazy for us. But,
sure.
But for Enemy too, you have a team who's 0-3 in top 8 matchups in Clam Blitz. That's Enemy. They chose this game mode.
Yes, they did.
Versus an 8-0 Moonlight team. Now, again, everything can kind of just be thrown out the door here when we're at this point, and it's about the momentum and who's actually showing up today as far as the abilities and the play style. But from us watching Moonlight play Clam Blitz, they play it really well, as we can tell, Jordan.
And this is where I'm surprised, because Enemy was 7-4. They had the second best record, Milana, in Splat Zones. Now, if you don't get this, all you can do is potentially choose the stage if it comes down to Splat Zones, and maybe that's what they're thinking. But you would think, let's choose where we might be strongest for Game 4 to try and end this right now.
Yeah, I think it is really interesting, but I think if I know anything about the players on Enemy, they're like, you know, we're good at everything. Why don't we just show them that we're better? So it really sometimes is just a display of like dominance. And if you can come out on top against a team that is extremely dominant in Clam Blitz, what does that make you? A champion.
Well, listen, this is all the drama that we need right here. Enemy winless in top 8 in Clam Blitz versus Moonlight undefeated in top 8 Clam Blitz, and Moonlight will get to choose the stage here. This could be one of the most head-scratching picks in the sense that this could be an unbelievable victory for Enemy if they get the win here.
Right, and for Moonlight, too, they can't choose Museum d'Alfonsina. We had already seen this, and that's one of the stages a lot of these players like to go for Clam Blitz. So, you know, your other possibilities, they're not a lot. Clam Blitz doesn't have a lot that we typically do see that a lot of these teams play. So I believe it was Museum d'Alfonsina that was by far the favorite choice in that situation. So I don't have the best answer on what they could pick.
Enemy, the 5 seed, trying to take care of business. Excuse me, Enemy, the 3 seed, taking care of business against Moonlight, the number 5 seed. As we mentioned, these teams were 2-3 essentially last season. Now it comes down to Enemy. We've seen them adjust over the last couple of games here, Milana, as far as just not being really hectic with how aggressive they are, but as a team getting on the same page, it feels like they've really found their rhythm.
Yeah, and sometimes it just takes a couple of really good games to be able to kind of warm up with your team. Who knows? Maybe they didn't get a chance to warm up too much before the actual match started, and they're like, okay, wait, hold on. Now we are getting a rhythm, and we have seen Moonlight pulling out a little bit of off-kilter picks, right? We see Nolan with that L3. We see, you know, Omega opting to go with the roller instead of maybe the decavitator or some other weapons that he likes to pull out. So I think maybe it just took a little bit of getting used to be able to kind of have the right answers to these.
Falco will be on ship-shape cargo for Clam Blitz. Your thoughts here?
Yeah, there's it's a really hard one because of the grates leading up to the basket, or you could take the lower route where there's a lot of congestion that can lead the way. And again, I think this goes back to how strong are our backline players going to be. You know, I'm looking particular at Basil, who's a very strong anchor player, and Dark, who might be able to hold down the fort too for enemies. So those are going to be the key players who have to stay by the basket and call out where the flanks are coming from. And again, it's just not a very conventional Clam Blitz stage that we do see. So there's a lot of numbers that could just be thrown out the window for this one.
And certainly, what about that opening push in this here, Milana? So many people put a lot of gravity on how well you can do that first time you score here.
Yeah, I think in this case, it is a little bit of a unique situation, especially for this stage, because this stage is actually, I find, very difficult to make meaningful pushes because of how many avenues there are into the basket area. There's the grates on the left, there's the steps in front, there's the path in the middle that kind of you can go around and have a flank. So there's actually a lot, because of this openness, I find that a lot of teams opt to go for small pushes that are meaningful, but obviously if you can't get the 3 power clam and the 5 single clam push in, that's totally okay.
Here we go. Game 4 between Enemy and Moonlight. Enemy with the 2-1 lead. Can they take this one and advance to losers finals? The stage is set. Clam Blitz, ship-shape cargo. Here we go. And Falco, what do you see?
Yeah, not a lot of changes here. Again, we see Nolan with the Ink Vac. We mentioned we see it a lot on Rainmaker. We're seeing it more and more on Clan Blitz. But it's going to be Zero going with the Splattershot Pro Frozen. That is going to have Tenta-Missiles, and that's a great special on the stage. It's a little bit more narrow. It could be pretty easy to target all 4 players, and we say that 3 of those 4 are going to go down on Moonlight.
Zero with the Power Clam advancing forward. And throws it in already, and an opening push here coming from Enemy, wasting no time. That was in the first 30 seconds, and then a wipeout on the other end as Moonlight clears the way.
Yeah, they certainly are clearing the way right here. They do get that wipeout, which means that now it is an opportunity for them to be able to build that clams economy, which we see that they have 16 clams under the belt, including a power clam under their clams basket as well. 3Z with the Ultra Stamp going down, 2 members of Enemy going down. This is going to be the opportunity for Moonlight to push the Ink Vac here. Shadow breaking the clams basket and getting another power clam in. A push to 60 already strong, but it is not over yet. Nolan having these 3 single clams, getting all 3 in. A push now to 51 is going to be big for Moonlight.
And here it is, Moonlight, the response after trailing by 20 in the early going. They're able to build a nice cushion here, a 29-point lead here in Falco. That allows them to be a little bit more judicious between offense and defense for the rest of this one.
Right, but offense and defense are a little bit different for this game mode because the objectives are scattered all over the place here. It's not just one tower, it's not one Rainmaker, so you always have to be careful. An Enemy just repeating what's going on. Jordan, this might be a basketball game. I'm seeing layup after layup from both of these teams here. It's about if Enemy can finish this and get that lead after 51. I don't think they're really in good control to do so. A few of their players who have clams have been forced to retreat.
You're correct. They only had 3 clams for most of the time while the basket was open. They still trail by 13, and you see a little bit of penalty for both these teams. We'll see if Moonlight can respond with a fast breaker of their own. The Tacticooler comes out. Shadow's retreating, and then Shadow helps double up on somebody, but can't avoid the Tenta-Missiles as Enemy has them scattered and splatted.
They do. Dat Menace now already in a precarious position for Moonlight right here. Nolan utilizing that Ink Vac, maybe not in the way that he had anticipated, but you know, Omega here trying to get a nice pick. There are 2 power clams at the ready for Moonlight, but they're just not quite in the position ready to be able to make the push. They're going to need to get a couple of picks off of Enemy before they can even think about moving towards that side of the stage. So let's see if this happens.
2 power clams available for Moonlight. Omega's going to advance forward, hide behind the cover, will retreat back. 1 power clam for Basal with 1 on the ground underneath them. Nolan using the Ink Vac to provide a little bit of clearance. Ultra Stamp comes out. It wasn't enough. 3Z is going to clear things out right here as they mow along into Moonlight territory. And Falco Dat Menace almost had a chance, but down they go.
Oh, that sequence of plays would have been so great for Enemy, using the Ultra Stamp, getting 3 members on Moonlight, forcing the last one to back out, and you just miss scoring into the basket. That probably would have given Enemy the lead with some of their follow-up too, but Enemy's still in control, have a lot of stage control right now, holding on to 1 power claim, have 17 total beyond that. Can Dark push forward enough? That's going to be the question. Dat Menace was trying to help support, but Dark is all alone here on this left side. Finally, 3Z able to join them. It's about if the slow and steady push will work out, but Nolan has the Ink Vac at the ready. We'll see if Enemy can push forward.
Nolan can be the defensive anchor if they need them to. He's going to use that Ink Vac. Omega attacking, Omega retreating. Super jump coming in, and Dark able to sneak it in. The barrier's down, just a 6-point difference right now between Enemy and Moonlight. Dat Menace will have to scurry, trying to scoop up clans left and right. Time is ticking. Will it be enough? No, Enemy can't get any closer. They still trail Milana with over a minute left.
But you know, that penalty is not so far off. All they really need is just 1 more power clam to be able to take the lead, which means that this is putting Moonlight into a precarious position. Remember that right now Enemy is up 2, which means that Moonlight has to win this game to be able to stay in this tournament series. And we see here Basal trying to get a nice pick for Moonlight right here. Moonlight with the big bubbler as well. They're going to need to collect the clams to even have a power clam at the ready.
Moonlight trying to force a game 5. 30 seconds left. Enemy Falco just needs 1 power clam to recapture the lead here. They're trying to push 1 more time before we possibly end this game. They get a couple of splats. It's 4-3 on this stage. Now 3-2. Here's their chance here, Falco.
Yeah, these picks are going to be so important for Moonlight to try and take out Enemy. As Enemy, do we see a jump jump in the back end. It's actually going to go in. Enemy is going to take the lead here in under 10 seconds. They don't have anything to follow up, but that is okay. They are going to go back. Moonlight knows they need to get this power claim, push it forward. They already have one, and they're going to get one more. It's about what is going to happen in this March.
Will Moonlight fade here in Game 4? They're plowing forward. They get one power claim. They're down 7. They're wiped out. Will there be enough time left here for Moonlight, or did Enemy hang on? Enemy seems to be celebrating right now. What a defensive stop right there. Here comes a couple of splash, but it's not enough. Enemy advances. They take care of business against Moonlight, and they get their first victory in top 8 in Clan Blitz and hand Moonlight their first ever loss. Throw all the numbers out the window.
Oh my goodness. So the sequence of plays that led up to that tune, we talk about how the momentum changes in Clan Blitz 1 second to the other, and we talked about how it started up of, okay, we score power claim, not much to follow up, and then Moonlight did it, Enemy did it, but when that time ticks down, it becomes that much more important, and the lead can change just like that. They always have to watch out for those flanks, and prop to Basil for getting that power claim in at the very end, but Enemy just knew exactly how they wanted to progress forward, Jordan.
And it was really Dat Menace that was creating the opportunity for the super jump to come in with under 30 seconds left. Enemy executed it and then quickly shifted to defense there, Milana. And even with everything coming their way, they had the composure to get the splats they needed to.
You know, I credit, Dat Menace's ability with the brushes for that kind of maneuverable, play. I think having that, wow, that was just like, it was almost like a distraction technique, right? We saw that Moonlight was just staring at Dat Menace, following them around, and wasn't maybe even prepared for that jump to come in.
Incredible. For more on that match, let's go ahead and kick it on over to Zach at the replay board.
What an exciting match that was. We have to break that down. You're going to have to stay with me at the start of this one because it's going to look in the first few clips like I've just built the Omega show here. And while that's technically true, the theme I want to go over is Enemy. One of their hallmarks is aggression and offense, but Omega finds ways to be supportive while maintaining that offense and aggression. So as we play the first clip here, this is going to allow them to continue this tower push. We've seen mainly Omega on weapons like the Mid-Decavitator, the Splatana Wiper. So why were they on the roller this whole time? Well, you get the maneuverability and mobility, and you're playing on stages that have these low walls that you love to shark on. That would allow Basil to get on the tower and continue that push. I've almost never seen anyone play at the top of that obstacle. They're beautiful, even going to a more supportive weapon like the Big Swig Express. You also saw Zero get taken out using that triple splashdown to counter. And now we see the torpedo you saw was being used to mark the enemy as well. So that's one way that you're supporting. And then Enemy's adaptability. So this is the first push that Moonlight had that succeeded. They started it when they had 3 specials online. Keep that in mind. When you get to the second push in the last minute of the game, they're going to have the same thing. So watch, 3 specials online again, but then they lose their primary Rainmaker carrier. And then they're starting to panic. They have to use the Ink Vac. They have to try and use the Ultra Stamp before that Rainmaker push happens. They end up getting wiped out as a result. That is Enemy learning on the fly, and that tells the story of how Enemy is going to be able to advance here. Beautiful job on holding it down, and they were able to make it work against a strong Moonlight squad.
Thank you so much, Zach. That was an unbelievable match as Enemy will advance to losers finals. Let's go ahead and check out the bracket here as we continue to make our way. Enemy will await the loser of Milky Way and Cream Soda because up next will be our winners finals here in just a moment. We are getting closer and closer here in the Splatoon 3 North American League 2026 playoffs. We're going to take a quick little break right now, but when we come back, we'll have more action. But in the meantime, enjoy a little Tick Splat Toe.
Hey everybody, my name is Saf and I'm joined by Magic today, and we're going to be playing a game of tic-tac-toe to see who can complete 3 tasks the fastest. Let's take a look at the board and see what tasks we have to complete. Oh, this is interesting, very strategically planning. Ah, okay.
Okay.
Okay, different hub. I went to a different hub. I went to the lobby. Oh. What?
That's like a really big thing.
I pulled from Shellout Machine.
Saf, you feeling scared yet? You quaking in your boots?
No, I'm nervous. I'm nervous. I've already messed up my inputs a couple times. Oh no, you can't do
Okay,
that
completed a floor in side order.
though. Listen.
Loud and clear.
Threw egg in Grisco basket.
Oh, what am I doing? I could have done this in the same... Okay, build a Trizuka and use it. Go, 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 go!
Wait, but if I want to do one of the things, I would have to menu to change
Grab
something.
the Rainmaker in recon mode, and that's a tick splat toe, baby.
I couldn't figure out how to go into
Easy.
recon without menuing.
I psyched her out. See? I knew she was going for the same thing. Get splatted. Okay.
Oh, seeing the wipeout text will be easy for you, Magic. Go.
All right.
Okay.
Saf, you're locked in this time. I can tell.
Oh,
I can tell.
yeah. No. You're going down. Equip 3 pieces of gear with the same main ability.
You didn't have your entire game plan set in the first 30 seconds?
Okay, as you took your time to
Complete a
read
floor in side order.
everything. I don't know what I want to do. I know. Time's a wasting. Oh no, I don't know what I want to do. I know that I'm going to be doing the right thing here, and I'm not going to fool you in that I'm doing the wrong thing. This is the right thing that I'm doing, by the way. What I'm doing right now.
Sure.
Because I'm always right. And in this very instance, you're wrong.
Reach 999.9 damage on a dummy. And let's turn on this guy right here. Get splatted.
Right when I was about
Tick,
to
splat,
do
toe.
the steelhead. Right when I was literally getting to it after it took me the entirety to figure out how to get to it.
Yo, because you didn't know how to like walk there?
No, I didn't
That
know.
was like the furthest thing to walk to.
Well, that was a ton of fun. Let us know how you did at home if you participated, and we'll see you next time.
Is just a display of like dominance, and if you can come out on top
Hey everyone, here is some fresh news about Splatoon Raiders, a new single-player focused adventure. Check out this neat little place, the hideout ship out on the water. There's Deep Cut, a trio of swashbuckling musicians. And this scrappy individual? That's you. Let's call this handy youth the Mechanic. The four of them are using the hideout ship as their hub, hunting for treasure across these landmasses, the Spiralite Islands. All right, time for a quick dive. Looks like the treasure they're after is at the base of those lights. But there's a bunch of aggressive creatures called salmonids in the way. And when you get too close, they'll attack immediately. The Salmonids aren't pushovers either, so you shouldn't go it alone. That's where this comes in, the Exploration Bot. A member of Deep Cut pilots it during your treasure hunts and attacks automatically. Launches you in the air for extra height. And even gets out of the bot to unleash special moves like this. You'll also get support in the form of gadgets. There's one that continuously fires ink after it's placed. Another that slices through enemies. Another that spins ink around you, and more. And the best part, you can use them together. It'd be nice if that made things easier, though. So to recap, do not underestimate the Salmonids. Yikes, this is tougher than it looks. But the Salmonids aren't the only powerful ones around here. Through battles, you, the mechanic, will also get stronger by leveling up. And you can customize all sorts of upgrades to fit your playstyle. Oh, looks like time's up. There are even more details to cover in the upcoming Splatoon Raiders Direct, airing on June 30th. And in the smart device app Nintendo Today, see the story events leading up to Splatoon Raiders with daily comics ahead of launch. Plus, in collaboration with this game, there's going to be a special Splatfest in Splatoon 3. The theme looks like it's about Splatoon Raiders. Details will be announced here. Look out for more info in the future. Don't forget to check this out too. See ya!
Welcome back. Jordan Kent here, now with Nine and Siren joining us at the commentating table. We are set to bring you the second half of the Splatoon 3 North American League 2026 playoffs. But first, how excited are you guys for Splatoon Raiders just around the corner here?
Quite excited. I think anytime you get the opportunity to take the Splatoon formula and apply it in a very different sort of gameplay loop, you're that much more pumped for it, I would say.
I'm just ready to play as something new with my friends. I'm excited to hop on and enjoy Splatoon Raiders for everything it has to offer.
Well, we've got a lot more excitement coming up just now here. We'll have our winners finals matchup between Milky Way and Cream Soda, and then whoever loses that will take on Enemy, and then our grand finals yet to be determined. But before we go to the highlights here, Nine, what have you seen from some of the early action, and what do you remember most about what Milky Way and what Cream Soda did yesterday?
Well, both of them played very, very close matches against strong opponents, and when you have, I think, a team at this level, whether it's Milky Way or Cream Soda, they're going to play some close matches. It's just inevitable. What I'm looking for today, Jordan, is how did they bounce back and what did they learn from those close matches?
And Siren, listen, we have talked about this bracket. It is very top-heavy, a lot of talent. Our top three teams have moved through. Just your impression so far as we get closer to grand finals.
I think we were all kind of seeing some things that were a bit unexpected for us. A lot of teams taking these wins that none of us could have predicted before the day started today. I kept thinking, I'm going to have to get up from my seat and run around and take a look at this. But then it was like, wait, something else happened. I didn't expect this. So it's just been full of very pleasant surprises, Jordan.
All right, well, let's take a closer look at our teams as we get set here. We begin with Milky Way, and Nine, talk us through the highlights from yesterday.
Well, I said yesterday, guess who's back? Back again. Milky Way is back, and they put on a show yesterday. Again, close matches. They were dropping some games. But as I've said so many times with this roster, every single player on it is capable of taking over a game when need be. And there are some of these games where that is required of them. It is not so easy at this level. Whether it's Q moving about and keeping up pressure with this Snipe Rider 5H, whether it's Jared flanking behind in Turf War to keep people distracted, whether it's any of these players, they are all threats. It's why they're so consistent, Jordan, and their mental game, I think, is the strongest in North America.
And you absolutely need that when you get to day 2 of the playoffs. And Siren, Cream Soda will act as the de facto challengers. What did we see from them yesterday?
Oh, we saw a lot from them, Jordan, and not all of it was all that expected. Going in as the number 2 seed, a few upsets did occur on that day. Not necessarily upsets, but Duck Motif nearly taking them to a set win and sending Cream Soda into the losers bracket. However, they were able to make their way through, just barely making their way to the position that we see them in now. But I know they have that fighting spirit. They're ready to go today, and I can't wait to see how things culminate against Milky Way.
We're going to have Splat Zones as our first game mode here, so just initial thoughts as these two teams clashing in Splat Zones. Obviously, Cream Soda was terrific, 7-2 against the top 8 in league play. Milky Way, 5-3. They don't really have a weak game mode, but this wasn't their strongest.
No, it wasn't, and I think what makes Splat Zones an interesting choice between these two teams is both of these teams in the last week, 2 weeks that they've had to prep, they've got to come up with some new stuff, and I think typically Splat Zones is where the teams go to identify, do we have a different composition? Are we going to swap our backline player from Sniper Rider 5H to E-Leader? Now that they're starting out with Splat Zones, all that prep should be at the forefront.
And it's really interesting because for Milky Way, you were pushed to the brink. You had a Game 5 yesterday against Moonlight. For Cream Soda, you're a team that feels that they've got the composition, the talent here, Siren, to take it to Milky Way. What's the mental approach, you think, for Cream Soda as they get set to possibly score an upset here?
I think a lot of these teams have more of an analysis-based focus on today, especially because they don't really have a lot of data to work with in their personal experiences. So they can't say, well, this worked, this didn't work. They really have to base things off what they've seen and solely that, because I don't think a lot of these teams have interacted as much outside of this bracket, and this will be the first time that we get to see that happen, Jordan.
Well, you bring up a good point in 9 because this Cream Soda Milky Way matchup, it's a little unique that it's happening right now here in the playoffs.
Yeah, first time. They only played one time. That was in ladder, and that was actually with Hexen in for Cream Soda as well. So this will be the first time that these two rosters have clashed in Splatoon 3 North American League 2026 play. For it to be in winners finals of the playoffs, that's very unique and not something you get to say.
And you bring up a good point. Hexen will be more of a coaching role today with Thunder, Zenith, Goss, and Wave. But this is why this match is huge here, Siren, because you get this victory. If you have a rematch in grand finals, you don't have to reset the bracket here. You're going to make life that much easier for yourself. So this becomes monumental for either one of these teams.
Yeah, adjustments are going to have to be made extremely fast. Both of these teams are going to have to look at what they're dealing with right away and make sure that there's nothing surprising them. They need to look at these weapon comps and say, okay, how do we deal with this? And we need to make it happen fast, because you do want that advantage going into the loser side if that does end up happening to you.
Splat Zones on Urchin Underpass 9. Your thoughts on this combination here?
Chalk is the name of the day. I mean, this is the most popular Splat Zone stage to play on. At the start of the league, I'm not sure if you'd said that I would have believed you, but the teams have opted to go here. And Jordan, it makes sense as to why. If you think that your opponent has the Charger player in the room, the backline player in the room, and you want to get him off of that, you go Urchin Underpass. .Q has been taken here many, many times, has developed a different sort of weapon for this, but I think right now Cream Soda saying, all right, prove that it works against us.
And that'll be interesting because if you're going against a great Charger player in Q here, Siren, if you're Cream Soda, how do you best approach that potentially?
Well, I think they're doing exactly that by selecting Urchin Underpass. They've wedged Q out of her comfortable position. They've now put her in a spot where she needs to switch things off a little bit, and the entire approach that Milky Way has to change. So I think you're still dealing with some very viable threats there, such as Jared's Crab Tank. That's going to be hanging out all over these hills on Urchin Underpass. It's going to still be an uphill battle for Cream Soda, but I'd like to see what they have planned to deal with it.
And that's interesting because Milky Way, they adjust their game so well here in 9. Okay, so Q is a little boxed in here in Urchin Underpass. What's their counterpunch in this situation?
Well, I think what .Q has gone with the mini Splatling family is a great counterpunch, not only because of the main weapon, but also because it has an Ultra Stamp. And we've seen so many highlights of that thing getting chucked across the gulch and taking some players out. But Jordan, you brought up something interesting there. There's always an adaptation that Milky Way has. It's very rarely from a weapon selection standpoint. It's mid-game. It's how they position. It's how they attack. There were a couple games yesterday where I remember thinking they figured it out right there, and then they ended up winning.
Well, this isn't going to be just a steamrolling opportunity for Milky Way. They have been challenged. As we mentioned, the rest of the field has risen up. Can the defending champions get to grand finals? Once again, it starts here in winners finals. Game 1, Milky Way versus Cream Soda. Siren, what do you see from these loadouts here in Urchin Underpass?
Well, I'm seeing, I believe that's going to be a custom blaster on either side of each roster coming out from Brand and Thunder respectively. Both teams going for a mad dash for mid, and just as we expected, we do see Q switching to play the mini Splatling on this one, going for the shorter range options just to deal with how tight quarters the stage layout is for Urchin Underpass.
Cream Soda takes the zone first. They're hanging on for more than 15 seconds so far, but immediately lose control after that as Milky Way trying to wrestle it away, but Cream Soda 9 doing a fine job of regaining it.
Yeah, you saw they attacked on the left and right side, trying to pick out where these players are. They'll again lose control, but until you see 2 or 3 players on the side of Orange go down, you can bet that Cream Soda is still going to be pushing forward. They've now got them back in the hills. Thunder moving forward, poking at Bran and Jared. They're starting to get moved back here, and if you go too far back here, Jordan, you can lose a lot of points.
And here comes Cream Soda pushing forward. You see Zenith on the left-hand side trying to flank here a little bit, and how about Wave moving forward? You love the way that Cream Soda's formatted right now here, Siren, with the way that they're pushing.
Yeah, Cream Soda really moving into zone, and it's not like they've moved very far past it at this point. It feels like they've been very comfortable, and that might be punishing to them right now as you see that Milky Way's been able to get back in and take a recap and apply a little bit of penalty down onto the members of Cream Soda.
As you said, Milky Way regaining the zone, and it feels like they're all set to go here, 9, as Q and the rest of the company get the Tacticooler. Brand's going to push forward, and then they lose control, though, so Cream Soda showing a little resistance.
Yeah, you can take a couple hits in splat zones, Jordan. As long as you keep the game up, you know that eventually you're going to have your chance to have your say, but you only get so many of those, and again, I keep going back to how Cream Soda is hurting the members of Milky Way back into their hills area. That's so far back, and there's not a lot of specials that Milky Way has that can break themselves back in. They're going to have to do it with main weapons.
Cream Soda had the zone for a moment, then they lose it. 40-second penalty applied. Milky Way's got it right now, but Cream Soda right there, Siren, to threaten. It feels like Cream Soda has yet to be pushed back in a spot where Milky Way can advance forward.
Well, you speak about opportunities for Cream Soda to be pushed back. I think we're looking at an ideal one. Jared moving in on the left side is going to approach these hills finally as Zenith gets picked off by Brand. Brand is going to be moving up as well. They have a Tacticooler at the ready, so there's really no penalty for them to move forward than they currently are. Going to be jumping back. That's a smart decision to stay alive and picking off Thunder. This is an absolute rampage.
Great call out as Milky Way continues to step on the gas. They're going to flip this game over. Here's the splash ball. Goes right through and gets Goss. What a 1v1 for Jared as they get the pick.
That was absolutely huge because if Goss wins that fight, there was nobody else defending the right side. Now Jared's going to jump out. They're going to take the lead. Look at now how Goss and Zenith have been fired away. They're fighting out here. I can't believe they won that fight. That should give them back on the zone. Maybe not, but Milky Way has the lead.
Milky Way took the lead. That's what they needed to do. Over 2 minutes left, and Siren, this feels like it's just going to be a classic game here as Cream Soda now looking the part as they're chopping away at their penalty.
Milky Way taking the lead, but at what cost? It seems like so many members of Milky Way went down there, and that's given Cream Soda the ideal opportunity to mirror the exact same thing we saw earlier. Goss is going to be moving up past that splash wall, doesn't get punished for it this time, has eyes on Q. Will they be able to make it much further?
Goss going toe-to-toe, down they go. It's a trade, but it's still Cream Soda that has the zone. Under 20 is their score. Triple splash down, coming down, no luck there. Zenith retreats. 1:32 left. Thunder trying to get a couple of picks. They get ice, they get Q, and Cream Soda looking to close this out, and they take game 1 from Milky Way 9.
Oh, here we go. This is winners finals, baby. A hit from one side, a hit from the other. That's why we love splat zones. As long as there is still time left on your counter and on the clock, you can make it happen.
And you saw this develop here, Siren, that Milky Way was able to get the zone, but at what cost? And it really put them back on their heels after that, and Cream Soda made them pay.
Yeah, that's the thing about zones. It can be a bit of an Achilles heel when you get the lead and you're just trying to find ways to keep things consistent and keep that timer going down, because it's never safe until you do get that knockout, especially in such a small stage like Urchin Underpass. Cream Soda had the ideal opportunity to get back in there, and all they needed was one solid team wipe to get back in and get that lead, and that's exactly what we saw.
That was one of those situations, 9, and you talked about it before the game even started. I think the stage selection completely changed the feel of that game, and it was much in the favor of Cream Soda.
It was, and it allowed them to go with a sort of backline look that they really like. Something that we saw yesterday was Wave was switching around a little bit of E-Leader, a little bit of Snipe Rider 5H. I felt that the Cream Soda roster was at their strongest when Wave was on that heavy splatling that allowed Zenith to go over to the end zap. Jordan, you go to a stage like that, it's tailor-made for that type type of strategy, excellent choice, and it's the exact result.
And really, it was the aggressiveness from the beginning as well, too, Siren. Cream Soda immediately got the zone first. They built a 15-point lead, and Milky Way, they were on their heels. They did take the lead back for a moment, but for the most part, Cream Soda was never uncomfortable throughout that entire game.
I agree with you there, Jordan. I don't think there was a moment where Cream Soda was uncomfortable, and you saw that they had a lot of patience, but there was a couple blunders here and there. That one splash wall instance that we saw earlier in that one point where the suction bomb was just perfectly timed to take out Goss. Those moments really do matter in such intense, fast games that we're seeing today. And I think it's those moments where you need to be able to keep your cool, and that's exactly how Cream Soda was able to secure the lead.
Well, this will be a fun game coming up next. It's Tower Control, where both these teams in the top 8 in league play, keep in mind they didn't meet ever in top 8 in league play, just once in the ladder round, are undefeated. A combined 17-0-9, so it'll be really fascinating to see which direction this goes.
It will be, and this is where I want to see if Cream Soda can stick with this composition that's been working, because to Jordan's point, they didn't lose a single tower control game in the regular season. They've already lost 2 in the playoffs, which is mind-boggling to think. I know we're up against the top level at this point, but again, they have changed their composition around. I want them to stick with what works, not try to outsmart themselves, because Jordan, these players are so good. In my mind, and actually, Siren, you also picked Cream Soda to win this matchup. I think they can sometimes be their own biggest enemy.
Yeah, they really can be. And I think a lot of these players, when it's such high stakes like we're seeing today and it's on such a big stage, nerves can be a very real element that can affect how you play. And I know you and I,
we've been there.
We've been there before.
I have not been on the big stage as a player.
Well, you've been on the big stage.
Yeah, true. But you feel that intensity, as you mentioned, because all of a sudden, every single league, okay, maybe we didn't win this week, there's another event. Or we're just getting to the playoffs. Okay, there's a loser side of the bracket. I think Milky Way 9 is very much aware that if they don't win this match, it's going to make it that much more difficult if they get back to grand finals where they have to reset.
They're very aware, and part of me almost wonders, are they okay? I don't want to say okay with losing this, but also remember that they have won earlier this year from the loser's side, getting a grands reset to get FT win. I believe that was regular season week 2, so quite a while ago, but they are no stranger to it as well. We talked about their mental strength. What I want to see from them here on this tower control pick, because they do have control of the stage, is I now want to get a sense of how they feel that their best approach is against Cream Soda, because again, they've been prepping a lot for this too. What does Q play? What does Ice play? And Tower Control, their best mode, and a chance to show it.
And really what it comes down to then, when you look at these high-level teams, both Milky Way and Cream Soda, what else stands out to you, Siren, about what they're able to execute so well in Tower Control?
Oh, geez. There's a lot that comes into play. And I think it's mostly focusing their attention on these checkpoints. We saw, I know we're bringing up enemy here by saying this, but we saw things like those triple ink strikes going out on checkpoints to evacuate the tower as soon as possible. That can be done with other specials as well. Things like a Booyah Bomb, things like Tenna Missiles. So a lot of these teams have their own unique strategies to deal with the tower and tower control and focusing on defense. But some others also put all their focus on getting the tower forward. We saw Duck Motif really focusing on a big bubbler strategy before on stages that gave them success, like on Robo Ramen, and that's like it's where you want to put your eggs in what basket. Okay, like, are we going to defend? Are we going to focus on clearing the tower? Or are we going to focus on pushing the tower?
Well, it's a stage everybody's very familiar with. Inkblot Art Academy here, 9. They've probably played through this thousands of times for the most part. And what's going to make this such a action-packed stage? Is it still that difference between the first and second checkpoint trying to get up the ramp?
It's that, and it's also just the key moment when you're in the middle of those 2 checkpoints. There's always a fight that happens. If you go 2 or 3 down, that's when it gets to the point of no return.
All right, 9. You wanted to see Cream Soda stick with the same composition. What do you notice as they get ready to take the stage here?
Well, we have something that I did not know Zenith had in the bag. Zenith, of course, can play just about any weapon, but a splatter shot coming out here. That has the suction bomb, which is so strong, as we know, on tower control, but also the Trizuka. They're going to try to use that to open up and break through some of these defenses.
Well, Zenith already putting that splatter shot to great work, gets the splat, and already Cream Soda's on the tower. They push it to 4, but they're going to be a little patient. You see Zenith trying to come from behind with a flank with that Trizuka, unable to pick up anybody, but applies a little bit of pressure as Cream Soda advances forward. You like the way, Siren, that Cream Soda has come out the gate in the early going.
Cream Soda doing a great job at moving the tower. Does not really rely on a man advantage to do so. Wave is just standing on their very own here as Goss comes around to finally support. And what an explosion happening in mid there. Zenith just going ahead and getting a couple more important splats as Q is on the back foot. Still gets Zenith out of the way, but it's going to take a whole lot more than that, Jordan, to dislodge them.
It certainly will, and to your point, they pick up 15 points. Milky Way is going to take the tower, pass through mid. They didn't even want to let that thing reset. They probably saw something there, 9.
They saw an opportunity to get Q in a great vantage point to at least start firing at some people and hop over to the box. Jordan, these teams are very deliberate about who is riding the tower and when. They want to set up the best possible situation because they know 15 points, 12 points, that ain't going to cut it.
I love the action here, though, Siren. They are not waiting for this tower to reset at any point. They're hopping on as soon as they can. Cream Soda unable to build upon their lead. Here comes the tower back the other way for Milky Way. Let's check in on Goss. Has to avoid a 2v1. Down they go, Siren.
Down they go as Bran is able to pop these ink strikes. That's 2 members down on the side of Cream Soda as Bran is running in, trying to take care of one more backliner there. As they jump towards the tower, he's going to try and help and deal with Goss, but that splash wall going to be able to bail them out as Q clears that first checkpoint.
Milky Way takes the lead. They're through the first checkpoint. Q able to provide a safe landing spot for a couple of super jumps. The troops hop in. They roll forward. Ice trying to go toe-to-toe. Crab Tank spirals out of the way. Ice will jump back on the tower. Second checkpoint cleared for Milky Way. Here comes their most significant push of the game, 9.
And it's not yet done. Jared is still up here in an attacking position. Will ward off Goss and then continue the pressure forward. Does get the worst of that fight, but Ice is now still here. The timer continues to tick down. 33. Ice now jumping in and seizing the moment. There's a few warded away, Jordan, but come on, 33 and the threat's still not gone.
Ice was able to cool off Cream Soda for a moment. You saw the double splat, but then responding, it's Thunder that gets 2, and all of a sudden, Cream Soda's trying to push back the other direction. Just under 2.5 minutes left. Huge opportunity here for Thunder as they force a couple of members of Milky Way to back up, but then here comes Milky Way, Siren. 2v1, it's easy pickings.
Sometimes your defense is just standing in mid and making sure that your opponent can't get any further than that. It seems like Milky Way is opting for that option, just not necessarily relying on their push down to 33 at this point, but rather just keeping their opponents away from the tower. I don't think it's going to be enough, but they can sort of stall out the timer just for the time being and make sure that they hold on to the advantage that they have. And if they see a better opportunity to push, they are absolutely going to hop on that opportunity.
It's a huge lead right now, 9. Does Milky Way sit back here with 138 and just make sure they try to play as best defense as they can? As you see, Zenith picks up 2 members of Milky Way right here.
Well, I was about to say, I think the answer was given to you right there with the way that Jared dove through to try to make that happen. They threw the Booyah Bomb again. All they needed was one special and one player in the right spot to take that out. Brand still using this now. Jared, poor Wave is fighting against every single special that Milky Way had. All the while, the time continues to tick away.
Yeah, just 1:12 left at this point. Still a 52-point lead here for Milky Way over Cream Soda in Game 2, trying to notch things up at 1-1. Jared moving forward, just patrolling a little bit of area, trying to flank on the backside, but can't even get there in time. Their teammate cleaned things out, and Milky Way looking every bit the part here with under a minute left, Siren.
Just a minute left to go. Milky Way still on the pushing side of things. Cream Soda is really going to have to swing things back in the direction very soon. Zenith does have eyes on one member of Milky Way as they push them towards that right side, but the tower's got to move to the left. There's only one direction for that tower to go, and Zenith, once again, showing us the exact same thing she showed us at the beginning of the game. She is able to use that shot in the best way possible. Can they get through here? Can they get through that first checkpoint? They haven't even done that yet, Jordan. This is going to be an insurmountable push that they have to make.
Zenith does get the splat. Down go 2 members of Milky Way, so Cream Soda has an opportunity here. Zenith applying a little bit of pressure with that Trizuka. Killer Whale comes in as well, too, and now they are getting closer to the first checkpoint. They're on the tower. They're chopping away. They're going to have to go into overtime to try to come back to this one. It's going to take some perfect play here down the stretch. Towers approaching the second checkpoint. They're down 2 members, though. 4-2 on the stage for Milky Way. This might do it. The suction bomb is the wipeout. Milky Way ties things up at 1 apiece.
No margin for error might have been an understatement there. You know your opponent has suction bombs they can throw at the tower. They have a Booyah Bomb they can throw throw at the tower. And oh yeah, they have triple ink strikes that they could also throw at the tower. So even if Jared hadn't gotten all the way around to secure that flank, Milky Way understood the score. They knew what they had.
And for Milky Way, it was that push they had about midway through the game here, Siren, where we saw Ice really make a spectacular double splat that changed things and gave them the cushion they needed.
Absolutely. What we saw out of there from Ice was just running up into what we call the bats area, all the way into the spawn of Cream Soda as they ran forward. It was just getting a lot of picks there and taking Q out of the way, which allowed the tower to move through there very seamlessly, which was just like I don't know. Ice is just such a good player.
I'm doing this a long time.
Yes.
Ice has. Yeah, a lot of wins for that guy.
Yeah. So now Milky Way has rebalanced this entire match. It's 1v1. You really don't have to have too much pressure here. What mode do you think they choose to go with here next to try and take the 2-1 advantage?
Yeah, this is an interesting choice because this now gets to the part of these selections where both of these teams are roughly even as two teams that haven't played each other can be, I should suppose. So this, I think, is going to tell us a lot about where Cream Soda in particular feels strong, because we saw in that first game it's the heavy Splatling that's come out of Wave. That time it's the Snipe Rider 5H. I don't think that we're going to see Milky Way switch off of this composition that worked right there. That composition they just ran is the same one that they ran in the last playoffs to win it out. So I'm intrigued to see. I think if they go Rainmaker here, it's probably because they want to swap Wave back over to something that's maybe a little more turf, maybe a little more supportive.
Yeah, and when you have that consistency here as well too, Siren, you've been at the stage if you're Milky Way. You've gone and you've won championships, and now it is Rainmaker, so Milky Way feeling very comfortable about this mode coming up next year.
They can get as comfortable as they want, but at the end of the day, it's Cream Soda's stage pick at this point. So Ball is mostly in their court, I would say. I think both of these teams expected to be going to Rainmaker at least within the first 3 games of the set. So it was more or less a given. At this point, they have a great choice to make here. Do they go to Undertow where they might have a better win record? Do they go somewhere like Scorch Gorge? It ultimately depends on how they want to position their players and where they think their strong suits are.
These two teams 1 and 2 during top 8 and league play as far as their percentages go with Rainmaker, and that was one of your questions here, Nine. What's the third game mode for each of these teams? We know that there's 1 or 2 that they're really strong at, but what's the third one where they feel like they have an advantage? And we're going to learn here soon.
Yeah, I mean, this would be the rubber match. This is where, again, giving yourself the lead going into Game 4 and Game 5. You've heard it plenty of times, not only here but throughout the regular season. Getting to the 2-1 drastically changes because you essentially have some control over both Game 4 and Game 5. So would love to get this win right now. The all-important stage choice should give Cream Soda an advantage to at least set themselves up there, but it's hard to say there's any sort of advantage against Milky Way.
It'll be Manta Maria, and we saw Cream Soda last choose this stage to help get the victory in Game 1. So thoughts about Rainmaker and Manta Maria here?
I have a lot of thoughts on Rainmaker on Manta Maria as somebody who played a lot of Splatoon 2. That was one of our tried and true classic picks back in that day. However, Manta Maria is interesting because it does still have those 2 check points on either side of the stage, and there's been a kind of, I don't want to say new strategy, but it's been more popular recently where people bring the Rainmaker over to that left side pedestal and then use the height of the left side pedestal to take that flank route that's really, really popular on the left side, and it can throw your opponents off their guard a little bit just because the defending routes are either, one side over here or one side all the way over here. Like, they really, really have to pick a side. There's no okay, well, we'll send one person here and one person here, because ultimately, whoever is escorting that Rainmaker, they're going to have a huge wall of people around them. So not giving yourself the most advantage possible could lose you the game.
I love the strategic dialogue as well too as they're thinking this whole thing out, and that's the thing. There's a lot of just clear sections in this stage here, and the one you choose you want to really make sure you commit to.
Well, I think that this is a stage maybe more than any other that we see where if you have an Ultra Stamp or if you have a Booyah Bomb, if you have anything that can very quickly pop that Rainmaker shield, there's a lot of sections, but they're also very point of no return type sections. You're either in an area where you're totally enclosed, you've dropped down, so look and see if these teams have brought any of those to try to take a small push and take it all the way.
Rainmaker, Manta Maria, Siren, our loadouts for this one. We said Milky Way staying consistent. Cream Soda has had a few fluctuations left and right. What do we see here?
I have Absolutely no surprises here, Jordan. I see Jared pulling out the dualies. I see a vac on both the side of Cream Soda and the side of Milky Way. So there's really no surprises here. Milky Way is going to go with the comp they're comfortable with, but just add the very slight variation to make it a bit more Rainmaker tailored.
So far, one member down for each team as we get started in the first 20 seconds here. Rainmaker's available if Goss wants it. Goss going to go with the Killer Whale instead and Splash Wall to provide a little bit of cover. Goss being very careful about climbing up retreats and seconds that thought. And so far, Cream Soda is the one looking to get the first strike here, Nine.
Great work. No, not quite enough. Well, let's see.
Blocked at the rim.
Now's really where the game begins, though. You can see everybody firing at this Rainmaker. The pop is going to go the way of Cream Soda, but that gave Milky Way enough time to get their ink back out. That gives Goss enough time to swing around. Now Zenith has moved up, and well, it's all in the scrum. These players identifying everything, but it will finally be the checkpoint, but they paid dearly to get it.
They certainly did. Cream Soda does get the checkpoint. And Siren, you just have both hands in the air right now. What's going through your mind?
I didn't even know Zenith was over there, and just being able to grab that Rainmaker and get that checkpoint just when Milky Way thought they were in the clear. I mean, speaking of in the clear, they finally did get that checkpoint cleared for themselves just now, and Q is actually going to be the one off to picking up that Rainmaker as Ice follows up with the ink vac. Seems like Cream Soda has one of their very own and is able to stop Milky Way before they're able to drop down and get a bunch of extra points.
Yeah, for Milky Way, it's anchors away as Q is able to push it forward and take the lead. And so with 3:30 left, Milky Way all the way down to 29. Both teams have gone through the first checkpoint, which means the responses could come quickly here, Nine.
Well, you saw how quickly that got to 29. It didn't feel like that would be 29 on certain other stages, but to Siren's point earlier, that's why teams are so deliberate. That's why they stack up in certain positions and try to make these pushes. We're going to see a little bit of a battle over the Rainmaker here. Cream Soda does have more presence in the center of the stage, but that special, that crab tank from Jared's going to take one out, force the other back, and Milky Way back in control.
Milky Way is in control. They have the Rainmaker. Jared's going ahead to try and scout things as Q hangs out from behind. Q raining down shots from that Rainmaker as a couple more members jump in for support. They've got one member of Cream Soda down already. An opportunity here, Siren, for Milky Way to advance their lead.
An opportunity is, and speaking of which, Bran is able to get a pick onto Zenith. That is going to help clear a path. If it isn't for the Charger player coming out from the side of Cream Soda who has eyes on that Rainmaker, Jared trying to get into a good flank position, but it seems like Zenith has great eyes on it for herself, has the vac at the ready, and is actually going to use that to help clear the Rainmaker, so they're not going to maybe have that in time for a push of their own. However, sometimes you just need to end things right where they are and to save those valuable seconds, Jordan.
And we'll see if Wave will just let that Rainmaker reset. It's in a really tough spot right there, and you just want to make sure you put yourselves in the best position as possible. Brand making sure Cream Soda doesn't have any position to put themselves into as the Rainmaker resets.
Yeah, that's a tough look for Wave. There were a couple moments there where you can either grab the Rainmaker and push it forward or maybe dive in to try to take out Brand. Instead, you kind of get a half of each, and that's not enough. Brand's going to make you pay for that. Still moving forward here, and as long as this blaster is moving around in the center with that much turf underneath, you never feel safe, and that's why you see Goss playing so cautiously here, but even that caution isn't enough.
Goss goes down, Brand holding things down, getting a little bit more support as well too, dropping down below Zenith, playing a little bit of tug of war. Who's going to get the splat? Zenith able to close things out. Here's Wave checking in from behind. Does Cream Soda have one more push in them? 1:30 left. Time is ticking for Cream Soda. They tacticooler up. Ink Vac comes out. It's Ink Vac versus Ink Vac. Which one's going to give first here, Siren? A critical juncture in our game.
Well, Ice cutting them some vac. I know we were brainstorming these earlier. Anyway, they are just going to be standing around that Rainmaker for as long as possible. They do still have another minute to work with, but they see that there's 4 members still standing up on the side of Cream Soda. They're not really going to want to pick up that fish unless they absolutely have to, or they think that they can get some sort of better lead than the one that they have right now. Although it is still Manta Maria at the end of the day, 29 is not necessarily safe in any instance. If we see a wipeout coming out from either of these teams, that could be GG's.
Brand goes down, so that's one member of Milky Way. 2 members go down, but they have 2 specials ready to go here. Milky Way has to be careful on defense right now, Nine.
They do. They've defended so admirably here, and actually Zenith is going to escape. It's just Brand who's up in the center, but Brand might be enough. That's 3 down for Brand, who has taken any momentum that Cream Soda might have finally had and firmly slammed the door.
What a courageous effort from Brand as they are able to hold off a couple of members of Cream Soda. That could be the play of the game to try and seal the deal against Milky Way. Brand dancing. Down they go. 3 members surround. Cream Soda Siren has to strike here.
Cream Soda has to strike here, and I mean, a valiant effort. However, 2 of them go down. It's just going to be Goss standing around that Rainmaker, and with that Ink Vac coming out from Ice from Milky Way, that will seal the deal. That will end the game. There's not really much you can do as a Gal player there.
Milky Way will take 2 straight games and go up 2-1 over Cream Soda, and I think you have to go back to what Brand was able to do in mid there, right when it felt like Cream Soda was gathering enough members of their team ready to make a push. Brand quickly extinguished the threat.
Doesn't it just look so hard to get anything going against Milky Way? I mean, the big note when I was kind of looking at the way that this edition of Milky Way has been playing is they may not always go on the big streaks. I know it feels weird to say that after what Brand just did, but when they control an area, when they control this stage, they truly control it, and they make you fight tooth and nail to get any sort of advantage, and then when you finally do, any one of those 4 players can take it away from you.
So they get 2 wins in a row, and now the pressure shifts to Cream Soda here, Siren. And for Milky Way, we've mentioned their championship pedigree, and for Cream Soda, you've tried to pick a different stage, and now your back's up against the wall here. Is there any adjustment you see from Cream Soda that they can make with a comp or anything that they need to change with their play style, possibly?
I don't know if there's necessarily like any kind of flaw that I can point out in Cream Soda's playstyle when dealing with Milky Way. It's all going to be a matter of adjustment, and I wish I had the answers for you, Jordan. I wish
they probably wish they do too right now. Yeah,
some sort of mathematic calculation. I could say, okay, well, this statistically is going to do the best against Milky Way. However, we just don't even have those numbers to rely on because they've been absolutely steamrolling the competition. Both of them have been, but when it comes down to these 2 titans of the tournament meeting up against each other for the first time in the bracket, it's like
it's so impressive. Yeah, it's so impressive what Milky Way does, because I think, Nine, you pointed it out, you almost have to just play flawlessly for the entirety of the game. And if you have that one breakdown, Milky Way is going to make you pay. And then on the other end, you have to go above and beyond what you normally do just to break down their defenses.
Well, let's talk about the one breakdown, because I truly believe it was only one that Cream Soda made. Their breakdown was that they went 3 down when they got the Rainmaker to the checkpoint. And I said pay dearly, and I was very intentional with my words, because even on a stage like Manta Maria, where it feels like it's really long, the pedestal to pedestal distance actually isn't that far, which means you go 3 down, now your opponent's coming back, they're going to win the tactical war, and I mean, you saw they only needed 1 push and then it was defense.
So the question is, for Milky Way, where do they feel most confident here for Game 4 to try and close this out and go into Grand Finals? Obviously they're talented in a lot of different areas, but do you think they lean one way or the other here at all?
Historically, from what I believe, I think Milky Way might just go into Turf War. I think there's not a lot of stage options that Cream Soda can pick from that would really, throw them off at this point, especially now that we've already been to Urchin Underpass. That leaves a lot of options for them where it's like, okay, it doesn't really matter what stage you throw us on, we should be successful here.
So Milky Way and Cream Soda will get set for Game 4. As we mentioned, this is the first time they've met in the top 8 of any sorts throughout the entire season, and it's Milky Way that has won 2 games in a row here. We anticipate it might be Turf War, and listen, if it is, for a team like Milky Way, they're going to feel very comfortable here, and I think Siren made a great point. There's really no counter pick to this as well, too.
No true counter pick, and I think if there's any kind of light that you can glean here, if you are Cream Soda, you won Splat Zones, and you looked great on Splat Zones, so maybe it's these central objectives where Milky Way can very cleanly position themselves and defend a spot you have to be. If it's the tower, if it's the Rainmaker, that's one thing that you have to tend to. If it's the whole stage, maybe even if it's a bunch of clams scattered about, if we do go to Clamblets, maybe that's one thing they can tell themselves to feel a little better.
Well, that's what's interesting, because our only 2 remaining modes, Turf War will be the mode for Game 4. After this would be Clamblets. And to Nine's point here, Siren, that doesn't necessarily have the central objective right there that they can defend. You've got to cover the entire stage here. So for Cream Soda, this becomes a monumental game to, number 1, avoid going down to the loser side of the bracket, but to force a Game 5 where you've got an equal chance potentially.
Absolutely. I think Milky Way is very much focused on not playing Clamblets at this point. I think they want to end things out right here and have the set end in a 3-1 victory for them. I don't think they want to go to Clamblets, just because I think they really do feel comfortable in certain modes where it's like, okay, well, we don't need to move around too much, but it's like they understand these certain areas of the stage that they need to focus on. Turf War is going to be a little bit different, because based on where you position yourself, you might start the objective in one area and then end things completely differently. You might be on your opponent's side of the stage. It's never linear with Turf War.
It'll be Turf War on Museum Delfonsino, and we saw this, I believe, the last match where someone counterpicks a popular Clamblitz stage to burn it on Turf War here.
You took my entire thing I was going to say.
I'm sorry.
You commentated. This is only fair. No, I mean, this is exactly why you do this, though, right? Whether or not Cream Soda watched it, we all saw last playoffs what Milky Way is capable of doing on Clamblitz Museum D'Alfonsino, no matter how far they are down. You don't want to be on that side of it here, but absolutely. Now, at least, you are taking away the strongest Clamblitz stage that your opponent has if you go to a Game 5. Nothing I don't like about this choice.
And this will make it even larger for Cream Soda to stay alive on the winner's side of the bracket. If not, they lose this one. They'll take on Enemy in the losers finals. Here we go. Turf War, Game 4, Milky Way versus Cream Soda. And Siren, sometimes we do see different compositions when it comes down to just covering up as much turf as possible. What are the changes we see here?
Well, I was kind of expecting to see Q go back to the mini Splatling. However, we do see her playing on her tried and true classic. That's going to be that Snipe Rider 5H as we start this game. And that's going to do a great job at providing these tacticoolers for her teammates as they move into mid. Having the first one, hey, took the words right out of my mouth, Q. Thank you very much. As Bran is able to pick that up. Bran, I know, is going to be mostly focused on getting all these picks, preventing the members of Cream Soda from being able to actually just turf the stage. So doing a great job at that so far, Jared.
Jared goes crabbing in the early going here, able to pick up the splat, and it comes that balance again, 9 here, between turfing and splatting in the early going of Turf War.
Well, this is one stage for everything I said positive about the choice for Cream Soda. If you get pushed really far back, your opponent has a lot of very natural ways to attack. That doesn't change just because this is Turf War. So look for the members of Milky Way to continue doing what Brand just did there. Jump over, couple shots, get out, let's enjoy our position.
Zenith going to use the Booyah Bomb, tries to get it closer to the tank. Jared's going to sneak around the backside, look for possible flanks, still staying low. And Jared just picking and choosing their spots here, Siren. And you have to love how aggressive they've been to not just get turf, but to really seek out members of Cream Soda.
I do honestly find this approach very interesting. Normally a player like Jared you would associate with the idea of running immediately into your opponent's base. However, Jared is almost camping the ledge beneath Cream Soda's base and is just trying to see where people are dropping from. They're holding on to the center of the stage and absolutely nowhere else so far. And that's maybe not yielding them the best success as we're seeing Goss and Thunder finally being able to break free because that line of defense just isn't as strong with just Jared watching that ledge.
A lot of Turquoise Ink on the stage right now, but it's going back and forth. Cream Soda and Zenith, they're tacticoolered up, but every time they take a sip, they get splatted here, 9.
Well, they're going to have to because it appears finally Cream Soda has broken out of their own side. They have been fighting hard to do it. It was not them waiting back for the best opportunity. They still have a lot of work to do. A minute left. They've got the right specials. They've got the right positioning, and they're going to have an opportunity.
Zenith will unleash a Booyah Bomb, tries to move a little bit forward, but will retreat still and stay near their own spawn. 40 seconds left. Milky Way looking for the Game 3 win to go to Grand Finals. Zenith and company, here comes a triple ink strike deep in their own territory. Brand continues to move forward. Just the pressure we're seeing from Milky Way, Siren, it has been unrelenting so far.
30 seconds left to go, and there is a danger sign going above the heads of Cream Soda on the indicator at the top. Thunder is going to be running into the base of Milky Way as a mad dash, trying to dislodge Q, prevent her from painting the center of the stage a little bit more. 10 seconds left to go, and they're one member down. Are they going to be able to paint enough of the stage to deal with things?
Thunder going off in the final 15 seconds. Will it be enough, though? I don't know. It feels like Milky Way came from behind to clean up a lot of the Cream Soda ink. We will see. Judd and Little Judd may dictate who goes to Grand Finals. It is Milky Way. 3 games in a row, and they have punched their ticket to Grand Finals, and they send Cream Soda to Losers Finals. And listen, we had the conversation, 9. Splats or turf, and it felt like from the get-go, Milky Way had a little bit more acceleration than Cream Soda.
They truly did. There were so many times I was watching the top of the screen there, seeing who was going down, and members of Cream Soda were going down in their own base, way far back in their base. That's maybe a bomb, it's maybe a triple ink strike, or just one of the members of Milky Way pushing forward to get it done. We saw a sequence there where Goss felt like fighting the entirety of Milky Way. when that's how you're feeling as an individual player, you know your opponent's one step ahead, and I think it showed.
All right, let's go ahead and kick it over to Zach, who's at the replay board to highlight some of the big-time plays from that previous match. Zach?
Thanks, Jordan. The Blaster really said rumors of my absence were greatly exaggerated as we saw both the Blaster and Custom Blaster in that match, as we saw some great behavior from both Crush Soda, or Cream Soda rather, and Milky Way. As we take a look at Thunder ending off game one, doing a great job at solidifying things here. We'll go ahead and play through the clip as well to show you off what we're going to do. Beautiful job to end this one, just eking down the last few points. But the main area that I want to focus on is this second clip. There is no perennial mini-map in Splatoon 3. Now, you can bring one up and it covers the whole screen, but you do not always know where you are. And that's why I want to highlight what Bran is doing here. Bran gets the splat, yes, but we're going to pause mid-air here because I want to show you this is a focal area. Of course, this is where Bran is jumping to. This is where the momentum is that Jared has created right there. And the Booyah Bomb that you see all the way at the bottom of your screen from Ice, that's the destination for it. So Bran, yes, might lose a life there, but you are maintaining momentum and pressure, as we'll see Q as we play through the clip here, coming in on the tower. So one of the biggest difficulties on Inkbot Art Academy is that first checkpoint. How do you get your tower past there? You create all of this momentum and space ahead, and then more magic. It looked like Cream Soda had the advantage in this large open area on Manta Maria, but Bran, that's part of why he chose the big bubbler variant of the Blaster. You stay alive, and you even create tension that forces Wave back, allowing Milky Way to hold on, and will end up in our grand finals. Jordan?
Thank you, Zach. Great stuff as always. Let's go ahead and check out the bracket as we now have our first team in grand finals. It's the 1 seed Milky Way. They will await the winner of Cream Soda and Enemy in our losers finals, and we're going to go straight to that action. So for Cream Soda, they lose here 9, and now they take on Enemy. Enemy looked very good in their 3-1 victory over Moonlight in losers semifinals.
Yeah, and I hope Cream Soda is not thinking about that at all. I hope they're not thinking at all about how strong Enemy looked in that match. Enemy getting a victory over a Moonlight team that looked red hot. At this point, just take a breath and say, all right, we want to play Milky Way again. Let's get this done. Let's play our game, because I really don't think they need to feel bad about how they played there. Milky Way is just that good.
Siren, your thoughts on Enemy? We saw them yesterday. You saw them here today during the losers quarters and the losers semis. What strikes you as far as their opportunity to possibly get the upset over Cream Soda?
I have always very firmly believed that Enemy is a group of players that does best under pressure, and there is no greater pressure than the opportunity to maybe upset the players of Cream Soda in this losers final. And so I think those elements really play into it. I know Zero, like when he's in this position, like he gets hot. He's ready to go. He's ready to fight. It happens every single time, and I know that they have a great fighting spirit. So look, that those things do make an impact. They make an impact.
They absolutely do. And I think to your point is, you listen, we've had conversations with some of these players, and Zero seems very, very locked in this week and really confident what Enemy can do. And this is a team that, as we said before, the high highs and the low lows for Enemy, but when they're playing their best, they're right up there with some of the best. Now, listen, there are only 2 losing records, are to Milky Way and Cream Soda, but again, like you do with these playoffs, you throw a lot of that stuff out the window, and now it comes down to who's going to perform best when that pressure's on, and both teams well equipped to possibly get the win here.
They are, and you talk about throwing things out of the window. If you're Enemy, you throw yesterday's result out of the window as well. These 2 teams did match up in winners semifinals. Again, if you keep winning, eventually you're going to run into the person who knocked you into the losers bracket, but it was not their best showing on a couple modes that I think they are a little bit stronger on. So you can take that, maybe throw the result out, instead look at the positives there. Sometimes you're not just looking at the wins, you're looking at what worked, and I think for Enemy, a lot was working.
For Cream Soda, where does the focus come from them? Because they looked really good in Game 1 against Milky Way, then didn't really do much the next 3 games as Milky Way looked dominant. What do you think Cream Soda needs to focus on as a team here as they get set for this match against Enemy?
I think they're going to have to maybe hit Alt F4 on their brains for a second and say, like, look, this loss doesn't matter. We need to focus on everything that's ahead of us. We've played Enemy before. We have a great record against them. We can absolutely repeat that here and take that momentum going into grand finals if we make it that far. And I think they're in that mindset right now. I think they believe that they can absolutely get through here and make their way into grands.
If you're Enemy 9, do you expect to play it with just a little bit more aggression to set the tone early, or how do you prepare for this matchup against Cream Soda? Any adjustments you might make, or what are they doing when they're playing at their best, I should ask?
They're riding the lightning. The lightning strikes, and they simply hop on top of it. I mean, look, like, this is a team that's going to attack, all right? There are moments where they can step back a little bit. I won't say hit the brakes. They never do that. But sometimes you just ease off the gas a little bit. They are capable of that. But I think if they watch that result, they see what Cream Soda was doing, they maybe think, hey, they just lost 3 consecutive games. Let's go. Let's push the pace from the get-go and see if we can get them in their own heads. I think that's what I would be doing if I were the members of NME, and fortunately, that's usually how they play.
I don't know about you guys. I've lost 3 games in a row before, plenty of times while playing some Splatoon. I don't know if you guys have or not, but it starts to wear on you for a little bit. If you drop 3 in a row, all of a sudden maybe you lose the 4th. That's a huge mental hurdle you have to rise over.
Absolutely, and that's why I kind of brought up bringing a refreshment, and you don't want to bring that loss mindset going into this set up ahead. They really need to only focus on just winning and how they have a advantage going into this, because they do have a selection of the mode going into the losers finals. So that does change things, because once you're able to set the stage and say, all right, well, we'll put our best foot forward and we win that first game, that will put them in a good spot no matter what. Like, okay, it could be a 3-0, but it could also end up being a 3-2. It could still be.
Splat Zones will be our first game mode, and obviously Enemy will get a chance to choose the stage here. We saw Cream Soda, when it was selected as Splat Zones, decide to go with Urchin Underpass. What do you think about the game mode here as far as for Enemy? Now you can choose the stage that you want to here.
It's a great question, because these two teams, I think, have very similar strengths, in that I think that they are best when they have a heavy splatling on the field and when they have the end zap. Both of these teams are capable of doing that, which means that the stage choice, I don't want to say it's not going to mean anything, but it doesn't give you the immediate Urchin Underpass effect where you're taking a player from the other team and robbing them of that great strength. Instead, maybe you go somewhere where you feel like one wipeout can get you that opportunity. A Mahi Mahi Resort, we've seen some very explosive games there, maybe a Mako Mart, something in that fashion.
We saw Enemy go to Mahi Mahi Resort in that very first loser semis as well too, so we'll see if they feel comfortable there in that situation. But for me, it feels like, Siren, for Enemy, you want to really be the most aggressive team here. This is where you really thrive. As Nine said, you ride that lightning bolt. How do you do that in a somewhat non-reckless way in Splat Zones here? How do you be aggressive without overexposing yourself? Because we've said a couple of times now in some of these games, oh, this team gets the checkpoint, but it costs them a lot there. I'm sure there's a bit of measuredness to this.
There's definitely a tempo that you need to follow a little bit, and I think a lot of it comes down to tacticooler usage these days, just because popping that tacticooler and having somebody positioned near that zone is going to allow players to move one after the other and get in there and get back in fast. So every time that a wipeout happens, because sometimes it is inevitable, sometimes your team just wipes out, you lose one fight, you lose one player, and then that snowballs into something else. In those situations, you need to be able to recover and recover fast.
As we get set for both these teams here, Enemy and Cream Soda in our losers finals to get set for our first game here, what do you make about just the depth of talent in this top 8 this season? Because that's something you and I have had conversations about. There are so many talented teams that continue to get better and better year after year.
They get more familiar with each other too, which I think is what's really exciting, and to get more familiar with this format. Because a lot of these players competed sometimes under different team names, but certainly competed in last season's Splatoon 3 North American League, they understand that, hey, we probably need to have a stage for every mode that we feel good on. We need to watch what our opponent is doing. There's lots of data available, but more than anything, Jordan, this game's been out a few years now, okay? Yes, there are new metas, there are new patches that come through, but we've got thousands and thousands of hours hours at this point. I think it's, what, 10,000 hours is what you're supposed to do? I'd wager most of our players at this stage have at least that many.
Yeah, I can imagine as much, too. And so it'll be Splat Zones on Undertow Spillway coming up here. And now, yeah, you give that look. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, it's a rare one for Splat Zones, and I kind of think Enemy is trying to throw Cream Soda off of their game by selecting a stage like Undertow. It is a dual zone stage, and it's also one that's going to give Wave a bit of a hard time because of the glass covering both zones. So that means that the Charger has a restricted line of sight and less shots that they can take.
It's not only that, it's actually a choice that Enemy made multiple times during the regular season, and they took Milky Way to this stage for Splat Zone. So they really love, again, the point of no returns portions of this stage, where when you drop down, you're either jumping out or you're fighting it out. One of the two. That's exactly the type of game Enemy wants to play.
Enemy dragging Cream Soda to Undertow Spillway here in Splat Zones. Will they be able to score the upset in this particular game? And I love the counter pick here because, again, you're kind of going with a screwball pick here where that throws Cream Soda off and might lend well to your very aggressive style where you were committing to one thing. You're not thinking about much else other than objective and getting splats here.
Absolutely. And that's the difficult thing, too, because a lot of teams will focus on, okay, we've capped the zone, we can move past it. But Undertow, it's never that simple. It's always like, okay, we got one zone, but now the other one is neutral and vice versa. It's never that simple on Undertow just because of how difficult it can be at times to cap both zones and allocate proper resources to doing so. It's not one Booyah Bomb that can work. It's not even Tenta Missiles that can work. It's not even Ink Strikes that can work. There's really hardly anything in this game that works better than a sheer like gunpowder on these zones.
No, it is true. It's the firepower that you can bring against these zones. And I'm curious now, when you have the two zones, what's the approach here at this high level of play when you're trying to capture them, or do you try to always keep one in limbo if you have that lead to make sure the other team just simply can't give you a penalty?
Yeah, you look at where the opponent could safely turf one of the zones, right? Let's say that you've got control. You want to push up and to the right and on the glass because that means that the opponent can't turf or contest a zone for free. They're going to need a special. They're going to need to fight it out with you. You want them to have to commit a lot of resources and show their hand very early on because even though there are two splat zones, if you have them, the counter still moves at the same speed. That's why Enemy likes to go here. They want to try to herd the members of Cream Soda one way.
And if they're hurting them, you want to make sure you're also just keeping Cream Soda off of balance. And how do you make a great anchor player feel off balance? Because we're talking about trying to keep Wave uncomfortable for most of this game. How do they best do that throughout the game here?
I think it's going to be a matter of almost playing babysitter with Wave. I think they're going to want to be throwing a lot of sub-weapons in Wave's direction, just little tiny bits of AoE pressure and damage throughout the game, and ultimately sending people there on that flank route so that Wave doesn't really have an option to set up camp on that top right in the glass area. So constantly pushing that anchor player into different spots and not really letting them feel safe is going to be key for them.
Here we go, game one of Losers Finals. Splat Zones on Undertow Spillway, Enemy versus Cream Soda. Who will get the victory in this match to take on Milky Way and Grand Finals? As we get set to go, 9 both teams obviously going to scurry towards those zones. What do you see from the loadouts?
Well, Zenith is the one who's going to be switching over to the heavy splatling, which means this is going to be a double backline composition that Cream Soda is bringing in. This was something that they had for a Robo Ramen Splat Zones game earlier on. But Jordan, if you're going to be running 2 backliners, you're going to have those players fight because, again, you're taking away a lot of your offensive pressure.
And that's such a good point here. So in that situation for Cream Soda, you have to make sure you get the lead and get it quickly here as they nearly have both zones. But then Enemy takes it away here, Siren, and Cream Soda finally gets them both.
Cream Soda is able to cap both of these zones, gets the lead, but it's not really saying a whole lot here as Goss gets into that right area you were talking about before, 9, and has eyes on basically everyone on the side of Enemy as they set up camp.
Killer Whale comes out as Goss hides behind the splash wall, and they do lose control. Enemy has a chance to take it back here, but Cream Soda does give up control, and Enemy will strike back and attach a penalty here.
So well done. If we can't get rid of Goss, if we can't move Goss, let's just go to the zone and make Goss come to us. Let's take out everybody else. It seemed to work when Milky Way was playing against them, so we'll try it too. We'll get control, and now 3Z putting more pressure on. This is where Enemy has Cream Soda in a bad spot.
And to your point, we start to see them advance Dat Menace just lurking, waiting for the opportunity, and you see Dark drop down, and Enemy has taken the lead here, Siren, and now this game is shaping up to be exactly what Enemy wants it to be, like an aggressive firefight.
Very briefly, they're a 2v2 situation as players trade back and forth on both sides. But ultimately, if you're trading, if you are the team with both zones capped, it is advantageous for you. Enemy can do this as many times as they want, and as long as it keeps happening over and over again, they are sure to be holding on to both zones.
Enemy has the lead. We saw Dat Menace go off for a second. Those double backliners have to really start to advance now, Nine.
They do, and they don't have great range specials either. Really no range specials that they can use to try to break back in. That means it's going to be main weapons. Goss is going to dive in now and try to make a play on this side. Taking out Zero should at least secure this. Now moving up on this side and trying to take out Dark. Call it a wipeout, falling like dominoes. Whoa, did Cream Soda need that?
Goss, an unbelievable effort. A double splat, and Cream Soda has buoyed themselves back in this game, and they are now chopping away at their penalty. But quickly, Enemy comes back into the scene. Zenith backpedaling takes care of one. So far, Cream Soda, they're holding on, and now they're being the aggressor, Siren.
Zenith is in such a delicious spot to be. If you are a heavy Splatling player, they get to stand on this glass and play King of the Hill as 3Z comes in through the right side with that hammer, is going to go towards that left zone and put it in a neutral state. However, they're able to cap it just as 3Z moves past it. We got to turn around just a little bit here and put a bit more attention on the zones if we want to apply a penalty to Cream Soda that we very, very desperately need.
Oh, but Enemy has recaptured the zones. They're sitting at 11 with that penalty going down. They lose control with 2 minutes left. We have plenty of game coming your way here still. This is going to go back and forth, but Enemy continues to apply that pressure. Cream Soda with a response. It's not enough. Enemy again with the zone. This zone's going to go back and forth multiple times. It's 2-2 on the stage. 3Z hunting, but it's Cream Soda 9 that regains control.
Oh, the Shiny Hunter Zach pendulum does continue to swing. Now, I want to see who is going to push forward on this side. You saw that Enemy had a lot of players there, but they all had solid footing. You see Goss trying to poke, trying to open a door for Thunder. I think someone ran forward that Thunder may be fighting now. Goss has the opportunity to swing around at this point, thinks better of it though, and wants to move back. They cannot quite pin down where these enemy players are, and it's why you see them having a tough time.
Thunder trying to apply a little bit more help up top. Enemy, 2 members jump in, 3 of them go down. It's 4-1. Cream Soda, they're now just moments away. They get the wipeout, and they're just about 8 seconds away from retaking the lead here over Enemy. And now the lead has changed hands here, Siren, as Cream Soda's in full control.
What an unfortunate chance to take with everybody jumping into one player who ultimately got spotted out by the opponent, and that led to a very, very vicious cycle for them where just everyone got splatted one by one, ultimately resulting in what we're seeing right here, Jordan.
What a response from Cream Soda 9. It felt like Enemy was in full control. Listen, they had the zones. They had the backliners push back. All of a sudden, those 2 slower moving backliners you mentioned, no range specials, couldn't do anything, but Cream Soda just tactfully moved forward, and they were able to get those picks when they needed to.
Yeah, I said Goss poking and prodding, looking for an opportunity to strike, and I made the joke, hey, they can't figure out where the members of Enemy are on the stage. Well, when they're all jumping to one spot, that really makes it much, much easier. And to Siren's point, unfortunate is the best word to describe there. At this point, Jordan, you've seen players will go in and then jump out if they don't like what they see. You jump to your backline player. That time, it was the wrong play, and they paid the ultimate price.
And just one little mistake like that. We've talked about this margin of error being razor thin in these playoffs, especially when you get the losers finals, winner finals. That's all it takes to decide things, and from that point, you like how Cream Soda shut the door on them as well, too.
The door has been ultimately shut, and Splat Zones is out of the way. So it is something that I thought about partway through that game, is the fact that now that Undertow has been played, if we go to a Rainmaker game, that's going to be no longer an option for them.
And now we have tower control coming up next, so Cream Soda makes this mode pick. What are your thoughts there?
This is what they lost to Enemy yesterday. So my thought here is that, and this is actually a good thing, believe it or not, how I'm about to phrase this. I like that Cream Soda isn't thinking too hard about it. If you think that tower control is your strongest mode, regardless of what happened yesterday, just write it out. If anything, now if you get this win against the team that beat you on tower control yesterday, that's one more thing you can use to add to the tank and gas yourself up and say, all right, we got that win come back. Let's win tower control. Now we're in the driver's seat.
Siren, any wild guesses as far as what stage we're going to on tower control?
This isn't wild at all, but I think Inkblot.
Oh, you are correct. Yes, you are. Tower control, Inkblot, Art Academy. We've seen it several times here. But let's get your perspective on what makes this combination so interesting and where you think the most compelling point of this stage will be.
I'm not going to lie. I think for a lot of these teams, Inkblot just ends up being a bit of a comfort pick because they've played it for so long. They understand what they want to use here. And regardless of what they're going up against, I don't really see anyone making any kind of specific adjustments for it. The tower moves at a very, I don't know, it's a very flankable angle, so it feels easy to defend, but it's also very enjoyable for them to push. So we'll see what happens here.
I love it. Let's rack it up right away. This is just good on good as we get set for this one here, 9. And as we said, no real surprises. It's going to be experience versus experience. How well can these teams just execute their game plan coming into this here? Enemy trails Cream Soda 0-1. Cream Soda looking for their second victory here as both teams rush towards the tower.
Yeah, nothing too goofy at this point. Menace earlier did end up playing this 52 gal, so maybe not quite the surprise for anyone who was watching it earlier. Also not all that surprising is Thunder immediately moving forward. Zenith now swung around there on the attack with Goss being the third wave. So Jordan, not only did they get a couple players down, they immediately have control of the area around the checkpoint. Raining from the heavens is a Trizuka. Oh my goodness, this is all Cream Soda to start it out.
Cream Soda wasting no time at all. Enemy can't even get their balance right now here, Siren. This is an unbelievable haymaker from the opening bell coming out from Cream Soda.
Yeah, speaking of balance, I wouldn't be surprised if they were able to tip Dat Menace over here in the bats. Just a splash wall being the one thing keeping Dat Menace safe for the time being as Zenith hops back on that tower. And that Trizuka is going to be coming out again and not quite getting anyone, which is actually the most surprising thing that's happened so far this game.
Cream Soda just plowing through the second checkpoint already. Rarely do you see an opening salvo quite like this in Inkblot Art Academy on tower control, and so far enemy finally able to start pushing the tower back, but 9, they're already in a deep hole.
And it's not yet done either. Zenith over here will fall right into 3Z. Some nice punishment, but make no mistake, they still feel like they have a chance to keep this tower in an aggressive position. Dat Menace will go ahead and get 2 down, so that should be a successful defense. For enemy, you take a breath and you say, okay, now we can actually play the game. Let's make it happen.
Keep in mind, on tower control, coming into this, Cream Soda was 9-0 before the playoffs. They have lost 3 games in playoffs on tower control already. They're trying to supplant themselves again as the top team on tower control here. So far, it's looking really sharp. Thunder's going to march forward already. They were the great disruptor early on. Thunder going to hide behind that splash wall, retreat just a little bit more as that triple ink strike comes in. But then 3Z trying to pursue a few members. Thunder again regains territory in the enemy spawn, and it's all Cream Soda still, Siren.
Cream Soda it is as they approach that second checkpoint. Thunder getting in towards 0, and we see a few members of enemy bunched up here. This could go either very well or very poorly for them. 0 does have to basically jump to himself to survive this and ultimately jumping out in the end. And sometimes you just have to get out of there and say, all right, let's recollect at that last checkpoint and allow Cream Soda to get a little bit further because it's not worth the risk right now.
Already at 29 though, 9, and listen, with 2:30 left, it continues to work for Cream Soda. You don't even think about defense, you just keep applying such impressive offense here.
Yeah, keep control, and when the opportunities present itself, take them. And finally, enemy's going to get what I call kind of a clean wipeout, forced everybody else back, and has some specials to attack their opponent with. A nice job. The other thing, though, is that Cream Soda had specials of their own on the defensive side, and already 2 go down with a third shortly to follow. It's just Dark running away, maybe even into Thunder's waiting arms. That's going to be another one down. That's a Flow Aura, and Cream Soda in the driver's seat again.
Oh, Goss picking up 2 splats, and enemy just scrambling in their own spawn, essentially just trying to make sure they prevent the knockout, but it's just wave after wave coming from Cream Soda. Dat Menace can't do anything. They go down. Wave backing up. No special can even threaten them as they have just continued applying so much pressure start to finish here, Siren.
So much pressure it is, and the last person you want to be see running up your plat there is going to be Thunder. Has that bubble on the tower as Goss jumps in, and once again enemy bunched up on this bats area trying to make sure that that tower cannot get past that 29 mark. However, I would be very worried, but anytime you have an AoE weapon on the opponent's side like a blaster, you do not want to be getting collected in one space like that.
You certainly don't. That's what did enemy in last time with those super jumps that were all on the same spot. However, enemy just needs something to go their way because it's been all Cream Soda. Datmin trying to provide a little bit of help here. Splash Wall hiding behind that to build up the special. The Killer Whale comes out under a minute left here, and essentially maybe one, possibly two pushes left here for Enemy 9.
I mean, they got to get to a push first. Right now, they continue to go a couple down, and they once again fall into Thunder, who has gone unbelievably strong this game. This is going to be another push opportunity for Cream Soda. Jordan, they might opt to just make this a long, sustained push and not even give Enemy an opportunity.
A dominant performance from Cream Soda, start to finish. They haven't stepped off the gas yet. They've allowed no opportunities for Enemy, who has just inched the tower forward, barely back at the beginning. Here comes Cream Soda at this point. It's all but in the bag, Siren.
All but in the bag it is, Jordan, as Zero is able to get a splat onto Goss. I'm not too sure if that's going to be enough, but Zero, like I said before, does very, very strong under pressure, does get stopped by the looks of it, 3Z, who's popping out this hammer, but getting the trade on Goss is not going to be enough when you basically almost need to knock out to take this game.
Cream Soda, a victory bubbling up for them. They're now up 2-0 over Enemy and 9. That was the most impressive they look. They may have lost in tower control to Enemy yesterday. No doubt about it here today.
Not at all. Completely different performance against this team, and the battlefield was Inkblot Art Academy the last time they played, so that's a reversal in every sense of the word. They got knocked out last time these two teams played, and for Cream Soda, that has to feel unbelievable. This is a team that beat you yesterday. You controlled the play of the game. Thunder had big moments. Zenith had big moments. Goss had big moments. This is what you need if you're going to make the run back at Milky Way.
And Siren, we talked about how was Cream Soda going to approach this match. They just lost 3 games in a row to Milky Way. I think it's safe to say they've rebuilt their confidence and their momentum already, and now it's Enemy feeling the pressure.
Absolutely. Enemy is now in a very tough position. They don't even really get the option to pick the mode that they take against Cream Soda for this third and potentially final game, Jordan. So they're definitely in the hot seat as they get into this last one here. Well, I don't want to speak too soon. I don't want to speak
There's still a
too
lot
soon.
that can happen. There's still a lot that can happen, obviously, but for Cream Soda, the way they look, they're 9. They have to feel great. And obviously, it's tower control. It's their best mode. But that third mode, we asked the question for Cream Soda, where do you think they feel most comfortable now that they get the selection again?
I think they probably run it to either Clan Blitz or Rainmaker. I know I'm hedging my bets there, which is never any fun.
Picking 2 out of the 3. One.
Yeah. Put me on like that, man. Put me on. No, I mean, I think that if nothing else, you maybe want to keep Enemy away from Rainmaker. I will say they probably think that Rainmaker is their third strongest mode. That's the only reason I say it. I would favor Rainmaker ever so slightly if that's the choice, because you know you're going to have to play it again against Milky Way. It gives you one more opportunity to figure things out.
It's a really good point, because if you are Cream Soda, why not start thinking a little bit ahead, which I know goes against all coaching advice in every kind of sport possible, but you do have to think about the bigger picture, which is taking care of business against Milky Way. I think for Cream Soda, what stands out is we discussed which team from the get-go, Siren, would be more aggressive from the start. And we thought it was going to be Enemy that was going to maybe overcompensate. It truly has been Cream Soda, especially with that last game, as far as we're not going to waste any time. We're going to quickly establish control and never let go of it.
I think a lot of that comes down to how Thunder has been playing so far. Thunder does not really seem to have a care in the world aside from running forward and getting these great picks with the blaster. And why not, when you do have these opportunities to hurdle your opponents into favorable positions for your teammates to come in and clean things up? And that's exactly the playstyle that Thunder has been going for.
Rainmaker will be our next game mode, and just to give you an idea of how competitive things have been, other than Splat Zones, we haven't had a knockout yet on any of the other game modes so far today. It's been really exciting here. So for Cream Soda, Rainmaker, the thought process here, obviously the stage is going to determine a lot of your strategy here, but you have to be feeling pretty confident coming in as far as what Thunder can do individually, and the rest of this team as far as just being on the same page as a slowdown Enemy.
Yeah, listen, you think that this is your next best mode of the ones that are available, you pick it. Sometimes it is that simple, and again, I know I keep going back to this. They feel like they have what Enemy's tricks are locked down. That time, there was a switch from Enemy. They moved that menace off of that Octobrush 3Z, instead switched over to a different weapon, so the 52 gal was still there. That's kind of the only change-up and trick that Enemy has. You've seen that already. You aren't even all that concerned about what they might bring out on Rainmaker, so yeah, why not run it out?
I guess, Siren, again, there's really no magic formula for Enemy as far as what they need to do to change things, but it just feels like they're at their best when Dat Menace is flying around with the Octobrush and being able to apply pressure left and right, and then for Zero to get comfortable, they just haven't had a moment to catch their breath, it feels like, especially in the last game and a half.
No, absolutely not. And that's the difficult thing is sometimes when these losses happen so hard and it doesn't feel like you really had that many openings, it can be hard to adjust and say, well, what was working well for us? What can we amplify going forward? So it's going to be hard. And you may have seen my eyes widen at this stage.
Why did they widen?
Ken, because it's Mahi Mahi Resort. And I have a lot of thoughts on this, but they're not nice enough to say today.
All right. Well, Siren will keep her controversial thoughts about Mahi Mahi Resorts to herself. Just kidding. This is going to be really, really good here because for Enemy, you get the chance to choose this stage. Why do you think they go this direction here, Nine?
Well, this is where they went the first time they had the opportunity to, way back early on at the very start of the Splatoon 3 North American League 2026. They went here and showed us that of all the crazy Rainmaker stages, this might be the wildest. Such short distance between the two pedestals. You can't even see. Thunder's already off screen up there fighting it out. That's how quickly this can turn on a dime. If you feel like you're losing control of the stage, why not go for it?
I think you said that way more gracefully than I could have, Nine. These pedestals are very, very close to each other. 3Z going in and taking out Cream Soda's wave. This could be a very, very strong initial push for the members of Enemy, and this is absolutely proving why they went into the stage in the first place, Jordan.
Enemy feeling tons of confidence right here as they already get past the first checkpoint. They're plowing their way. This could be a quick knockout in the first couple of seconds. It is. Wow. What a turnaround for Enemy. And if you talk about a stage selection counter pick, that is the definition of it right there.
Under a minute, Jordan. Under a minute. Ask and ye shall receive.
I was going to say, I wanted a knockout.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, but that's why you pick it there. And, you know, to my point earlier of will they avoid, they being Cream Soda, Rainmaker, in the back of my head, I was like, do they want to run to Rainmaker Mahi Mahi Resort? Because Enemy picks this pretty much every time they have the opportunity to do so, and that's why.
Oh, my goodness, Siren. You blink and that one was over right there. And for Enemy, what did you just see from them from the get-go? Because that thing started off in a flash.
Well, it was a lot of coverage in the center of the stage very quickly. They were able to get that pop, and that kind of allowed, I believe it was 3Z to just run forward, got a very, very important pick on the anchor on the side of Cream Soda, and that kind of opens up the gates for that Rainmaker to move through without much resistance.
Unbelievable performance from Enemy, and at this point you got to feel a lot of confidence. Now, of course, you're still down 2-1. You have a Game 4 coming up. Clam Blitz, Turf War, your two remaining options as well, too. And what's interesting, going back to you, Siren, as well, is with those two remaining game modes, what's the mindset for Enemy, and where do you think they feel the most comfortable between either Clam Blitz or Turf War?
Well, unfortunately for them at this point, if they want to take the set, they are going to have to play both of them. So it's just a matter of what do we want to take here first, and which of these two modes do they think that Cream Soda will pick a stage that we find good on? We don't have to wait long to find out, do we now?
No, we don't at all. To be Turf War on Museum Delfonsino. We've seen this pop up several times because, again, why would they choose Museum Delfonsino with Turf War when Clam Blitz is still the last remaining game mode, 9?
So that you don't have to play Clam Blitz on Museum Delfonsino.
Ding.
Now, I will say for Cream Soda, you talk about just not caring how the last game went and having a short memory. This was how your last match ended. So, you know, I guess if you want to figure this out, you think, hey, maybe if we go against Milky Way again, we'll try this again. Makes some semblance of sense if you want to approach it that way. And with the way that that last game ended, I think you just... okay, let's go back to what our plan was initially. Let's make this happen. Not much has changed. Let's get one more win.
All right, we'll see if Cream Soda can restabilize against Enemy, but I go back to, again, these Game 4s are so huge when it comes to momentum, Siren, because if Enemy wins, all the pressure goes back to Cream Soda, and pressure is a very real thing that these teams can feel. If you're sitting up 2-0, now all of a sudden you're back on the brink of elimination. That can do some things to you, possibly.
Absolutely, but I think one thing noting here just about the counter pick as well, just thinking about it, is that we saw Enemy excel more than they have today just now on Mahi Mahi in a very, very small version of that stage. So having Cream Soda take them to Museum, which is one of the largest stages to work with, especially on Turf War, where you're dealing with every single last bit of real estate of Museum, it can be difficult. I think it was very smart of them to do that because they said, okay, all right, you guys move fast in a very small amount of space, but we think we can capitalize on something larger.
Here we go. Turf War, Museum del Foncino. Can Cream Soda bounce back and get the victory and go into grand finals to take on Milky Way? And now, here we go. As we get set, we will go ahead and reset that one here in just a moment because not everybody was quite ready. We want to make sure you have 4-on-4 in that situation, 9. So
yeah.
Either way, as we continue to look at that, I think you made a good point as far as for Cream Soda, you get another rep of Turf War Museum del Foncino to just practice it essentially in case it does come up again with Milky Way.
Well, and we're saying that it's to avoid clan blitz, but maybe they just really like it here. I mean, there's something to be said for that. They had a very different composition. They swapped Thunder off of the Blaster and over onto that Splash-O-Matic. With the way that Thunder is playing right now, will that still be the choice? Do they want to try Thunder again back on Blaster on Turf War? There's plenty of Blaster players who stick with Turf War right now. I know it goes against conventional wisdom, but these days you gotta fight it out really hard at the end, and you want a player to have a fighting weapon.
Yeah, and you really do, and I think it goes back to, for Cream Soda, you just have to flush whatever happened that previous game. Don't carry it into this one, whatever. Enemy got their victory in 1 minute. We're still up 2-1. Let's compose ourselves and put this thing away.
Yeah, that's the difficult thing. And I think when you're building like a composition or a group of players for this, keeping Thunder on Blaster is interesting. Like, it's an interesting mindset to have because, like you said, you do want someone who is going to be able to fight and just win those battles so that everyone else can just hang out. All right, we're painting, we're getting our ink out here, but you have to structure things around that Blaster. So I think it's one of those things where like one domino falls, then the whole thing shifts basically.
Yeah, it's really interesting that cause and effect that may happen. And I think as you get set for enemy, you showed what you could do really quick with the quick strike. And I think somehow they have to find a way, 9, to just not lose that momentum. You have to take it from the beginning and keep Cream Soda on the defensive and not overcommit yourself at any point that's going to give Cream Soda that opening.
Yeah, we're on the same wavelength.
Hey, we've known each other for a while.
Yeah, fair enough. So Turf War, if there's any mode that we know you can't knock out in 60 seconds, it's the mode where you always have to play all 3 minutes. So to that point, yes, enemy, go ahead, get that early fight if you want, but please, please don't overextend. You saw what happened in that last game, how on this stage in particular in Turf War, you can really, really get pushed all the way back and have a difficult time getting out, more so than most other Turf War stages. So fight it out. You know you're going to have an opportunity at the end of the game. Just keep it simple.
As we're waiting for both these teams to reset things, it's Turf War and Museum del Foncino. I want to ask you, Siren, just your overall thoughts about the teams we've seen here in the top 8 as this league has gone on. We've seen some teams really step up and improve in their second season, teams that have come together. It's made things that much more competitive this year.
Absolutely. I think the competitive level has certainly upped their game, and I know there was a little bit of discussion going on yesterday about how any one of these teams could win the top 8, and honestly, after how things have gone, I still very firmly believe that. I know that me and 9 are both, maybe, I don't know if you still are in this boat, but in the boat of believing that Cream Soda could take things all the way to the end. I actually had it predicted that they would lose to Milky Way the first time around, but take them to a bracket reset. So this is still all
according to your plan.
Yes.
The script from Siren still remains true as we get set here for Game 4 between Cream Soda and Enemy, and I think that's been the most enjoyable part right here, 9, is seeing all these different teams come together, rise up, their excitement, and really challenge. Now, sure, Milky Way are defending champions. They're still looking very strong, but they've been threatened more so this tournament than they were last year, and we saw that, and that is really healthy for the competitive scene.
Yeah, you never want to go into an event knowing who's going to win. I don't care who it is. You need good matches. You need good teams, and we're going to see a couple of them fight it out right now.
Here we go again. Turf War, Museum del Foncino. Game 4, Cream Soda and Enemy. Can Cream Soda close things out, or will Enemy take back-to-back games to force a Game 5? I always love to ask people the loadouts here. 9, what do you see?
Well, I see Thunder's Blaster out in force. So here we go again. Last time there was a big shift. Would this stay if it was Milky Way on the other side? I don't yet know, but I like this option. Keep this player on the weapon. They've been playing so well, even though it's Turf War.
Going all 3 minutes here, folks, as we see who covers more turf on this stage, as now Zero dancing back and forth in that crab tank. Will deploy out of that, throw a little bit of a burst bomb, an inch forward. Booyah bomb comes in, Zero can't get out of there. Down they go, and Cream Soda's picked up 2 members of enemy here, Siren.
That Booyah bomb absolutely just came out of nowhere there, Jordan. It caught both me and Zero by surprise. As we pan back here to Dat Menace, who has a Booyah bomb at the ready, not even using it to refill that ink tank. Just a lot of efficiency going on there. But with all that relaxed nature in their spawn comes Cream Soda's approach into enemy's base with that big bubbler in tow.
Thunder, we saw just moving around a little bit ago. We go back to Zero, who seems to find themselves in the middle of the action. 4-3 advantage for Cream Soda on the stage right now, but right at this moment, you feel Cream Soda starting to push into the enemy territory a little bit more.
Yeah, not great when you're in the middle of the action and you're in your own spawn.
Yeah.
That's not usually how you'd like to be fighting people out, but to their credit, they quickly took care of Goss. That threat is gone now. Enemy going over and attacking, getting swiftly taken out by Goss, who wanted a little bit of revenge, and who now goes after Dat Menace as well. But this is what we expected to see on this stage, Jordan. As long as there's not a full hold of the center of the stage, you usually have some way back in.
Yeah, it really does feel like Cream Soda is the team that is just pushing enemy back at this moment. A lot of orange ink on the stage here as we're at the 115 mark at this moment, and somehow enemy has to find something to just bust through and take momentum here, Siren.
Absolutely. Well, I'm not too sure if they're going to be getting that lucky right now, as enemy goes 3 down. It's just going to be 3Z, I believe, still alive, who does have to back up a little bit because Goss is just circling the spinner in their spawn, is going to run back and get that cooler as they approach the last minute of this game, mostly focusing on staying alive, not getting splatted. You need to retain your positions as we move in towards that 30-second mark.
Yeah, this is getting really tough right now for enemy, as Cream Soda has just been living in mid, and no matter what enemy does, whenever they drop down, Cream Soda's right there with the response.
They continue to rotate around. You never want your opponent to know where the defense is coming from. Never let them guess your next move, as some might say. Goss up here with the wall is in a pretty solid position, has certainly called out where these attackers are coming from, but they've got to be careful. If they let enemy too far in, they will lose this stage.
18 seconds left. Booyah bomb comes in. Dat Menace trying to approach mid and just take out any member of Cream Soda that they can. But 2 more members of enemy go down, and Cream Soda has their opening. Booyah bomb back on the other end into enemy territory. Down goes a member on each side. 3 seconds left. Can Cream Soda close it out? It looks promising. We'll see what Judd and Lil Judd have to say.
I am definitely on my toes here, Jordan. It does look like enemy got a very good hold at covering their spawn. However, that's just not going to be enough in such a large stage like Museum.
It spawns a victory for Cream Soda. They get the 3-1, and they take the match, and they will head to grand finals against Milky Way. And listen, we talked about Cream Soda just kind of forgetting what happened in that Rainmaker match. They certainly did. And from the very beginning, 9, they were the one team to control mid, and it just came down to the fundamentals of Splatoon, and they were that much better.
They were, and they did it also by being active. They moved forward and attacked. We saw Thunder with some great streaks, but Goss was always up and attacking on the spinner, and that's the most encouraging part of that game for me. They weren't sitting back. You never got the sense that they were afraid or that they were deviating from their game plan, and they've got to feel good now.
All right, we're going to feel great because we're sending it over to Zach at the replay board. Zach, some great stuff there in that last match. What do you have for us?
Well, I don't know about Siren's conspiracy around Mahi Mahi Resort, but what about this conspiracy to leave Museum de Alfonsino far away from Clam Blitz, and in general, leaving Clam Blitz until the last possible moment? But I want to go over how you tackle a team like enemy. This is one of the most offensive, aggressive teams that you're going to face, and the adaptability of Cream Soda is really what played into it. We're going to play these clips going through. At the start, you're going to see this double anchor composition coming out from Cream Soda, and Goss, importantly, does not go right for the zone there after getting that splat. They will go for the impact pick, which is going to be that anchor player sort of lording over the zone. Important to note, and that is in tandem with Goss. You've seen them trading out Goss and Thunder, Thunder and Goss. It's just beautiful to watch, and enemy really did not have an answer for it on Undertow Spillway. And now we take a look at their updated composition here. How do you fight aggression with more aggression? You're going 3 Slayer weapons, joining with that inevitable Snipe Rider 5H, and it's doing a wonderful job. And then we have to look at this immediate, emphatic Rainmaker push. You'll notice that they don't use the Ultra Stamp to pop the Rainmaker shield. Again, it is to keep that momentum on. It's not even what ends up taking out their target. They will eventually get it just with the flick of the Splatana Wiper, but they've cleared so much room for themselves. You'll see up at the top there is the Overlook, and they are not able to combat the one great push that enemy had. Otherwise, Cream Soda flawless, and that's why we'll see them in Grand Finals.
All right, thank you, Zach. Let's go ahead and check out the bracket, because after all the weeks of the regular season, all the rounds here in the playoffs, it all comes down to this. Milky Way versus Cream Soda in Grand Finals. Milky Way will have the advantage. Cream Soda will have to take 2 matches from Milky Way if they want to be the winners. We thought about upsets. We had our brackets. At the end of the day, it's 1 versus 2 here, 9. Your thoughts as these two clash once more?
Well, the big thought is just, what did Cream Soda learn in that first match? Do they feel better now? It's important to remember, Jordan, that was the first time that Cream Soda and Milky Way played. It was also the first time they played today. We don't know how these players warmed up. Did they feel warmed up at that time? Certainly, after playing a match like that as Cream Soda and then coming back and fighting a fast-paced team like NME, your mechanics have to feel sharp, and I hope that's enough for them to feel confident.
And keep in mind, Cream Soda took the first game, then Milky Way rattled off the next 3 to close that out in winners finals, and now Cream Soda's had momentum. This is their 3rd match in a row they're playing. Milky Way won the first one and had to sit. So we said there's no adjustments, right? There's nothing that we can write down and formulate here, but to me it feels like Cream Soda has kind of found their footing after taking care of business against Enemy, and they might look a little bit different against Milky Way here.
I think so, and I like what you brought up as well, Nine, how that was maybe their first few games that they've played today, and perhaps we're watching these sets as they approach, because you also want to know, in the situation where you end up in the loser side of the bracket, you want to see who you're going to be playing against. So they may have been kind of scouting things out, watching the tournament rather than warming up and practicing, and that could have definitely played into things. So going into the bracket reset, we have a lot to learn from, and I think the games were close enough before where they can see where they made mistakes, and they see those things, the potential that they can focus on to use against Milky Way this time.
So we have Splat Zones coming up first, and this is where Cream Soda took their first game here, 9. It's going to be on Urchin Underpass. Your thoughts, good sir?
Deja vu. I've seen this before. Listen, they're going to run it back here. Why would you not if you're Cream Soda?
Yep.
I will admit, looking ahead, again, the thing you're not supposed to do, I'm much more interested in where a tower control or a Rainmaker game might go, because those would be the potential big swings. We already know why this is the choice for Cream Soda. Nothing has changed. If they can get this game and then get into the later parts of this match, that's when what they learned last time they could start to apply.
And what did we see last time on Splat Zones versus Urchin Underpass between Cream Soda and Milky Way? At least from what we gathered, Cream Soda, they were consistent in the way that they pushed. They never overextended themselves. There was a time where we said Milky Way, it cost them a lot to get the zone in particular. I think when Cream Soda doesn't overextend themselves and they're able to make sure that they maintain that balance, that's when they play their best.
Absolutely. And I think one of those things that's worth mentioning is we saw a lot of mirror plays in that first game, in that last set there. We saw, like, okay, Thunder's going to run forward and he's going to get a bunch of picks, but then we also saw Brand do the exact same thing from Milky Way beforehand. And it just felt like perhaps Cream Soda was a little bit more prepared to look at those entry points coming out from Milky Way that time around, and were able to stop them just one more time than Milky Way was able to do vice versa. So we're really, like, splitting hairs here when we're talking about these Splat Zones wins in the highest level of Splatoon.
9, I'm curious the adjustment coming from Q here, because this was what the counter pick was all about, was trying to limit what Q was able to do. How did they possibly adjust?
It's a good question, and part of me thinks that if you're Milky Way, you don't adjust. To Siren's point, you don't want to say that every one of these high-level Splat Zones games feels like a coin flip, but truly, they were one more team fight away from taking that game very early on. So the plan worked. It's just a matter of executing it here. don't overthink. I've said that about just about every one of these teams. They prep a lot, but don't overthink what has worked for you in the past. I think we'll see the same composition they brought out last time. They're going to ask Cream Soda to replicate, and that's a tall task.
We're still getting a few things dialed in before we get going here with our grand finals, but I think it's worth just mentioning to people Milky Way and how dominant they've been over the last 2 years. They came in with 400 regular season points, the more that you could accumulate over your 4 event score. They were the champions last year as well, too. And listen, all this talk about other teams improving, there's still a team at the top that has been consistently there, and it's Milky Way, and it's because of their cohesiveness, their chemistry, and experience.
Yeah, and I think one of those things that has been able to rattle them a little bit in their matchup against Cream Soda is the fact that Cream Soda kind of just busted out the gates and really put their foot to the pedal, right? At the very start of the season, a bit of a rocky start for them, but just win after win, and consistency was key for them in the latter half. So it's just those little things that they have to think about, because with Milky Way, they are a team based on consistency. They are a roster of players who has very, very hardly faltered. They've been, for the most part, the same 4 or 5 players grouped together, and they've done so many tournaments together, and so it does take quite the group of people to even shake them, and Cream Soda has been able to do that. So whether they're able to speed up to the level of Milky Way within such a short period of time, I think that's going to be the biggest decider.
Yeah, well, here's an opportunity for them to do so as well, too. And for Cream Soda, all season long, what has stood out to you about them, Nine? Because there's a reason why they were able to rise to number 2 overall, 385 regular season points. So that's nothing to skimp at either. But this is a team that has quickly put the pieces together.
It's the way they win, Jordan. When we talk about Milky Way's win, we saw it laid out on as bare as could be in that Rainmaker Manta Maria game, where it just feels impossible to get anything started. You never know where they're attacking from. You think you pick one out and you've fallen right into their trap. With Cream Soda, they improvise. They can find ways to break out of almost every sort of situation. Every one of these players, I mean, how many highlights did we watch of these players? It seems like all of them showed up at least once with just some of the most unbelievable plays that you might imagine. They are fun to watch. And the way they win when it works makes them look unbeatable. What's difficult about Milky Way is Milky Way doesn't give you many chances to make those types of plays.
We are getting set here. Grand Finals, Game 1. We've got Milky Way taking on Cream Soda. Splat Zones and Urchin Underpass. Cream Soda victorious in this matchup last time. Can they do it again, or will Milky Way get the victory this time in Urchin Underpass? Off they go, and listen, Siren, I imagine there's not a whole lot of wholesale changes here with the loadout.
No, there really isn't. I do see Wave going onto the heavy splatling once again. I'm so glad we get to take a look at that there as Wave looms over the zone. Cream Soda getting a very early coverage onto the zone. As Zenith is able to move in on the right side, they got a very early pick on Bran, and that's kind of a big deal when you consider the rampage that Bran went on last time we saw him here.
Shout out to Czar on camera, by the way. Just a fantastic job throughout this entire playoffs. Both these days, just excellent as we get all these vantage points. And right now, the vantage point is Bran going in, trying to take the zone away. Milky Way seizes control, but not after Cream Soda gets up to a 40-point lead, Nine.
Great opening there, and I believe it was Goss and Thunder, the running mates up front, who took out 3 members of Milky Way quick as you like. So a well-earned advantage at the start of the game. Jared now here in a position is going to try to rotate over, is kind of stuck in this. There's Orange over to that side, and yeah, the only way out is to jump at this point. This is more of what we saw from Cream Soda last time, and it's good to see.
Cream Soda replicating the success from winners finals here, and they have already erased the penalty, and they are chopping away at what is remaining. Building upon this lead here with under 4 minutes left, they look to be in total control right now, Siren.
In total control it is, ticking down past that 50-point mark. Goss still standing around that zone, and splashdowns are going to have to be coming out and used offensively rather than towards the zone, and that's going to be a tough thing for Milky Way to deal with here. They just have to get Jared on top of the zone to be able to cap it and apply a little bit of penalty onto the members of Cream Soda, yet they're just barely ticking down the penalty of their own as 2 of their members go down.
And Cream Soda just snatches the zone back immediately and then advances forward. They look to clearly be the aggressors in the early going here, and they've sustained it so far. Here's Zenith on the backside, just trying to provide a little bit more cover as they are all over it right now. Milky Way has no answer, Nine.
Well, Bran on the left side, maybe the answer that they need. Remember, in the last matchup, it was Bran who really changed the entire complexion of that match. So there you go. Bran gets a couple. That forces everyone through, and now that penalty is all gone. Q's going to go over here on this right side. You want the range over there? Let's re-rack and shuffle the deck with a little splashdown flare, too. Now it's Milky Way's turn to strike.
Will it be the winning hand for Milky Way? Q able to move to a different spot, but down goes a member of Milky Way. Goss was able to get the splat, and the zone goes back to Cream Soda. They respond in resounding effort as they continue their composure, Siren.
Goss maybe got a little bit overzealous there, running towards the hills and taken out immediately by Bran. But what matters at the very end of the day is the fact that they're still holding on to the zone, and they have a very low penalty at that. Thunder's still standing on the hills, but it's going to take all of Jared's efforts just to clear the members of Cream Soda from their side of the stage. As Jared singles in on the other members, he's going to have to jump back, unfortunately, here. And this is not looking very good for Milky Way. They still have a long way to go and only 2 minutes left to do it.
Goss survived the 2v1. That was monumental, 9.
It's monumental, and it's something that this player seems to do more than anybody. Goss surviving a 1v2 is something I feel like I say at every point, and again, not rushing too far forward, being a little patient here, build up the special, and wait until some other members are there. Once again, the penalty has ticked away. Jordan, they have held this zone for an incredible amount of time with all the penalty they've had to chew through.
What a critical juncture that was, and now Cream Soda continues to tick away. They've got the lead. It's building. Cream Soda trying to keep Milky Way at bay, but Milky Way wants to try and wrestle this back and tackle on a penalty. Jared's lined up. Splash wall in the way. Jared in pursuit, looking to drop down, takes out a member of Cream Soda, and Milky Way is back in business, Siren.
Back in business they are. We see the jump in coming in from Bran, and Wave just barely making it away from that splat bomb and that jump out. They don't really have that much time to work with here. That penalty is very, very small as Ice and Bran stand up on that right side there. Jared here in the hills, but who is watching that left side flank as somebody from Cream Soda begins to approach? They could be caught off guard here.
Oh, this could be a galactic comeback coming here from Milky Way as they continue to inch closer towards that 9 score. Milky Way has got the Cream Soda backed up at this moment. 9, how do they close this out?
Well, they already lost Thunder, so that's a great way to start it off. You see them firing. They've identified where all the members are. Again, no range specials for them to take it out. That did not get onto the zone, so the lead will swap. There's still an opportunity for Cream Soda to take the zone. They're going to have to get through Ice and Bran. They have the respawn advantage, and they will flip it, but Jordan, only 20 seconds left on the clock.
But now their penalty's going down. There's a huge penalty for Milky Way, so it looks like there won't be a knockout, but Milky Way is able to get the zone back. They do. 15 seconds remaining. Milky Way trying to hang on to it. 12 seconds remaining before overtime. Jared on the right side trying to retreat back, doing all that they can. The zone's wrestling back and forth. 5 seconds remaining. Back it goes to Cream Soda. Oh, but Milky Way has a chance to stunt and take it. It's overtime. Who will get it? Cream Soda will advance overtime. It's 4-4 on the stage. Here they go. Can Goss go up? No! Down goes Goss. Milky Way, is this the opening they need? Overtime continues. Ice advances. Specials coming out. Bran gets the splat. It's 4-2 and Milky Way able to close things out in overtime.
More than anything, Jordan, I am impressed by your lung capacity.
You know, on Father's Day, when you got 4 boys, there's a lot of shouting that can go on in the household sometimes. But how about the ability there of Milky Way to never get eliminated out of contention for the most part? Cream Soda, we saw, threatened and took this zone multiple times. Goss could not stay alive in that last second, and that was what Milky Way needed to take out one of their critical members, and everybody was there to pounce in on it.
Yeah, as soon as Goss got marked there, that really took away the element of surprise. Goss was waiting, hoping that Ice would step just a little bit further forward into the range of that weapon. Ice sees exactly where Goss is, certainly not going to give that player what you want, and it's a mirror of our earlier matchup where I said, hey, as long as you're still up and can throw punches, a game of splat zones is never truly far away. This time it was Milky Way proving that right.
Milky Way was able to connect on just enough hits down this stretch, and they take game 1. And how does that make Cream Soda feel? Because this is where you beat them last time, and now essentially your best card's been played. You could argue you're down 0-1. This becomes very important for Cream Soda to try and get this game 2, or else I imagine that's a mental hurdle to try and leap.
I think it already is quite the mental hurdle, Jordan, just because they went into Urchin Underpass maybe thinking that it would be a given for them to get the win on that first game. They're just repeating history from what we saw in Winners Finals. However, when that didn't happen, I think it could be a bit of a difficulty for them. However, I think they're going to use this opportunity to the best advantage they possibly can. They say, all right, look, we don't have the mode pick anymore like we did last time. We're going to have to go with the stage, but we're going to do exactly what we've been doing before, which is take it back to Museum D'Alfonsino.
So here we go, Turf War on Museum D'Alfonsino. We've seen it before, 9, but anything else that we maybe missed from last time where Milky Way was able to get the victory?
We said earlier, is it going to be Thunder on the Blaster, or is Thunder going to go back over to the Splash-O-Matic that we saw last time? I'm more surprised that Turf War is already out here. I mean, for me, this is Milky Way saying, hey, you can't beat us on our strongest mode, so we're not even going to give you the chance to do it here. Beat us on Turf War first, and then we'll talk. So this is a great choice. Again, it does get Museum out of the way, but you don't mind that at all if you're Milky Way.
And for Milky Way, I think the adjustment that they made is they never overextended themselves that time around in splat zones. And when they were able to wrestle the zone, you saw how quickly they were able to push forward. And I think you both called it out well. Brand coming over sort of on that hidden corner, that's what changed things around. And so for Milky Way, it's this conversation we continue to have, Siren. They don't make wholesale changes to their comps. It's the changes they make in-game that makes them so elite. And here we go. We get started with Game 2 Turf War as we get set on Museum D'Alfonsino.
Taking a look at the comps right here. I know I too was surprised there. I wanted to wait with bated breath to see what the choices would be. It is the Blaster coming out here. I think Thunder is going to stick with this Siren until the end of time.
Absolutely. Well, we do see a very turf-heavy comp coming out from the side of Milky Way, very contrary to what we've seen before, where we had Bran on Blaster in that last game. But it makes all the more sense when you look at how they're dealing with Cream Soda, because they saw what Cream Soda was doing before. They say, all right, we know your game. Well, Blasters don't really get that many opportunities when their feet are painted very firmly, and I think they're using that.
Doing an excellent job so far, both teams we've mentioned. Just a little measured in the early going, but down goes a member of Cream Soda as Milky Way, as you see, pushing Cream Soda back towards their spawn. And listen, you got a lot of territory that you got to cover here. It's tough when you're stuck in your own spawn and you can't even drop down, 9.
At a certain point, we got to talk about Q. I know Bran was the player who just got it down, but every time I look at the top of the screen, I see a member of Cream Soda in their own spawn who is down. There's only one weapon. I guess special weapons here can certainly cost wave, but only one main weapon that is doing it. It is .Q, who has been taking over this matchup and has truly made the difference.
Goss just looking for an opening to drop down right now. They are just pinned in their own spawn. Finally, the Booyah Bomb can open things up momentarily, but Jared's just going to swim out of the way, go to the left-hand side, get tacticoolered up. This time juiced up, rolling a little bit closer as they slowly wait. And there again, we see a great example of just not overcommitting.
Speaking of not overcommitting, Jared hopping back to his teammates very frequently here, and we see Ice taking a team fight with his with one of his teammates there on that bottom left area of the stage. Jared going to be popping a crab tank on top mid. That means it's go time for the members of Milky Way. They can use this to paint a path to get into the base of Cream Soda and start getting their flag posts down.
But hold on, Zenith for a second had a little bit of momentum going, but Brand snuffed it out as Milky Way remains in control. Just over a minute left here, though.
I'll call that 3 players that Brand got there. Forced the last one to jump out and has completely changed the dynamic of this game. You are right. Cream Soda had a little something going for them there. They had a foothold in the center. One player, once again, as we say so often for Milky Way, is enough to turn the tide.
Thunder and Cream Soda will have to act quickly. 40 seconds remaining. They might have to be perfect and precise. Thunder goes down. Brand with another splat, and it's all Milky Way here with just over 30 remaining, Siren.
Yeah, 30 remaining, and that danger symbol does not seem to be going away for the members of Cream Soda. We pan back here to Ice, who just got another important pick on Goss. That is one of the best painters on the side of Cream Soda. That is the last person you want to be losing right now, because that is the person who is giving these entrances for Thunder to win these team fights. And when Thunder can't win team fights, you can't get into mid. When you can't get into mid, you can't paint mid. So what are they going to be able to do here? Not a whole lot.
They can't do much. Milky Way just overwhelming. It's too much ink. Cream Soda can't handle it, and Milky Way. Judd, little Judd, I love y'all, but we already know what direction this is most likely going as Milky Way gets the convincing 57-37 victory, and they are one game away from claiming a championship, and they look to be playing their best right now.
Unbelievable. They find another gear whenever it is required of them, and we've shouted out this player so many times, but I want to keep harping on Brand because something that we didn't see as much this season was the Slosher. It was one of the most played weapons last season. There have been a lot of changes to a lot of different weapons that may have shifted that over, and I know Brand plays a mean blaster as well, but in that game you saw things the Slosher can do that the blaster just can't, and I really credit that to controlling certain areas of that stage and getting them that dominant victory.
So Milky Way's up 2-0 now going into Game 3. They can choose the game mode exactly where they want to be, and it is going to be tower control. And for Cream Soda, you got to figure something out here.
Yeah, I mean, the danger signs are all up for the members of Cream Soda here, and I don't even really know how you formulate some kind of plan when the numbers are absolutely against you, both in the game losses going into this and also the fact that this is Milky Way's best mode to be on. They're going to pick their comfort pick here 100% of the time. This is how they want to end things, and it's just a matter of you just have to do what you can, and I don't really know what that is with these stage selections.
Well, it's one game at a time if you're Cream Soda, and you have to believe that you have the ability. You took a Splat Zones from them, but now that is 5 losses and the first ever matchup in a particular top 8 after these two teams haven't met in the top 8. And I mean, I guess the question here is, do you make an adjustment, a bit of a Hail Mary if you're Cream Soda, or do you just say, listen, can we find that other gear that Milky Way has found?
I don't have an answer, Jordan.
Yeah.
I mean, this is 5 games in a row, you said right there. When you've lost 5 games in a row over a multitude of different stages and modes, there's not really a great answer that you can go. I think if nothing else, you take it, you know it's tower control. Let's at least go to a stage where maybe we can fight it out. Maybe we don't have to worry about .Q controlling the game from the range, but it's not like there's a weakness to expose on Milky Way.
We'll find out if Milky Way can sweep Grand Finals, or will Cream Soda make things interesting? It'll be tower control on Mako Mart. And talk to me a little bit about this combination here. We've seen this multiple times here, Siren, but this is another interesting aspect where if you are Cream Soda, you're comfortable with this mode, with this stage. Where do you possibly think about the real moments and junctures of this particular stage?
That's going to be a difficult one, Jordan. Mako Mart is something that I think a lot of the competitive community associates mostly with Splat Zones. So taking them here means ultimately they have an idea in mind. And what that comes down to is, I think more than anything on Mako Mart, you really have to escort the tower in a very specific way. It's a step-by-step process that a lot of teams feel like they have figured out, and that comes down to following it down the left side and using that tower as a almost like a launch pad for your push, because you're going to want to use that to get onto these higher ledges, push into your opponent's spawn, and I think what Cream Soda must be relying on is momentum. I think they need to see, like, okay, I know they lost to enemy due to momentum before, but it's all they really have.
Could this be it? Tower control, Mako Mart, Game 3 of Grand Finals. Milky Way leads 2-0, looking to repeat as champions, or can Cream Soda extend the match? We'll find out. Both teams racing to the tower. 9, anything do we see with the loadouts?
Zenith is back on the splatter shot. They're going to try to find some. You called Hail Mary earlier. That's the Hail Mary shots that you can sometimes get on the Trizuka to open a game up. Wave getting a pick early on will be nice. Zenith is fighting it out with Ice on that side and gets that. That's a 2-1. Let's get on the tower and let's start building, as Siren put it, that momentum.
Cream Soda wasting no time, and I think, Siren, you're absolutely right. They have to establish momentum early on, keep Milky Way on their heels. Here's Wave and company. They're already at the first checkpoint.
Wave hopping on that tower. I really like seeing that Zenith is able there to follow up on the left side, notices a flank, but is going to choose to ignore it for the time being. As that tower is finally able to clear through that center there, it's just going to be Wave standing alive.
Bran right now trying to fight back into things, but what a push from Cream Soda to get it to 49. And now the tower is controlled by Milky Way, and they're going to have to force the issue here, 9, just to try and even things up.
We've got some life now. Let's see them preserve it. That's the important part here. Nice shot by Zenith, reading that out, but you saw that the members of Milky Way had already rotated over to get the punishment on that Trizuka. That checkpoint fell awfully quick, Jordan. They need to hold on now. They cannot let Milky Way get in their base.
Milky Way has cleared the first checkpoint. The tower finally moving yet again. They're already about to tie them up. Here comes Milky Way. Down goes a member, but Milky Way 3 points away from tying this up. They still have a member near the tower. Tower's going to return back to neutral, so Cream Soda, how about a key defensive stop right there, Siren?
I mean, look at the accuracy of Zenith's shots. Right now, just focusing on getting some ground covered in the center of the stage as Goss follows up with that Tacticooler. They do see that big bubbler there, and they're going to want to take care of that as fast as possible. They do not want anyone to be using that as an entry point to flank the tower and get in here. But unfortunately, as I say that way, a couple of members of Cream Soda are going to go down here, and that's going to put Wave in quite the pinch.
2 specials ready to go for Milky Way. 2 members go down for Cream Soda. 2 go down, however, for Milky Way, so they're trading back and forth. But here comes the tower with Milky Way, but it's taken from Cream Soda as Cream Soda still hangs on to their lead with under 3 minutes left here, 9.
Oh, you can't get anything for free against this team. How did Jared find that pick around the splash wall to get Goss? Goss was moving forward at the exact right time, but there was just enough ammunition left in Jared's crab tank. Now Bran is pushed up in the position you don't want to see Bran in. Fighting it out, a little assistance. Goss will hold that. That's a big 2-down situation. They are still holding on to this lead ever so slightly.
The tower returns. Zenith trying to hop back on it, and that tower for Cream Soda, they're looking to increase the lead. 2 members go down again for Milky Way. We're saying that quite a bit here, Siren. Milky Way can't seem to find their balance right now.
Milky Way having a really hard time at finding a proper flow in this game. Like you said, their Goss getting the pick on Ice. That is a huge deal. Ice is one of their more defensive players on the side of Milky Way. So Goss running forward, trying to take out Jared, who is not able to jump out quite in time. They do have a killer whale at the ready, but they're not going to be able to use it just yet. Waiting for that tower to follow up before they push that momentum a little bit further. Cooler is going to get popped, and Thunder moves down onto the left side. But can Cream Soda make something meaningful out of any of this?
Cream Soda came to play. Under 145 left. They have a narrow lead. Can they hang on and force a game 4? Here comes Milky Way, though. Goss retreating. Goss in between 2 things. Down goes Goss. Jared in the crab tank. All of a sudden, Milky Way looking for their moment to snatch it and take control here, 9, as they have the tower.
Oh, thank goodness for Tacticooler, because that happened awfully quickly, and Cream Soda has just enough time to get their defenses back. They don't have much of a lead, but they have some specials. Keep an eye on the top of the screen. It's 2 members of Milky Way that went down here, which means we should see a solid defense. Ice is now fought in the corner. It's a wipeout, the first that we've seen Cream Soda get on Milky Way in a hot minute. That's how you defend.
What a relief, Siren. That was a remarkable defensive play.
A remarkable defense, and I think that can absolutely transform into an offensive play right now, Jordan. As they pop that big bubbler on the tower, they have absolutely everything on their side. Zenith is able to pop that Trizuka, but it's not living for very long. Bran, once again, going absolutely ham. Has that flow aura state, is running forward, and this could be an opportunity for Milky Way to secure the lead, and that would be grand finals for them if they do.
Milky Way trying to come from behind to take this victory and take the championship. Cream Soda, do they have a heartbeat left? Oh, they're fighting back. 2 members go down for Milky Way as Cream Soda isn't quite ready to give up quite yet. They want to see a game 4. 30 seconds left. Zenith trying to find their spot here. What does Cream Soda need to do here, 9, to just try and close this thing out?
Exactly what you're doing. Stay around that tower. No tricks. Nobody flanking around. 3 people going after this crab tank. Get it out of here. None of that. Moving over to the left side at this point. Wave is set up. Watchful Eye needs to keep Bran moved in. That's a lovely big bubbler placement as well as we move into just the final few ticks. Thunder still watching this left side. No tricks. That's another one that goes down. Nobody on the tower. Jared can't get there, and we are not done yet.
Oh, Cream Soda is still very much alive, baby, and all of a sudden, instead of a sweep, Cream Soda takes game 3, and we've got a game 4 and Milky Way. Yes, if you ink them, they will splat.
I have no words. My heart is beating so abnormally fast right now, Jordan. And 9, that is Cream Soda's run back. Look, they are working so well under pressure right now. And hey, maybe those first 2 losses were deliberate. Maybe they were like, all right, we're gonna get real adamant now.
We want to do this on hard mode.
They're doing this for the fans at home, Jordan. They want a storyline.
So they got this one. It's the first tower control loss for Milky Milky Way. And all of a sudden, if you're Cream Soda, you have to believe. And I think that same gusto they came out with, 9, they have to replicate game after game until you reset grand finals and then do it all over again. But this right here, this says a lot about the heart of Cream Soda.
And it shows you why Siren and I picked Cream Soda, because look at what they can do when they're playing their style of Splatoon. This is why we were so enamored, why we thought they had a real chance. They can fight with anybody. They can outpace anybody. That was not a high-scoring game of tower control. That was just fight after fight after fight.
Yeah, and it's just those little teeny tiny, like needle-thin fights that they win to get these wins. Every single time we've seen Cream Soda get a win off of Milky Way, it has run exactly like what we just saw now.
Game 4. We will catch our breath as we get set for that there. It will be Clam Blitz, and it's been a blitz this entire match, that's for sure. So Clam Blitz now, this is fascinating here, 9, because if there was a bit of a 50-50 game mode, you could argue this might be it between these two. We mentioned Milky Way. They do well when it's a concentrated objective. Clam Blitz, not really the most concentrated one here for sure.
Not at all, and that's why Cream Soda picked it. I mean, again, if you could do that, then that's even more difficult because you know you have to win on Rainmaker in Game 5. You're not worried about Game 5 quite yet. You've got it done, but this is a good choice. Now, one thing that I will say is that this does give a real opportunity for Milky Way to play more of a condensed stage, or at least a condensed path to the tower, Jordan, because even though there's not a central objective here you've got to work around, sometimes there's only 1 or 2 paths, and those are the stages I would favor Milky Way.
I guess the question is, what are some of those stages here, Siren, that would be a condensed path? As we know, Museum del Foncino, a popular pick, can no longer be chosen. It's going to be Scorch Gorge, I'm told. So, Clam Blitz, Scorch Gorge, thoughts here?
Well, it's very similar to the way that a lot of these teams play Rainmaker here. It's I guess maybe more like a fun size, like a travel size version of Rainmaker.
Carry on, right?
In the sense that that objective ends right where that first checkpoint naturally would be on Rainmaker. So they only have to get it that far. But it's just a matter of coordination in the center of the stage, getting all these clams together and making something meaningful and being able to sustain those pushes, which Cream Soda has proven that they're able to do. They did that first time around we saw on Splatoon. They had really, really long, good pushes there. And I think those principles tend to carry over pretty well into Clam Blitz.
What I've learned, 9, from the 6 games now between Cream Soda and Milky Way, I guess 7 over the last couple of matches, Cream Soda is at their best when they strike first. And as long as they're making sure that Milky Way is always trying to fight back and scramble back, and if they don't have any breakdowns defensively, I think that's when they have their best chance. But whenever Milky Way is the team that sets the tone early on, Cream Soda just doesn't have enough to overcome that, it feels.
Well, the operative word is control. Again, no team is better at controlling what feels like the entirety of a stage, but certainly the relevant portions of it, than Milky Way. When Milky Way is trying to make the comeback, they aren't in control anymore. They can certainly control how they attack, but will that be enough on a stage like this?
Game 4, Clam Blitz. It is Milky Way versus Cream Soda. Milky Way, their championship was denied in Game 3 after Cream Soda came back to life and took tower control. Can Cream Soda continue to steal another game and force a Game 5, or will it end here? Both teams racing towards the middle, claiming clams left and right in Scorch Gorge to get a power clam and possibly strike first. And we talk about it, Siren. That opening punch is so critical here in Clam Blitz.
Opening punch is so important, like you said. A lot of coverage coming out from the side of Cream Soda. You saw the swap there, having Wave play that heavy splatling while we push Zenith onto the end zap here. I think they're really going for an ink-heavy composition with their team just so they can dominate mid as much as possible. And very early on in the game, I feel like that's what we're seeing.
9-9 equal clams on both sides. Ink going left and right here. Ice is just going to go ahead and use those Tenta missiles to spread things out. And Goss here at this moment, one member went down for Milky Way. Cream Soda looking pretty good here. Cream Soda trying to put things together as they unleash a couple of specials.
Want to make sure they have the right players up to push the relevant positions of this stage. As Siren noted earlier, it's fun size, but there's nothing fun about trying to break up onto that elbow. You've got to have enough resources before you even think about encroaching upon that basket.
Thunder helping out with Zenith, who has the power clam, and right now both teams players with the power clam. It's sort of this tango here, Siren, as far as who's going to strike first versus who's going to play defense. Zenith trying to avoid being flanked. Zenith's going to jump in for a chance here. Oh, they break the barrier. Does Milky Way first. Cream Soda unable to get there in time, and now they have to switch to defense, Siren.
Yeah, an absolute bit of a reversal play on the members of Cream Soda there. Thought they had the one up on Milky Way as they were going to jump over to their basket. However, Milky Way was just one step ahead, getting it down to 65, which is not going to be quite enough, I think, for most players' consideration in that very first push. You ideally want to get it down to 60 because now Cream Soda has a great opportunity here. They have a power climb, and now they have another one generated by that little tiny push from Milky Way. So they could get this back in like just a matter of seconds.
It's true, but 9 right now, Milky Way is just dominating turf control at this moment.
You said it. It is control that they are once again exerting over this stage. That flank maneuver early that set up that jump meant that the members who were respawning got to come and claim all of the central stage. Jared is going to continue to live on this grading until given a really good reason not to. One good reason might be to score, but the threat absolutely still present. That's another opening.
Jared is able to fight through the defense and get a power clam in. The basket's open. Milky Way not pouring much into it at this moment, but they're happy. They still have a 38-point lead here with 2:34 remaining. Cream Soda, they haven't been able to even threaten the basket so far. Let's see what Wave can do here. They're going to have to be mindful as they finally show some semblance of turf control here, Siren.
Well, look, I'm going to harp on it once again there, Jordan. They haven't gotten past that 60-point marker yet, and we're more than halfway through this game. That puts them at a huge risk of losing the lead in even something like overtime to a team like Cream Soda. Cream Soda can effectively defend a non-existent push that they don't even have yet until the end of the game because they're holding on to such a good amount of clam control. Look at that. They have a 20-point amount of clams that they can use, and it's at their disposal, and we're only talking about right now. They can make something more happen, but that obviously means needing to stop Milky Way from running in towards their basket.
That's the thing, though, 9. Milky Way is just chipping away, and now time is of the enemy for Cream Soda.
Yeah, chipping away. Look at this. They feel no pressure to go forward at any point. They have scored one power clam, one power clam, one power clam. Let's go back to the center of the stage and work this. That's another 2 down. Jared's still rotating here. It's another power clam. You see juggling 3 power clams there in the backer Cream Soda, but that's only making this control easier for Milky Way.
It really is. Under 90 seconds left, and Milky Way has dominated this from the beginning. Can Cream Soda find any type of opening? It's Brand and company just shutting the door on any potential push. Where does Cream Soda find their opportunity here, Siren?
I don't know. I mean, their options are very far and few between, I would say, at this point, Jordan. But we still have Goss here. I know what we were talking about before. When you're holding these power clams, you have a bit of a target on your back, and you don't really want to be dealing with that when you're dealing with a player like Hugh, who can absolutely do exactly what I'm talking about just now and take you out just by the little tiny tip of your forehead. So I think they're going to have to rely on players like Goss, who are not picking up these power clams to make these moves happen.
And 9, here you go, Cream Soda. Is this their final opportunity to try and get something going?
Well, it's control. They have an opportunity here to make it work. That's Brand down, so that's one player. Any one of these players you take down feels like it might be the opening on the door. Will they move through? They don't have a great special to try to break through. Zenith is going to go down holding that power clam. That could be huge. It was their forefront member. They need every one of those as we get to the last 20 seconds.
Here we go, final 20 seconds. Milky Way trying to close out this championship. They have dominated this game 4. It's Cream Soda trying to find some type of opening. They showed a heartbeat in game 3. Thunder trying to find some opportunity. It's Wave who's got the power clam. Can Wave ride the crest forward? Here comes Wave. Here comes the push for Cream Soda. Will this be enough? One power clam in. They've got to fill the basket. Here they go. They need a couple more. They're down 7. Do they have the chance? It's in overtime. They have to inch closer and closer. Can Milky Way shut the door? Any more members? Is anyone there for Cream Soda? No, they aren't. It's inevitable. Milky Way once again. Everybody gazing up at them as they claim the Splatoon 3 North American League 2026 championship and go back to back.
Jordan, I cannot overstate this. They were so close to slipping away and putting it to a game 5.
Unbelievable resolve from Cream Soda, but for Milky Way, if you want to take down the king, you better not miss, and they missed their opportunity. It was right there at the end there, 9, and it was one really push that they had that entire game, but it came too late in overtime, and as we mentioned, Milky Way never looked rattled the entire time.
How can you rattle a team like this, Jordan? Truly, I mean, I don't mean to aggrandize this team any more than 2 championships in a row possibly can, which is to say it it can quite a bit. But this team, the mental is so strong. The control is so strong. To never let an opportunity slip away and to never give your opponent anything says so much about these players and the hours and hours that they have spent in this game. This is a well-deserved championship. And hey, I picked against you twice and you've made me look like a fool. So there we go. Great work.
Well, as you guys said, you saw from Cream Soda when they're truly playing at their best what they can do. And it was just so close. You called it out right there, Siren. You felt like all the pieces were starting to come together. But for Milky Way, they don't give you much margin, and you better make sure you take advantage of it. And Milky Way just too strong, too connected down the end.
Absolutely. I can cheer on Cream Soda to the very end, but we've kind of passed that point at this point. Milky Way did everything they could to earn that victory, and it is, like you said, Nine, you said this better than I ever could. It is just a testament to their raw team power and their collaborative efforts and not really giving their opponent any kind of leeway.
And if I may say, too, it is so poetic that the composition they used at the end with the slosher from Bran, with Q on the Snipe Rider, with Jared on the dualies, and Ice on a variant of the Splattershot Pro, it's not only the camaraderie they have, it's the same composition they won last year with. Just beautiful.
It's consistency that has led to another championship. Let's go ahead and check out the bracket one more time, and it is Milky Way 3-1 over Cream Soda. These two teams had never met in the top 8 at any point throughout the league. They meet twice. It's the same result in both these matches. Milky Way 3-1 over Cream Soda. And so, with that concluding our season for 2026, just final thoughts from both of you as far as all the fun and everything we've experienced over the last couple of months. He's a speechless man. Siren?
I have never felt more inspired to pick up a controller and really put my heart into playing Splatoon the way that these amazing teams have this season. And I've just loved seeing everybody come together, and really just the amount of respect I've seen out of these players this season is out of this world. Just seeing the way that they go, wow, you really gave me a run for my money the other day. You guys are doing great. You're improving. And next season that this comes around, like, you are going to do so much better and you're going to see so much success, and that just, it fills my little heart with joy.
The fast beating heart after all the action that we just saw there. Nine, how about yourself?
The 8 teams that we saw in this playoffs all came in with their own identity, with their own idea of how to play this game at this level. And there's something to be said for a game that allows you to do that. And Jared tweeted out before this event started, I think any team can win this. The Jared that just won, by the way, in commanding fashion. And he's not the type to simply say that. So to say that and truly believe it, that we could pull together 8 teams to play at this level to show you what this game can look like when it is pushed at the highest level. I mean, I'm not speechless very often. There's a reason I'm speechless at all that this has happened. 8 teams, their own identity, played their hearts out, and my hat is off to all of them.
What an incredible couple of months we've had here with the Splatoon 3 North American League 2026. It has been so much fun. One of the great parts about all this here is just the wonderful community within the Splatoon 3 community, and everybody that's been a part of every single show, every single Salmon Run event, everybody that's attempted to play in the ladder and get to the top 8, and some of the peak teams and some of the teams that formed for the first time ever. It's been so wonderful, and we conclude our 2 days of the playoffs. So a huge thanks to Nine, Siren, Zach, Falco, Milana, Zara on the spectator cam, our wonderful production crew, but most importantly, thank you to all of you. It has been such a blast over the last 4 months as we conclude this season, this year. Thank you for participating. Thank you for watching. And most importantly, thank you for making this community the special community that it is. From all of us here, we'll see you next time.